Chapter 249. Cold sweat trickled down Duke Izir's back. His mind revolved lightning fast, and he immediately said loudly, "Your Majesty, it's not that I'm unwilling to serve you. It's just that after rashly attacking the Iman Principality, I lost more than 50% of my private troops. I can't collect the required 30 million gold coins of compensation for the time being. If you want me to send troops, I won't hesitate to do so. However, Your Majesty, please allocate 70 million gold coins as well as the provisions needed for a corps to fight for a year. Otherwise, even if I go to the Red Earth Wasteland, it would just be a repeat of the defeat of the Hunting Fang Corps." Morince 2867 wasn't willing to cut down on the gold coins that he enjoyed himself and then spend them on military expenses. An official of the Hansen family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Izir has agreed to send troops, but the provisions are lacking. Sir Farvio, your Orthox family also has 15,000 private troops, so why don't you take the initiative to serve His Majesty? Are you the one who wants to strengthen yourself with troops?" The official opened his hand and an image crystal shone with light. In the hall, a beautiful girl wearing a silver dress appeared. She had a head of dazzling golden hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to speak. She was like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting. Morince 2867's turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He looked at the official full of expectation, and a trace of vitality seemed to emerge in his aged body. Farvio said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty, this humble servant hasn't finished yet. After the defeat of the Hunting Fang Corps, the warriors of the Molinson province with fighting strength were almost exhausted. Although Governor Busso defeated the fiend Ian in succession, but he also suffered many casualties. It will take at least 2 years to recruit and train the soldiers and restore their fighting strength." Morince 2867 pondered for a while before saying, "Since it's so troublesome to send troops, then let's forget about it. Since Ian wants to attach himself to us, then let's confer him the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the fief, it's the entire Red Earth Wasteland. Have him contribute 200,000 gold coins every year." An official of the Orthox family came to the center of the reception hall and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has something to report." Morince 2867's aged, turbid eyes flashed with a bright gleam. The wealth of 1 billion gold coins moved him a little, and he looked at Farvio. However, Morince 2867 didn't play his cards according to common sense, forcing Duke Izir into a dilemma. Yang Feng leading the Miracle City to attach himself to the Morince Empire was a peerless achievement. With this peerless achievement, Busso would soon become an important pillar of the Morince Empire. He would soon become an important pillar of the Orthox family in the Morince Empire. Farvio also showed a smile. Ian. Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger, especially an incapable ruler like Morince 2867, who had tremendous power and acted as he pleased. It was even more dangerous. The Isan, and, Ian, and Ian, and Ian. Izir said loudly, "Your Majesty, the fiend Ian plundered more than 1 billion gold coins from the Molinson province. The Empire only has to spend 40 million gold coins to defeat the fiend Ian, and the 1 billion gold coins will be returned to the treasury." Morince 2867 frowned slightly. He couldn't wait for 2 years. Morince 2867's eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and he said with a loud laugh, Good. Farvio, you said it well. Izir, I order you to attack the Miracle City with your family's private army. After capturing the Miracle City, I'll reward you with 100 million gold coins from the wealth of the Miracle City." On the Fesuor plain, there was an ancient feudal system. Within their fiefs, greater aristocrats had various privileges such as collecting taxes and enacting laws. It was almost equivalent to a state within a state. However, every year, aristocrats had to pay a portion of gold coins or materials to the empire according to the size of their fiefs and the richness of their fiefs to show their submission to the empire. If the aristocrats failed to pay the specified amount of gold coins and materials to the empire, Then the empire had the right to take back the fiefs granted to the aristocrats. Morince 2867 said somewhat impatiently, "What's the matter? Spit it out." When Duke Izir saw the pitilessly beautiful girl, his complexion changed dramatically, and he stared at the smiling Farvio with resentment and anger in his eyes. "Your Majesty is wise." The Morince Empire was huge. For this huge empire, 40 million gold coins was nothing. However, most of the taxes collected by the huge empire had to be paid for the huge civil service system as well as the expenditure of millions of troops. Coupled with the fact that Emperor Morince had always been extravagant, it was very difficult to mobilize 40 million gold coins in a hurry. In the court, all the voices disappeared and everyone quieted down. Although Buso was timid and had almost no ability to command troops, but he had a good political sense and mind. He was one of the highest-ranking members of the younger generation of the Orthox family. Izir said coldly, "The Hansen family is His Majesty's most loyal subject. The Hansen family is absolutely duty-bound to share His Majesty's burdens. But when an army goes to war, provisions come first. Without enough money and provisions, how can a war be supported? Farvio, your family's Governor Buso has submitted 44 reports of victory in a row. In the reports, the number of people beheaded has exceeded 200,000. I heard that the total population of the Miracle City is no more than 50,000. Where did the 200,000 enemies come from?" When Duke Izir heard that, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically. The Hansen family had 20,000 elite private troops, which were the lifeblood of the Hansen family and the foundation for Duke Izir to run amok in the Morince Empire. Once the 20,000 elite private troops were wiped out, the Hansen family would fall from a top aristocratic family to an ordinary aristocratic family, and its strength would decline greatly. For Morince 2867, 200,000 gold coins was not a small amount. After all, the Red Earth Wasteland had always been a desolate place with no special products. With a sharp gaze, Morince 2867 stared at Izir. Suddenly, he smiled and said casually, "Izir, what do you think?" The official replied calmly, "Your Majesty, this girl is called Faldina, a personal disciple of the Titan Empire's legend wizard Arvita. Reportedly, she has the bloodline of the Titan goddess of charm and is a legendary divine descendant. According to the information I received, she has a close relationship with Edith, the son of Duke Izir. I suspect that Edith may have sold out a lot of intelligence on the Morince Empire for this girl, and that he has very likely betrayed the Morince Empire." Feeling that the Hansen family was about to face a calamity, Izir suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Hansen family is loyal to Your Majesty, to the Empire, and will never have any disloyal thoughts. After this old official returns to the family, I will immediately use all the power of the family to capture this girl and present her to Your Majesty for interrogation." The officials of the two factions, the Orthox family and the Hansen family, stepped forward and accused each other. Farbio said coldly, "Duke Izir, the Hansen family can wage a war to exterminate a principality just for the sake of you, yet you are unwilling to serve His Majesty. You have ulterior motives. On the Fesuor plain, unless it was a war between states, emperors generally had no right to order a greater aristocrat to use their private troops to fight for them." Morince 2867 felt annoyed and said coldly. Farbio said coldly, "Duke Izir, don't you want to serve His Majesty the Great Emperor?" An official of the Orthox family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Izir, your family's 20,000 private troops clearly didn't suffer much damage, so why aren't you willing to serve His Majesty? Does the Hansen family want to keep its troops for itself?" Although Morince 2867 was extremely muddle-headed, but he was still the emperor of the Morince Empire and had great power. Offending Morince 2867 was undoubtedly the stupidest decision. Once Morince 2867 bore a grudge against them, the entire Hansen family would be in danger of being destroyed. Just as Morince 2867's words fell, a chorus of voices came from below. Most importantly, Yang Feng had already withdrawn to the Red Earth Wasteland and was no longer a threat to the Morince Empire. Duke Izir wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he looked at Fabio, who was watching him coldly, gave a long sigh, and fell silent. He had slightly offended Morince 2867th by using delaying tactics. If he continued to annoy Morince 2867th, the situation of the Hansen family would become dangerous. Fabio turned his blade and mercilessly stabbed Izir. "Your Majesty, I have a good proposal. The private troops of the Izir family are extremely powerful. Not long ago, Duke Izir used his private troops to destroy the Iman Principality. It would be better to let Duke Izir dispatch his private troops to serve His Majesty and capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop. Since Duke Izir is His Majesty's most loyal subject, surely you won't refuse this proposal." "Shut up," Fabio said confidently. The population of the Miracle City was indeed only 50,000. However, after he attacked the Molenson province, he captured slaves on a large scale and filled his army with them. That's why his army swelled up. Every time Governor Busso defeated the Demon Ian would replenish his army, which was why he annihilated 200,000 enemies. Chapter 250. Morince 2867th gave a satisfied smile and nodded, saying, "Very well, get up. Remember, I want him alive, not dead." Izir heaved a sigh of relief, got up, and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a long while, the court meeting was finally dismissed. About 2 kilometers west of the Imperial Palace, there was a road paved entirely with white marble. From a distance, the street looked like white jade, exuding white light. Therefore, it was called the White Jade Street. On both sides of the White Jade Street, there were many magnificent mansions. These mansions were the mansions of the ministers and greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire in the imperial capital. Therefore, the White Jade Street was also called the Noble Street. In the middle of the White Jade Street, there was a very ordinary mansion, which was jokingly called the mansion of the puppet Prime Minister, Cosimiro. A rather handsome young man shouted somewhat indignantly at the puppet Prime Minister, Cosimiro, "Father, why didn't you stop His Majesty?" The Miracle City's Master Ian and Governor Busso of the Molenson province clearly put on a show. Before Ian's main forces arrived, that good-for-nothing Busso fled. How could he have defeated Ian 44 times in a row and beheaded over 200,000 people? Cosimiro stared at his son and suddenly gave a long sigh, saying, "Amber, you're really not suited to be an official. Or rather, you're really not suited to be an official of the Morince Empire. There are so many smart people in the imperial court. Don't tell me you can't see that something is fishy." Apart from some good-for-nothings, at least 60% of the people understood that it was a show put on by Ian and Busso. However, His Majesty wanted to save face and needed this victory, so this victory was real. Governor Busso made a great contribution. Anyone who brought this up at this juncture would make His Majesty unhappy and the Orthox family bear a grudge. "I was able to hold the position of Prime Minister for so many years because I didn't block the path of others. I was just a puppet." His Majesty needed a puppet Prime Minister, and the greater aristocrats also needed a puppet Prime Minister. Only then could I sit in this position. Puppets don't make their own voices, do you understand? Once a puppet makes a sound, it will either be thrown away or destroyed. Cosimiro said slowly. Amber felt a chill run down his spine. He somewhat understood how deep and cold the waters in the court of the Morince Empire were. Cosimiro looked deeply at Amber and said meaningfully, "As long as His Majesty is on the throne, I can only be a puppet Prime Minister. Only then will I be able to die a good death, and only then will my family be able to live a life of glory and wealth." Amber said indignantly, "Damn it. How could someone like him become the emperor of an empire? Are the gods in the starry sky blind?" Cosimiro's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he crushed a magic crystal. A silencing spell immediately enveloped the entire hall, and he berated sternly with a solemn expression, "Amber, don't say such words a second time. The gods were extremely powerful. As long as you silently recited their names, they would be able to sense it. Once he notices that you speak ill of him, our family will be directly destroyed." Amber said loudly with the hot-bloodedness of a young man, "Father, I know that. However, as long as I don't say the true names of the gods, they won't sense our conversation. I just want to know why the gods would let a fatuous and incompetent person like Morince 2867 ascend to the throne of the empire. That lecherous old man exuding a putrid stench, how could he become the emperor of the Morince Empire? His ascension to the throne would only bring disaster to the Morince Empire. Casimiro hesitated for a good while before saying slowly with a solemn expression, Amber, my son. I'll only explain it to you once, so keep it in mind. Amber nodded with a solemn expression. Casimiro's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, that's because a person like Morince 2867 is a good emperor in the eyes of the god. Amber's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, how is that possible? During Morince 2867's 10+ years on the throne, the entire empire was in a foul atmosphere and the people had no way to make a living. How could he be a good emperor among the gods? Casimiro sneered, it's precisely because the empire is in a foul atmosphere and the people have no way to make a living. The people at the bottom of the hierarchy who are in hardship will become more devout and join the church. Only then can the gods in the starry sky get more faith power. Dumbfounded, Amber couldn't believe this fact. After the War of the Gods needed a large number of believers to recuperate, and then chose one wise ruler after another. They let them rule the land and multiply. When the population multiplied to a certain extent, a tyrant would descend and bring all kinds of suffering to the people. People would worship the gods devoutly and pray for the blessings of the gods. Then the gods would send emissaries to behead the tyrant and rectify the court. This was a cycle. Now, it should be time for the gods to harvest a large amount of faith power. Morince 2867 played the role of a tyrant. He was the good emperor that the gods liked to see the most. Before his role was completed, any action against him would be an act against the gods. Do you understand? Said Casimiro meaningfully. When Amber heard those cruel words, his blood turned cold. I understand. The corners of Casimiro's mouth curved into a smile of ridicule, and he said faintly, for us, the Morince Empire doesn't matter. The most important thing is the interests of the Cunha family. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Cunha family, it doesn't matter even if the Morince Empire is destroyed. However, with the gods watching from the starry sky, it will be very difficult to destroy the Morince Empire. Casimiro said slowly, the family is the foundation of us greater aristocrats. This is the consensus of all greater aristocrats. Our family is the most important thing, not the Morince Empire. Amber, my son, do you understand? I hope you can become a little more mature in the future and not be so impulsive. I'm old, and the future heir of the Cunha family is you. The lives of over 100,000 members of the Cunha family are on you. Amber was silent for a long time, then nodded slightly. As if he had matured a lot overnight, he said slowly, I understand, father. Casimiro showed a gratified smile. He pondered for a while before saying, Ian is a very smart man. He didn't let victory get to his head. After reaping enough benefits, he immediately chose to attach himself to the Morince Empire. This man isn't simple. Although the Morince Empire has decayed, but it still has many powerhouses. It's not something that his little miracle city can contend with. Amber, if this man comes to the St. Toulon city, you can get in touch with him. Amber replied, yes, father. On White Jade Street, in another mansion of the Hansen family. Isaiah slowly walked into a secret room and carefully turned a vase on the edge of the secret room. Crack. Along with the sound of mechanisms, a dark passageway appeared in the secret room. At the same time, a blank scroll appeared above the secret room. A mysterious magic fluctuation enveloped Isaiah and scanned him for a while. Then, a black ray of light swept towards him and pulled him into the blank scroll. Only then did the pitch-black passageway mysteriously disappear, leaving only the blank painting hanging in the secret chamber. Isaiah only felt his vision blur, and very strangely appeared in a gloomy temple that was filled with mystery, terror, darkness and coldness, inscribed with countless profound runes. Isaiah, what business do you have with us? A priest covered in a black robe, his face indistinguishable, and exuding a mysterious aura appeared from the void and said in a hoarse voice. Isaiah said coldly, Do you know the master of the Miracle City, Ian? The priest replied with a smile in a low voice, I do. He's one of our next targets. Isaiah frowned and said, I want him dead. Isaiah not only pushed the Hunting Fang Corps to attack the Miracle City, but also obstructed Yang Feng's promotion to a duke in the imperial court. It was conceivable that once Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian joined the Morince Empire, the Hansen family would gain a powerful mortal enemy. The priest said with a gloomy smile, What price are you willing to pay? Here's our target. Isaiah said solemnly, 10 million gold coins, a complete martial art for promoting to a legend knight, and 10 intelligence reports. The priest said with a gloomy smile, We'll think about it. Okay, time's up. The barrier set up by the gods of the Zelaya divine system is very annoying. We won't be able to appear for long. If we succeed, we'll contact you. A black light enveloped Isaiah's body, and he felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in the black chamber again. Isaiah's complexion changed, and he said coldly, A bunch of stinking darkwalkers destined to live in the dark. If it weren't for me, how could you lowly things enter the Saint Toulan city? A powerful barrier was set up in the Saint Toulan city. Once dark life forms and dark forces appeared, they would be purified. However, the divine power of the gods wasn't omnipotent, after all. For countless years, the dark races still relied on the bigwigs of the Saint Toulan city to sneak into the god-bestowed city. Chapter 251. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's city master's mansion, in a secret chamber. Yang Feng sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. There was a huge alchemical array engraved below him, and a large number of top-grade magic stones were scattered around him. A tremendous amount of life magic energy slowly gushed out of the top-grade magic stones and entered his body. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, a copious amount of spirit force churned and surged, converged inch by inch, and formed the third spell model engraved in his spirit sea. Dragon breath took shape inch by inch. After the third spell model Dragon Breath was condensed, an incomparably formidable life force suddenly appeared inside Yang Feng's body, and an indescribable tremendous power welled up all over his body. The Soul Seed, which was the core of the Soul Seed, also suddenly swelled up. It continuously absorbed the life force and grew crazily. A tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng, and then was absorbed by him, strengthening his physique. After a long time, Yang Feng suddenly faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar. He opened his eyes, which flickered brightly, and was brimming with power. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Level 3 Warlock, I finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. Since entering the Feisuor plane, Yang Feng had never stopped practicing cultivation, and now he finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. Furthermore, he was a genuine Level 3 Warlock, unlike those Level 3 Warlocks who relied on elixirs to advance. After promoting to a Level 3 Warlock, Yang Feng's strength increased by more than several times. Yang Feng left the secret chamber, went to the underground base near the Miracle City, entered the virtual reality battle cabin, selected Level 3 Warlock rank enemies, and began combat training. A few days later. Master, Governor Buso requests an audience. Yang Feng had just finished training in the virtual reality battle cabin, when the communications magic box next to him suddenly rang, and Lena's voice came from the communications magic box. The communications magic box, a secret treasure refined using alchemy, wasn't as eye-catching as a mobile phone, and could be used on the Feisuor plane. Wizards had all kinds of mystical means of communication, so the communications magic box wasn't anything special. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take him to the meeting hall and wait for me." Lena replied, "Yes, Master." After taking a bath, Yang Feng left the underground base and went to the Miracle City's meeting hall. When Buso saw Yang Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically, "Master Ian, good news. You are now a hereditary peer Earl of the Morince Empire. The Red Earth Wasteland is your fief." Buso regretfully said, "Our Orthox family has spent a great deal of effort for you to become a hereditary Earl. Originally, under the operation of our family, you should have been conferred the title of Duke. However, Duke Isaiah of the Hansen family appeared to stop him. In the end, our family fought for what was right, but we could only grant you the title of Earl. It's really regrettable." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, When did I offend Duke Izir of the Hansen family? In the Morince Empire, Yang Feng didn't know many people. He didn't know when he offended a bigwig like Duke Izir. Buso smiled and said, in the imperial court, the person who ordered the Hunting Fang Corps to attack your miracle city was Duke Izir. He has his eyes on your miracle city. Killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a light smile, I understand. Governor Buso, thank you very much for your orthodox family. As for Duke Izir, he will pay for his foolishness. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng handed a warrior's edge to Buso. This is a gadget I casually refined. I hope you like it. Buso showed a satisfied smile. He took the warrior's edge, carefully sized it up for a while, and praised, good sword. What a good sword. Master Ian, do you know how much this warrior's edge is sold for in the imperial capital? Yang Feng replied, I don't know, 2 million gold coins. The Gale Sacred Swordsman Dimidio used your sword to defeat the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla. In the most critical battle between the two sacred swordsmen, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla's sword was cut off by the Gale Sacred Swordsman Dimidio's warrior's edge, resulting in his defeat. In fact, it is generally acknowledged that the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla should be half a notch stronger than the Gale Sacred Swordsman Dimidio. After his defeat, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla spent a lot of money to purchase a god weapon like the warrior's edge. I heard that as long as you offered him a warrior's edge, he would accept you as a personal disciple and teach you swordsmanship. Buso looked fondly at the warrior's edge and said with a smile. For a sacred swordsman, a good sword was their second life. Many swords could not withstand the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. Only magic swords fused with precious magic metals such as divine bloodsteel and mithril could bear the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. A sacred swordsman could casually kill a star knight using a warrior's edge with an ordinary sword. However, in a life-and-death battle between two sacred swordsmen, one using an ordinary sword and the other using a god weapon like the warrior's edge, the one to die would definitely be the sacred swordsman using the ordinary sword. Yang Feng said with a smile, in this case, with this sword, Governor Buso, you can also become a personal disciple of the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla. Buso replied with a smile, I'm well aware that I'm not cut out to practice martial arts. Besides, after practicing cultivation to the sacred swordsman realm, I'm not a martial artist. I have to obey the orders of the court. The status of sacred swordsman of the empire is equal to that of us governors. In terms of power and status, they may not be a match for us. Besides, martial arts cannot be passed down to the next generation. However, the fiefs and territories of aristocrats can be passed down from generation to generation. Being an aristocrat is much more cost-effective than being a martial artist. Martial artists are nothing more than the lackeys of the nobles. Yang Feng was taken aback, and couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Buso. He had always looked down on Buso, who fled at the mere sight of him. Now that he got to know him carefully, he realized that Buso wasn't a pure waste. Yang Feng obtained a lot of first-hand information about the Morince Empire from Artai's side. In the Morince Empire, there were dozens of human sacred swordsmen. Many human sacred swordsmen served the empire, or became enshrined by greater aristocrats. There were very few sacred swordsmen who had a transcendent status. The ultimate goal of the human sacred swordsman who served the empire was to become an aristocrat, preferably a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with a fief. Since Buso was already a greater aristocrat, he naturally wouldn't abandon his current foundation to learn martial arts. Buso hesitated for a while before saying, Master Ian, you are now an aristocrat of the empire. I have brought you the appointment document. However, you have to prepare to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty in the near future. This is a necessary procedure. Any hereditary peer, aristocrat, baron and above must go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty within 2 months from the date of being conferred the title. Otherwise, your appointment will lose its legitimacy. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. To the imperial capital. The Morince Empire was one of the 2 human empires of the Feisuor Plain. In the imperial capital of the Morince Empire, experts were as common as clouds, and there were more than 30 sacred swordsmen. The legendary sorcerers and the legendary priests of the major temples were all gathered there. Yang Feng had just promoted to a level 3 warlock. In a place like the Red Earth Wasteland, which was far away from the Emperor, his strength was enough to dominate. Once he went to the Saint Tulan city, he would only be regarded as a first-rate expert. In a divine city like the Saint Tulan city, even Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be suppressed and killed by the gods if they behaved atrociously there. Buso said with a smile, "Master Ian, you don't have to worry. This is just a necessary measure for His Majesty to meet you. It's not to lure you to the imperial capital and then ambush you. The news that you were conferred the title of an earl has spread throughout the aristocratic class, and your appointment as an aristocrat has already been approved by the aristocratic senate. If His Majesty set up an ambush to kill you, it would only chill the hearts of the aristocratic class. With all due respect, you don't have the qualifications to make His Majesty do this." Yang Feng thought carefully for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "In that case, I'll make some preparations to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty." The people that the Morince Empire had to destroy its credibility to lure and kill were basically demigod rank or even god rank powerhouses. In front of the behemoth known as the Morince Empire, a great wizard like Yang Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't worthy of the Morince Empire doing this. Buso said with a smile, "I'll go back with you. It just so happens that I also have to go back to have an audience with His Majesty." Yang Feng agreed. All right. 3 days later, a convoy escorted by 100 cavalrymen left the Miracle City and headed for the Molenson province. 15 days later, the convoy appeared in the Baroman city. Before long, a huge convoy escorted by more than 1,000 cavalrymen slowly headed for the Saint Tulan city. Along the way, Yang Feng experienced the prestige of the Orthox family. Wherever Governor Buso passed, numerous officials welcomed him warmly and scrambled to offer him local specialties, gold, silver, and jewelry. Yang Feng, the newly promoted Earl of the Morince Empire, also received a warm reception. Numerous officials sent all kinds of beautiful women to Yang Feng and Governor Buso. Yang Feng didn't refuse anyone along the way. Together with Buso, he accepted all the gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful women. In any case, he could settle those beautiful women in the Miracle City, so he had no worries. Along the way, while tasting the delicacies of various places and experiencing the customs of the Morince Empire, Yang Feng leisurely headed for the Saint Tulan city. Chapter 252. In a carriage brimming with fragrance, Yang Feng was carefully studying a book on level 3 extraordinary plants. This was a book he got from the demonic fighting sect, which recorded the knowledge of many kinds of level 3 extraordinary plants. Many third-order transcendent plants came from different planes, and each of them had a miraculous power. The offensive power of level 3 extraordinary plants couldn't surpass that of great warlocks. However, many of the level 3 extraordinary plants had special abilities that even great warlocks couldn't achieve. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly. He closed the book in his hand, flipped his hand, and put it into a storage ring. Andro's voice came from outside the carriage. "Sir, there's a fight ahead." After Andro made a great contribution, Yang Feng promoted him to the vice-captain of his personal guard. Yang Feng had to carefully observe this young man. If he was of great use, then he would do his best to groom him. On this trip to the Saint Tulan city, Andro, as the vice-captain of his personal guard, commanded the 100 knights as Yang Feng's guards. "I see." The carriage stopped, and Yang Feng alighted and looked into the distance. A peerless beauty, Faldina, wearing a silver dress, with dazzling blonde hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak, as if she had walked out of a painting, was panting heavily as she frantically fled in this direction. A dozen men with knight-rank cultivation bases dressed in black, armed with pitchforks, lasso sticks, fishing nets, ropes, and other capture weapons chased after her. "So it's an acquaintance." Yang Feng glanced at Faldina and saw at a glance that she seemed to have been poisoned, and her magic power was almost sealed. This was why she was being chased by the dozen knight-rank men. If Faldina still had her cultivation base, she would have been able to kill the dozen knight-rank men with a single hand. Buso alighted from the carriage. When he saw Faldina, His eyes lit up, and he said with an excited smile, "What a beautiful girl. How about we grab her and enjoy her?" Yang Feng was speechless. Buso beside him was clearly not a good person. As soon as he saw a beauty, his first reaction was to grab her. Buso's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "No, this is Faldina, the personal disciple of the legendary wizard Alvita of the Titan Empire. Master Ian, she was a forbidden descendant of His Majesty the Emperor. You can't kidnap her." Although Buso was a bit lecherous, he also knew that there were some women he could touch and some women he absolutely could not. Yang Feng nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards his carriage. "Let's go." Although Faldina was a beautiful woman, but she and Edith ambushed Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't have a favorable impression of Faldina, a stunning beauty from the Titan Empire. He had no interest in her life or death. Buso heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yang Feng would take Faldina for himself. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. Few people in the entire Morince Empire could withstand the wrath of Morince 2867th. "Master Ian, save me, save me. As long as you save me, I'll tell you the location of a god armament." Faldina's mournful pleading voice came from behind Yang Feng. God armament. Yang Feng's heart palpitated with eagerness when he heard that. The so-called god armament was a mystical treasure forged by the gods of the Feisuor plane and contained a certain law power. Every god armament had a strange and formidable power. If converted to the secret treasure grades of the Tsangji plane, then every god armament would be a level 6 secret treasure at the very least. At present, Yang Feng didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. There were a few level 6 secret treasures in the Turandot subcontinent, but they were all secret treasures used to enhance people's soul aptitude or warlock rank strength. There was no level 6 secret treasure that could be used for combat. A god armament. If Yang Feng could get a god armament on the Feisuor plane, then his trip to the Feisuor plane would be a huge gain. Even in the main continent's Great Cloud dynasty, a divine artifact was absolutely a rare treasure. It was a secret treasure that could only be made by alchemists who were rated as divine craftsmen. Every divine craftsman rank alchemist was a terrifying existence above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Each of them had a distinguished status and formidable strength. In the Great Cloud Imperial Court, even Moonlight Warlock rank experts might not have a god armament. "Go save her." Yang Feng turned around and ordered Andro faintly. "Yes, sir." Andro turned around, drew his sword, pointed at the dozen-plus men in black, and barked, "Charge." The 50 knights instantly burst forth with powerful combat aura and followed behind Andro as they charged at the dozen black-clothed men. The dozen black-clothed men were also shocked. Chi erupted from their bodies, and they hastily resisted the attack. Under the charge of the 50 knights, the dozen-plus men in black only resisted for a while before they were killed. Andro escorted Faldina to in front of Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out, pierced Faldina's delicate arm, and injected the elixir into her. Faldina's pretty face flushed slightly, and a mysterious force erupted from her in a flash, killing the liquid metal nano-robots in a flash. Yang Feng's complexion flickered. The liquid metal nano-robot elixir could even be easily controlled by great warlock rank experts. Faldina was just an arch-wizard, and her physical constitution couldn't even compare to that of many level 3 warlocks, yet she was able to kill all the liquid metal nano-robots. This was simply heaven-defying. Faldina smiled sweetly. "I was blessed by the gods when I was born. Mind-enslaving spells, control-type spells, control-type poisons, and control-type magic medicines are completely ineffective against me." Yang Feng said lightly, "Are you mocking me? I'm a wizard proficient in pharmacology. I think that the miraculous pharmacology should be able to make a beautiful lady give me the information I want. If pharmacology isn't enough to make you talk, then the knight Andro next to me is an interrogation expert. He should be able to make you tell me the information I want to know." Andro took a step forward very cooperatively, looked up and down Faldina's private parts, and let out a creepy, lascivious laugh. Faldina's pretty face changed, and she took 2 steps back. Looking pitiful, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she said, "You bullied me. You bullied a weak woman like me, Are you still a man? When Faldina cried, it was truly heartbreaking and destabilizing. Andro's eyes also trembled slightly, revealing a hint of infatuation. Yang Feng said coldly, "It's no use. Faldina, where is the divine armament? If you tell me that the divine armament is in the all-gods sacred mountain, then I can only send you to meet the gods. If that's the case, then I can only send you to meet the gods." The all-gods sacred mountain was the headquarters of the churches of the Zelaya divine system. The all-gods sacred mountain was the place with the most powerhouses in the Morince Empire. It was also the most sacred place in the eyes of the countless believers of the Morince Empire. The all-gods sacred mountain of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire's Titan sacred mountain both had divine armament rank treasures. Those who looted the divine armament treasures in these two places had all turned into corpses. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could die in these two places if they were careless. Yang Feng wouldn't go to such places to court death. Faldina's tears stopped, her face turned serious, and a trace of misery appeared on her dignified face. She sighed faintly, "Of course not. I can tell you the location of the divine armament. However, there's a condition. I need you to escort me to the St. Toulon city to meet Edith. I want to ask him personally why he poisoned me." Yang Feng was shocked. "Edith poisoned you? That's impossible, right?" For Edith, Faldina even gave up her duty as an emissary of the Titan Empire. She was even willing to follow Edith to assassinate Yang Feng. For Edith to poison Faldina, that was somewhat cruel and unscrupulous. Faldina said faintly, "I'm tired." Yang Feng pointed at a carriage and said, "You take that carriage." Faldina nodded silently and stepped into the carriage with graceful steps. Yang Feng took a deep look at Faldina's carriage, then turned around and entered his own carriage. "Let's set off." The huge convoy started moving towards the St. Toulon city again. At the same time as the convoy started moving, Faldina's carriage suddenly shook. Along with the shaking, a grain-sized mechanical flying ant flew to the edge of Faldina's skirt, attached to it, melted, and transformed into a part of the skirt. 5 days later, the magnificent and huge St. Toulon city finally appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The St. Toulon city, this city looks like it can contend with the Tsangji Plain. Yang Feng looked at the huge St. Toulon city through the carriage, and his eyes flashed with admiration. In front of the St. Toulon city, a huge convoy lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for permission to enter the city. The huge convoy stretched for more than a dozen kilometers. Yang Feng's convoy barged through and sped towards the passage reserved for greater aristocrats. Along the way, the complexions of the people in the convoy changed dramatically when they saw the crest of the Orthox family on the carriages, and they consciously made way. This was one of the privileges of greater aristocrats. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant and despotic voice came from the front. "Fuck, you lowlifes, you dare to block my way? Do you want to die?" Chapter 253. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. He saw a fat middle-aged woman dressed in rags fall in front of an aristocrat's luxurious carriage with a young girl in her arms. A young man dressed in luxurious aristocratic attire, escorted by 6 guards, came up to the middle-aged woman and swore, "I'm sorry, Lord Aristocrat. We were jostled by the crowd. We'll go now. We're very sorry for offending you." The fat middle-aged woman embraced her daughter and apologized in a low voice. After scolding, the young aristocrat felt very comfortable. He was about to wave his hand to have the two people leave, when suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stared at the middle-aged woman's daughter, unable to shift his gaze away. Although the middle-aged woman's daughter's face was covered in a faint layer of dust, but if you looked carefully, you would find that her eyes were bright and spirited, her facial features were delicate and attractive, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was very beautiful. The young aristocrat's eyes lit up, and he said with an unbridled smile, "What a beautiful girl. It seems that my luck is pretty good today. Take her away. Take it as a punishment for these 2 lowly commoners offending me." 2 guards immediately stepped forward and forcefully pulled the young girl away from the middle-aged woman's embrace. They then kicked the middle-aged woman, causing her to fall to the ground. The young and beautiful girl let out a mournful cry, "Mother, save me. Mama, Some commoners who still had a conscience couldn't help but turn their heads, unwilling to see this scene. When the warriors of the St. Toulon city, standing a dozen meters away, saw the family crest on the young aristocrat's luxurious carriage, they fell silent. "Stop!" At this moment, a stern shout came from the side. Gazes focused on the place where the voice came from. The young aristocrat turned his head and saw young Feng alight the carriage. "What a beautiful little girl!" Buso also alighted from the carriage. As soon as he saw the beautiful and charming girl, his eyes bloomed with excitement. The young aristocrat turned around and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Andro took a step forward and shouted, "How dare you? The distinguished sir in front of you is Sir Earl Ian, the hereditary Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland conferred by His Majesty the Great Emperor." "Sir Earl? That's a hereditary Earl." When the people near the city gate heard Andro's voice, they immediately revealed a trace of reverence in their eyes. These people mingled in the St. Toulon city and were much more knowledgeable than people from small places. The power of a hereditary count was more than 100 times greater than that of a court count. A hereditary earl, even in the imperial capital, was an extraordinary person. The arrogant young noble immediately changed his demeanor. He became courteous and said, "So it's Count Ian of the Redlands. I'm Angelo, the third-in-line heir of the Andino family. What can I do for you?" Young Feng said lightly, "I've taken a fancy to this woman." Angelo's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated. Buso also came over and said arrogantly, "Angelo, since the Count of the Red Earth Wasteland has taken a fancy to this lowly person, just let him have this lowly commoner. Otherwise, I'll have a talk with your father, Andino." When Angelo saw Buso, his pupils constricted slightly. He revealed a graceful smile and handed 2 invitations to young Feng and Buso. "Since you like her, Earl Ian, then you can have these 2 lowly people. Earl Ian, Governor Buso, it's my father's birthday in a few days. Please do me the honor and come for a chat." Young Feng and Buso took the invitations. "Then I'll take my leave first." Angelo smiled, turned around, and boarded his carriage. After boarding the carriage, his face darkened and was shrouded in a layer of haze. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Buso's slender eyes had been staring at the beautiful girl. A hint of covetousness appeared on his face as he chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Earl Ian. You got yourself such a top-notch little beauty. Her figure, appearance, and skin are all top-notch. With a little polish, she can become a superb beauty in the future. If you don't want her, can you sell her to me? I can pay 300,000, oh, no, 500,000 gold coins to buy this little beauty." Young Feng said, 500,000 gold coins? That's enough to buy an elven slave. Buso, you're really willing." Buso chuckled and said, "Elven slaves aren't fun to play with. If discovered by the Elven Empire, there's the risk of being assassinated. Besides, this little beauty is even more beautiful than elves. It'll definitely be fun to train her." "Mom, don't go, don't leave me alone, don't go, please, don't leave me alone. How can I live if you leave me alone? Mom, don't go." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from the side. Young Feng looked in the direction of the cry and saw that the very pretty little beauty had thrown herself on top of the middle-aged woman, crying her heart out. 2 streams of tears washed away the dust on her pretty face, looking extremely pitiful. Young Feng sighed slightly and said, "Forget it, I'll keep this girl for myself." Buso sighed with some regret, "What a pity." Young Feng came up to the girl and said lightly, "Do you have anywhere else to go?" The girl raised her tear-stained face and continued to sob, "Master, I don't have any relatives other than my mother. My lord, please help me bury my mother. I'm willing to stay by your side and work like a cow or a horse for you to repay your kindness." Young Feng said, "Andro, go and bury her properly." Andro took a step forward and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." The girl showed a look of gratitude and said, "Thank you, master." Young Feng said, "My name is Ian, what's your name?" The girl replied, "Master, my name is Alarina." "Alarina, come with me, let's go into the city together." Young Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. He grabbed Alarina's little hand and strode towards the gate of the St. Toulon city. There was a very powerful barrier at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, which was blessed by the gods. Anyone who entered the Saint Toulon city would be subjected to a magic inspection. Fiends, devils, kindred, dark elves, and other dark and evil life forms would be discovered once they entered the Saint Toulon city. Alarina's pretty face flashed with shyness, and she struggled slightly. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Yang Feng's arm, she let him pull her into the gate of the Saint Toulon city. As soon as Yang Feng arrived at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, a resplendent divine light shot out from the gate and shone on him. The nano-robots of blasphemy hidden in Yang Feng's head immediately simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave goddess. Inside the gate of the Saint Toulon city, even if non-believers entered, they would be discovered in an instant, and then burned to death at the stake. On the Feisuor plain, non-believers were unwelcome and regarded as heretics in any country of the human world. They were like stray dogs, unable to be active in the central area of human power. Yang Feng's spirit was taut, his gaze fixed on Alarina, and he was ready to fight. Alarina had a naive look on her face as if she hadn't sensed anything. She allowed the divine light to shine on her body, but it didn't trigger any reaction. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with a glint of doubt. Did I guess wrong? Was I really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl? A girl of Alarina's level could already be called an absolute beauty. On the Feisuor plain, once such a beautiful girl was discovered by an aristocrat in a territory, she would either be pocketed by the aristocrat, offered as a gift to a greater aristocrat, or sold to a slave merchant for a big profit. After entering the Saint Toulon city, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at Alarina, and a single target evil detection spell fell on Alarina. Strands of pure white light radiated from Alarina's body, showing that this young lady was a pure person who had never betrayed her conscience and killed any intelligent beings. Yang Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that I was being paranoid. Shortly after entering the city gate, a handsome young aristocrat with short blonde hair, surrounded by a dozen guards, blocked in front of Yang Feng and company. The young aristocrat blocked in front of Yang Feng and company and said with an arrogant expression, "Ian, Busso, get out here." Yang Feng frowned slightly and slowly alighted from his carriage. Busso also alighted from his carriage. When he saw the young aristocrat, his complexion couldn't help but change. Yang Feng asked, "Who is this guy?" Busso immediately whispered to Yang Feng, "He is Bel, the eldest son of His Highness the Great Prince Andrew." Bel smiled coldly and ordered, "Sure enough, Busso, you colluded with the fiend Ian to harm the interests of the Empire. Men, capture the fiend Ian." "Yes, Your Highness." The dozen knight-rank guards laughed fiendishly, burst out with tyrannical chi, and rushed at Yang Feng. "You're courting death. Don't interfere." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, a king's sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, erupted with firmament knight-rank chi in a flash, and sword rays shone like stars. A mist of blood burst out beside Yang Feng and splashed in all directions. Chapter 254. When he saw this, Busso's heart trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear. What a scary guy. That's the fiend Ian for you. Ever since Busso and Yang Feng reached a settlement, the relationship between the two parties quickly became closer. Busso's fear of Yang Feng slowly faded. Now that he saw the blood mist and pieces of corpses exploding around Yang Feng, fear welled up inside him, and he finally understood the terrifying meaning of the name Fiend Ian. Andro's eyes flashed with fanaticism and excitement. "This is our Lord, perfect, powerful, callous, and benevolent, how wonderful." There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the warriors who followed Yang Feng on expeditions. To them, only such a powerful monarch was worthy of following. As if a god of death walking in the secular world, Yang Feng walked up to in front of Bel, looked coldly at Bel, and unleashed the divine energy of fear in a flash. As if on the verge of life and death, as if one wrong word, one would be burned at the stake, a great fear enveloped Bel. Bel's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembled, his mouth was dry, and he didn't dare to move his eyes away from Yang Feng. "Your Highness, these rebels tried to assassinate you. I'll help you kill them all." Yang Feng looked at Bel with an aloof tone and barked, "Your Highness, Are you satisfied? Face pale, Belle took 3 steps back and said tremblingly, satisfied. 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 Overbearing, divine energy of fear permeated his body. Yang Feng took a step forward and said threateningly, I killed these people, are you satisfied? Yes. Still not satisfied. Belle said tremblingly, well done, well done. Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, saying, okay, you can go now. Yes. Yes. With a look of fear on his face, Belle mounted his horse and frantically fled into the distance. Busso said with a look of worship, Ian, you're really amazing. Belle was an idiot who didn't even understand the rules of the aristocratic game. It was really difficult to deal with him. You scared him away with just one sentence. You're really amazing. Ordinary princes still basically followed the rules of the game, and at least on the surface, they were very respectful to the greater nobles. As for Belle, he directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Feng, which in the eyes of aristocrats was the most foolish behavior. However, Belle was of noble status. Busso did not have a good way to deal with him in a short time. Sirens came from afar, and the police of the St. Toulon city's imperial garrison hall were finally dispatched. Dozens of police who had been lurking nearby quickly rushed over. As soon as the policemen arrived at the scene, they saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Many of the policemen turned pale and their bodies trembled. An inspector hesitated for a moment, then took more than a dozen policemen to block in front of Yang Feng and his party, before saying with a gloomy expression, I am the Garrison Hall's Level 1 Inspector Bessio. I suspect that you are related to this vicious murder case. Please come with me to the police station. Busso smiled coldly, then pulled out a whip and mercilessly lashed it at Bessio's face, leaving a deep whip mark. Busso hugged his face in pain, curled up, and howled in pain. Busso said condescendingly and contemptuously, I am the governor of the Molenson province, a baron of the Busso Empire. This is the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, Earl Ian. We just killed these assassins who tried to assassinate His Highness Belle. This is justice, this is self-defense, understand? You lowlifes. The policemen suddenly turned pale and trembled, realizing that they might have been involved in a struggle between bigwigs. The struggle between bigwigs of the Morince Empire was extremely cruel, so it was normal for the aftermath to kill some nobodies. Busso barked arrogantly, everyone here is our witness. If you want to arrest us, wait until you get an order from His Majesty the Emperor or the aristocratic Senate. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you lowlifes. With a brush, the dozens of policemen quickly dispersed, revealing a path for Yang Feng's group to walk on. Yang Feng sighed inside, this is the power of power. If Yang Feng didn't have enough power, then he wouldn't have been a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Even if he was a great wizard, others didn't know that he had promoted to a level 3 warlock, he would have been hunted down and had to flee in a sorry state for killing people in the St. Toulon city. However, with the status of a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire, only His Majesty the Emperor, the aristocratic Senate responsible for aristocratic affairs, and the temples of the churches had the right to adjudicate and try Yang Feng. Only after the Garrison Hall and other authorities had collected sufficient evidence, submitted it to the 3 major forces, and obtained approval, would they have the right to arrest Yang Feng. This was the privilege of greater aristocrats. Countless people in the Morince Empire yearned to become greater aristocrats because of the various privileges greater aristocrats had. Even many sacred swordsmen and legend wizards served bigwigs for the sake of hereditary aristocratic titles and fiefs. In the Morince Empire, which was an ancient empire with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, it was very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat step by step. Even sacred swordsmen had to serve the empire and make enough contributions before they could become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Otherwise, they could only carry the title of a court aristocrat. If Yang Feng hadn't occupied the remote Red Earth Wasteland, developed it into a fertile land, and decisively chosen to annex it, he would have satisfied the emperor's vanity to expand his territory. If he satisfied the vanity of the emperor of the Morince Empire to expand his territory, it was basically impossible for him to become a hereditary peer aristocrat of the Morince Empire. The Orthox family had great power in the St. Toulon city. Busso quickly arranged a large, well-equipped villa for Yang Feng and his party to settle in. After Buso arranged everything, he invited Yang Feng with an apologetic expression. "Ian, let's go for a drink. I owe you an explanation for today's matter." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." Along with a few guards, the two of them left the villa, entered two luxurious carriages, and went inside the Saint Toulan city. The carriages stopped in front of a magnificent hotel that covered an extremely large area and looked like a small manor. Yang Feng and Buso alighted the carriage. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel is one of the 4 best hotels in the Saint Toulan city. It's very distinctive. "Let's go in," Buso said with a mysterious smile. Yang Feng smiled and followed Buso into the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. As soon as he entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel, Yang Feng saw elves, foxman, catman, dogman, and other beautiful women of various races dressed gorgeously. It was a dazzling sight. When some relatively pure men saw such a scene for the first time, they didn't even know where to put their eyes. "Welcome to the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Distinguished guests, we will serve you wholeheartedly and give you a wonderful night." When the dozens of beautiful women of various races saw Yang Feng and Buso enter, they humbly prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke in unison, as if they were holy maidens serving gods. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Elves? They dare to use elves here? Isn't the master of this place afraid of being assassinated by the experts of the Elven Empire?" Elven slaves were one of the most precious female slaves on the Feisuor plain. The Elven Empire hated people who used elven slaves the most, as it would bring them decades or even centuries of pain. Once someone was found to be using elven slaves, the Elven Empire would send experts to assassinate them. Buso said with a smile, "This is the Saint Toulan city, not the Elven Woods. If elven experts dare to come here, they'll just give us a few more playthings." The Saint Toulan city was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Starry Sky Warlock rank experts came here to behave atrociously, they would be suppressed. No matter how angry the experts of the Elven Empire were, they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, a mature woman with a voluptuous figure, long wavy blue hair, a charming and enchanting appearance, and a touch of fragrance wafted over. She said with a refreshing smile on her face, "Governor Buso, you're here." Buso's eyes flashed with infatuation, and he caressed the hand of the mature woman twice, saying with a smile, "Annie, take us to the heaven-grade private room." Annie smiled sweetly, looked at Yang Feng, and asked curiously, "Okay, who is this?" Buso replied with a smile, "This is the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian. He's a hereditary peer earl, so don't neglect him." A dignified look welled up in Annie's eyes. She smiled sweetly and said with a faint hint of respect, "So it's Earl Ian. Hello, I'm one of the managers of the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. If you need anything, you can ask me. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel will meet all your needs." Yang Feng replied lightly, "Okay." Under Annie's lead, Yang Feng and his party entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were broadened. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel was filled with beautiful women and had a variety of ways to play. Even he, who came from Earth, couldn't help but widen his horizons. Eventually, under Ain's lead, Yang Feng's group of 2 came to a spacious, secluded, and completely different from the outside world. Buso said with a wretched smile, "How about it? Are you interested? Let's go out and have some fun after dinner." Chapter 255. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sounds good. However, I don't intend to indulge myself before I achieve my goal." Buso asked curiously, "What's your goal? Can I have a listen?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life." Buso couldn't help laughing, and his eyes revealed a trace of disapproval, saying, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life? That's the dream of all wizards. Right, you're also a wizard. Even gods didn't dare to say that they could live forever. For a trifling great wizard to set such a goal, it was somewhat unrealistic in Buso's view. Buso said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ian. Bell should be looking for trouble with me. After all, the Orthox family supports His Highness Garca, the 6th Prince of the Empire. Since you came to the Saint Toulan city with me, they regarded you as one of His Highness Garca's men. Yang Feng was mentally prepared. The Orthox family worked so hard to help Yang Feng get the precious hereditary peer earl title, making Yang Feng a greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Of course, they also wanted to get something in return. Seeing the expressionless face of Yang Feng, Buso felt uncertain and quickly said, "Ian, the sixth Prince Garca is talented, intelligent, and amiable. If he can ascend to the throne in the future, it will be a great boon for the entire Morince Empire." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I don't care what will happen to the Morince Empire after he ascends to the throne. I only care about what benefits I can get if he ascends to the throne." At this time, Yang Feng was already a hereditary peer greater aristocrat. Like Buso, he already had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the highest power in the Morince Empire. He would become a behind-the-scenes manipulator, unlike the nobodies who were forced to get involved in their plots. "Haha, as long as you support me to ascend to the throne, I'll confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funes province as your fief." Following a hearty laugh, a handsome young man with short, dazzling blonde hair and dressed in white casual clothes walked into the room with a smile on his face. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl with a golden ponytail. She was dressed in men's clothing, but her breasts were bulging, and she exuded a beautiful and noble aura. It was a young man with an ordinary build, short blue hair, and an ordinary appearance. He exuded a capable and experienced aura of a soldier. A tall, handsome, and arrogant young man with a long sword hanging from his waist appeared. He was about 27 or 28 years of age. Buso hurriedly got up and saluted the young man. "Greetings, Your Highness." Yang Feng also got up, gave the young man an aristocratic salute, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, Your Highness." "All right. Don't stand on ceremony." Garca wore a smile that gave people a good impression at first sight. He walked directly to the main seat and sat down. The girl exuding a noble temperament sat on the left side of Garca. The tall and handsome young man sat down next to the girl. The man with an ordinary appearance sat on the right side of Garca. Garca enthusiastically praised, "Let me introduce you. These two are Governor Buso, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, who accomplished what countless legendary heroes wanted to do but failed to do. He built a city of miracles in the desolate and silent Red Earth Wasteland." When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a sense of familiarity towards the sixth prince, who he was most proud of, when he heard this. The tall and handsome young man stared at Yang Feng with deep jealousy in the abyss of his eyes. Garca said with a smile, "Erlian, this is my sister Elena, this is my good brother Goyina, and this is Jiron, the chief disciple of the lightning sacred swordsman." Jiron, who is less than 30 years old, has cultivated his lightning chi to the Star Knight rank. He is the most promising young martial arts genius in the St. Toulon city to promote to a sacred swordsman. Jiron, who was sitting next to Elena, showed a proud smile at once. To be able to cultivate to the Star Knight rank before 30 years old, this cultivation speed was extremely astonishing even in the Morince Empire. Even with the guidance of a famous teacher, his cultivation speed was so fast, which proved how formidable Jiron's talent in the way of the sword was. Garca said directly, "Earl Ian, as long as you support me. In the future, after I ascend the throne, I will definitely confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funes province as your fief." The Funes province, which bordered the Red Earth Wasteland, was a sparsely populated, resource-poor province of the Morince Empire, and was covered in ice and snow all year round. Although the area of the Funes province was 2 to 3 times that of other ordinary provinces, but its population was less than 1/20th of that of other provinces. It was the most barren province of the Morince Empire. This was why Garca was so generous as to confer the Funes province to Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and swept Elena, Goyina, and Jiron with his gaze. Garca roped in Yang Feng's side in front of these 3 people, which made Yang Feng worry. As if seeing through Yang Feng's thoughts, Garca said with a meaningful smile, "Earl Ian, you don't have to worry. Elena is my half-sister. Goyina is my good brother since I was a child. Jiron is my good friend. They won't betray me. Besides, my imperial father is well aware of our affairs. As for you, in the eyes of many people, you're already one of my people." The Orthox family was a hardcore supporter of Garca because Garca was the biological son of the South Royal Consort Katerina. If he ascended the throne in the future, the Orthox family would be able to become extremely glorious and gain great power. In fact, Buso was Garca's uncle. The Orthox family protected young Feng in the court and made him the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. In the eyes of many people, Yang Feng was already a member of the Sixth Prince's party. Once this imprint was made, it was very difficult to remove. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, "I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness." In the Morince Empire, Yang Feng had already offended Duke Izir and the Great Prince's party. If he didn't find a backer immediately, it might be difficult for him to even leave the Saint Toulon city alive. Garca said with a forthright smile, "Haha, good. Good. From today onwards, we're on the same side." With a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with 20,000 private troops, more than 100,000 slaves, and his own fief joining his side, Garca's odds of ascending the throne increased by 2 to 2 points. Garca clapped his hands, and beautiful human top beauties with their own style walked in from outside, a fragrance wafting from them. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. These beauties with light makeup were extremely outstanding. On Earth, they would be the prettiest girls in schools and classes. Garca coquettishly crooked his finger, and a beautiful woman who looked like a ripe peach came to his side and snuggled into his embrace. Garca said with a somewhat unrestrained smile, "Pick whichever you like. If you want elves, foxes, or catwomen of other races, just say the word and they'll come." Buso laughed and directly picked a tall, big-breasted beauty. Goyina picked a beautiful woman who exuded a coquettish and unrestrained aura. Yang Feng smiled and picked a petite, well-endowed blue-haired girl with a pure and pitiful temperament. Elena and Geron, on the other hand, rejected the women and made them leave one after another. Garca pinched the chest of the beautiful woman in his embrace, smiled slightly, and clapped his hands. "Erlian, you came at the right time. I'll let you experience the most wonderful show of the beautiful and Gaiety Hotel." Suddenly, pleasant music, like the tinkling of spring water flowing in the mountains, sounded. A stunning beauty with dazzling blonde hair, shrouded in a layer of beautiful light, full of mystery, charm, appeared in the center of the stage in the private room like a goddess who had descended from the god realm. 36 very beautiful human girls surrounded the stunningly beautiful woman. As if setting off the green leaves of a red flower, they used their beauty to set off the stunningly beautiful woman in the center. The moment the stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the center of the stage accompanied by the melodious music, the room seemed to have become her domain. All eyes were deeply attracted by her. In the private room, she seemed to be the only protagonist. Yang Feng's gaze was also deeply attracted by the stunningly beautiful woman. When the stunningly beautiful woman moved, as if moonlight had fallen on the earth, a beautiful elf who was favored and blessed by the gods performed a beautiful dance to please the gods. The graceful dance was full of endless charm. With every leap and turn, the dancer's beauty and charm were displayed to the fullest. The dance of the 36 beautiful human girls in the center of the stage was also very beautiful and moving. But in front of the stunningly beautiful blonde woman's dance, as if in front of the sun, they were dim. Everyone's gazes were focused on the beautiful sun. They couldn't take their eyes off it, as if even breathing was a great waste. Finally, the stunningly beautiful woman stopped. As if the sun had restrained its radiance, she bowed towards Yang Feng and the others, and then retreated together with the 36 beautiful girls. "Who is she?" When the stunningly beautiful blonde woman retreated, Yang Feng finally couldn't help but ask. It was the first time that Yang Feng saw such a beautiful and moving dance. He, who had always let nature take its course, couldn't help but be slightly moved, and coveted her. Chapter 256. Garca smiled heartily and closed the distance between him and Yang Feng without leaving a trace. "Haha, Ian, sure enough, you asked who she is. At that time, after watching her dance, my first words were exactly the same as yours." Garca smiled and said, "If it was another woman, Ian, if you liked her, I could give her to you immediately. Unfortunately, not her. Her name is Florence, and she is a divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Apart from the aloof gods, no one in the Morince Empire can force her to do anything against her will. The The goddess of dance Frederica was the youngest daughter of the strong divine power rank radiant primary god Prodos of the Zelaya divine system and the intermediate divine power rank empress of the earth goddess Maria. The radiant primary god Prodos and the empress of the earth goddess Maria had a total of 9 daughters. 6 of his daughters had already died in the long battle, leaving only 3 daughters behind. Their 3 daughters were the goddess of joy Dorothy, the goddess of love Mavis, and the goddess of dance Frederica. Among them, the goddess of joy Dorothy and the goddess of dance Frederica were feeble divine power rank gods, while the goddess of love Mavis was a weak divine power rank god. As the goddess of dance, Frederica was known for her beautiful dance moves that could make even the gods fall in love with her. At the same time, she was also known for her weak combat strength. However, no one dared to bully her. That was because the radiant primary god Prodos and the empress of the earth goddess Maria doted on their daughter very much. As Frederica's divine chosen, Florence might not have much power in the Morince Empire. However, anyone who dared to touch her would be regarded as blasphemy and would be burned at the stake. Even the emperor of the Morince Empire didn't dare to force Florence to be his plaything. Yang Feng said with some regret, "So that's how it is." Before entering the Feisuor plane, Yang Feng had already studied the Feisuor plane. The divine chosen were the existences closest to the gods and most doted on by the gods. From time to time, the gazes of the gods would fall on their chosen. Yang Feng didn't dare to provoke such existences. Garka smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "However, although I can't give her to you, but I can still invite her to have a drink with me." A beautiful human race woman standing on the side immediately retreated. Not long after, a stunning beauty wearing a white dress and a golden ponytail walked into the room with a smile. Her skin was as translucent as jade, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. There was a faint fragrance coming from her body, and there were still some water droplets at the tip of her hair that had yet to dry. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. After taking a bath, although Florence wasn't as stunning as she was on the dance floor, but she was still extremely beautiful, with a mix of innocence and sexy charm, extremely enchanting. After Florence entered the room, she swept everyone with her gaze, smiled, and gracefully sat on an empty seat next to Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting from her. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Busso and Geron. Garka smiled and introduced, "Florence, you already know all the friends here. Let me introduce a new friend to you. This is the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian, the legend Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, who accomplished what countless legend heroes wanted to do, yet failed to do. He built a miracle city in the desolate and silent Red Earth Wasteland." Florence stared at Yang Feng with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, and revealed a sweet smile. "You are the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian. Hello, I am Florence, an ordinary dancer. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Feng said politely in a very skilled aristocratic manner, "I am Ian, beautiful Miss Florence. It's my honor to meet you." As if a curious baby, Florence asked, "I have been to the Red Earth Wasteland once. The climate there is dry, there is no water, and there is a lack of food. Ian, how did you build a city there?" Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "Under the guidance of the mighty Weave Goddess, in order to spread the glory of the goddess, the miracle city was united and created a miracle. Only then did we finally build the miracle city." Florence was met with a soft rebuff, and a strange look flashed past her beautiful eyes. There had never been a man who dared to speak to her like this after witnessing her beautiful dance. In the past, as long as she slightly opened her mouth to ask, those men would automatically boast about their achievements and tell her everything, displaying their greatness. Garka interrupted with a smile, "Florence, you don't have to ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, don't you?" Florence revealed an angry expression, looking very lovable. "If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Anyway, I don't really want to know." Ulena suddenly asked with a smile, "Ian, I heard that you are an alchemist and have refined the magic sword Warrior's Edge. Do you still have the Warrior's Edge?" If someone else asked me, I would definitely say no. But since the beautiful Miss Ulena asked me, then even if I don't have it, I still have it. Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and a Warrior's Edge magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Bright magic radiance revolved around the Warrior's Edge, making it look full of mystery and power. When Geron saw the Warrior's Edge, His eyes suddenly lit up, and he could hardly move his eyes away, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. Yang Feng smiled and handed the warrior's edge to Ulena. Ulena looked at the warrior's edge, her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she drew a dagger and slashed at the warrior's edge. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, the dagger made of fine steel broke into 2 pieces. So this is the warrior's edge, it's really a good sword. Ulena toyed with the warrior's edge fondly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and she said unhurriedly, "The Gale Sacred Swordsman Demidio defeated the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favilla by relying on the warrior's edge. Master Ian, the warrior's edge you refined is now a treasure sword that countless martial artists in the St. Toulon city desire the most." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Princess Ulena, since you like it, then I'll give it to you." The most precious part of the Warrior's Edge series of magic swords was the divine blood steel mixed into the sword. Yang Feng had a lot of divine blood steel. If it wasn't for the fear of arousing suspicion and lowering the price, everyone in the Miracle City would have a Warrior's Edge. "Give it to me." Ulena stared at Yang Feng with her beautiful eyes, and then suddenly said with a smile, "Ian, this Warrior's Edge is hard to come by in the St. Toulon city, and its price has already exceeded 3 million gold coins. Are you really willing to give it to me?" Yang Feng said carelessly, "As long as you like it, Ulena, then this sword is yours." Holding the warrior's edge, Ulena fondled it fondly and fell into hesitation. On the Fesuor plain, 3 million gold coins was a huge fortune. If used to buy slaves, you could even buy 300,000 slaves. Ulena hesitated again and finally shook her head and returned the warrior's edge to Yang Feng. "It's too valuable, I can't accept it." Yang Feng was slightly surprised, but he also smiled and took back the warrior's edge. Jiron suddenly said, "Master Ian, I heard that you practice magic and martial dual cultivation. You're not only a great wizard, but also a firmament knight rank swordsman. Why don't we compare notes on swordsmanship here? Of course, I'll suppress my chi to the firmament knight rank." When he heard Jiron's words, Garka frowned slightly and looked at Jiron, who clenched his fists and had an envious expression on his face. In the room, both Florence and Ulena favored Yang Feng, and Yang Feng was the center of their conversation. This filled Jiron, who had always thought highly of himself, with jealousy. After he heard that Yang Feng was willing to give the warrior's edge worth 3 million gold coins to Ulena, Jiron could no longer suppress his jealousy. "All right. I also want to give it a try and see to what extent my strength has reached." Yang Feng looked at Jiron, whose handsome face was slightly distorted due to jealousy, smiled faintly, got up, walked towards an open area outside, and drew an ordinary fine steel sword. When Jiron saw Yang Feng draw an ordinary fine steel sword, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The sword in his hand was an excellent fine steel sword, which was several notches stronger than the standard military swords of the Morince Empire. However, it couldn't compare to the warrior's edge magic sword. When he saw Yang Feng exchange it for an ordinary fine steel sword, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it, you're not even using the warrior's edge, are you looking down on me? I'll let you know the price of looking down on me." Jiron had just heaved a sigh of relief, when anger welled up inside him. Staring at Yang Feng with anger in his eyes, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and walked up to Yang Feng. Jiron suddenly added, "We're just exchanging pointers in swordsmanship. Master Ian, don't use magic at a critical time." The abyss of Ulena's and Florence's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with contempt. Mags were extremely weak in close combat. For a star knight like Jiron to fight a wizard in close combat was already somewhat unfair, yet he still didn't let Yang Feng use magic, which was somewhat shameless. Garka frowned slightly and took a deep look at Jiron. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching fighting spirit, and he said with a light smile, "No problem. I won't use magic. In other words, you alone can't force me to use magic." Chapter 257. What a big tone. Let's see how I defeat you. Jiron's eyes flashed with a glint of fury. He barked, erupted with firmament knight rank chi, and unleashed the lightning sacred swordsman's lightning sword art. Like lightning, dense sword rays swept towards Yang Feng, as if to devour him. Yang Feng's gaze was calm, and he also erupted with firmament knight rank chi. After promoting to a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng's physical constitution was comparable to that of many level 3 extraordinary life forms. After Jiron erupted with qi to strengthen his body, his physical constitution was far inferior to Yang Feng's. If Yang Feng cast a spell and transformed into a humanoid black dragon, he would be able to smash Jiron's sword rays with a punch, and then smash Jiron's heart with another punch. Such a tyrannical fighting style was the favorite fighting style of extraordinary life forms such as dragons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, multi-armed trolls, and others with tyrannical bodies. This tyrannical fighting style also had its weaknesses. If you encountered an expert wielding a sword forged from divine bloodsteel, you would be killed in an instant. Some extraordinary life forms with extremely powerful physiques were restrained by human warlocks wielding secret treasures, and were often instackled before they could display their fighting strength. Of course, there were also various fighting methods in the demonic fighting sect, and swordsmanship was one of them. The demonic fighting sword art was a sword art that had been thoroughly tempered, and its power was boundless. Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting sword art. His sword moves were bold and unrestrained, and sword qi crisscrossed. As if lightning, the sword rays Jiron's sword turned into slammed into Yang Feng's sword rays and issued crisp sounds. No matter how fast he urged the sword rays, they were easily blocked by Yang Feng. Elena stared at Yang Feng with extraordinary splendor in her beautiful eyes, and her heart surged. Amazing, such a strong swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is even stronger than Jiron's. Garka's eyes shone brightly, and he was shocked. Amazing. Apart from gods, there are still people who can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Are they this strong? On the Feisuor plane, magic and martial dual cultivation was practically a legendary term. Only gods, elves, fiends, dragons, and other powerful beings with talent far beyond that of humans could practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Due to the existence of the weave, every time a human magician memorized a spell model, they would forget it the next day. It was extremely difficult for a human to become an official magician, and they would need to exhaust all their energy. As for great mags and magic shooters, they were realms that only magic geniuses who devoted themselves to magic research could reach. Whether it was martial arts or magic, Yang Feng was so formidable, it was simply eye-catching. When Florence saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and a mysterious and magnificent divine rune flashed in the abyss of her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's initial execution of the demonic fighting sword art was still somewhat jerky. After all, it was his first time using swordsmanship against an existence outside of the virtual reality battle cabin, a genuine human swordsman. However, with his strong physique and hard training in the virtual reality battle cabin, he quickly mastered the demonic fighting sword technique and completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. No. You're a magician. How can your swordsmanship be so strong? No, I don't believe it. You're going to lose. After fighting for a long time, Jiron was suppressed by Yang Feng instead. His eyes turned bloodshot, and flames of jealousy attacked his heart. With a roar, he promoted his qi from the Firmament Knight rank to the Star Knight rank, and resplendent sword rays suddenly soared and stabbed at Yang Feng's vital points. Stop. Jiron. Garka's complexion changed greatly, and he barked, and Sky Knight rank qi erupted from him in an attempt to deter Jiron. Goyina, who was sitting silently next to Garka, erupted with Star Knight rank qi, unsheathed his sword, and, like a stream of light, flicked at Jiron's sword. Idiot! I've given you face for nothing. Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes flashed coldly, and he slashed at Jiron's sword with the demonic sweeping sword. Like a humanoid dragon, he erupted in a flash and sent Jiron's sword flying, blood flowing from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. Then, he punched ruthlessly at Jiron's dantian. Garka's complexion changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Ian, don't." Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he flicked his sword at Yang Feng's arm in an attempt to force him to withdraw his fist. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a powerful warping force field appeared around him in a flash. Twisted by the powerful warping force field, Goyina was flung aside, and he watched helplessly as Yang Feng's fist slammed into Jiron's dantian. A frightening qi rushed into Jiron's dantian in a flash, crushed his dantian and meridians, and abolished his chance to cultivate qi. War. Geron's complexion paled, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his face twisted, he collapsed on the ground in pain, and curled up like a shrimp. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Your Highness Garca, I'm very sorry. Geron wanted to kill me, but I was too heavy-handed and accidentally crippled him. I'm really sorry, I made a mistake." Garca smiled bitterly at once. Yang Feng even used a spell. This was deliberate, not a mistake. Obviously, Yang Feng didn't want to leave behind a hostile enemy like Geron. As such, he used a thunderous method to cripple Geron. Garca didn't even get a chance to make peace. Garca clapped his hands, and several beautiful maids came out. He pointed at Geron on the ground and said lightly, "Take my good friend Geron and treat him." "Yes." The several maids responded respectfully, then lifted Geron and left. Garca frowned slightly and said with a bitter smile, "Ian, you were too heavy-handed. Geron might not be much. However, his master, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman, is ranked 15th in the Saint Toulon city. Now that you crippled Geron, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman won't take this lying down." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "A trifling Sacred Swordsman is just an ordinary commoner. Would he dare to assassinate me?" On some low-level planes, a Sacred Swordsman was already the most powerful existence on the plane. On those planes, the status of Sacred Swordsman was naturally very high. However, on the Feisuor plane, although Sacred Swordsmen were powerful, but they weren't rare. In the Saint Toulon city alone, there were more than 40 famous Sacred Swordsmen, and this didn't include the hidden experts of churches and major forces. If it was the Morince Empire's all-gods sacred mountain, then the number of legend rank powerhouses would be even more. Sacred Swordsmen were respected and had a very high status in the Saint Toulon city, but they still couldn't compare to a hereditary peer earl with 20,000 troops. Geron was jealous when he saw Yang Feng, because he knew very well that even if he promoted to a Sacred Swordsman in the future, his status would be far inferior to that of a hereditary peer earl like Yang Feng. Garca pondered for a while before saying, under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be so irrational. However, if he swallows his pride and acts recklessly, he's a most dangerous assassin. Yang Feng asked, "Is Geron the only disciple of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman?" Garca replied, "No, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman has dozens of disciples, but Geron is the most outstanding one." Yang Feng said meaningfully, "The Lightning Sacred Swordsman has a lot of family and friends in the Saint Toulon city, right?" Garca suddenly smiled and said, "Yes, he does have a lot of family and friends in the Saint Toulon city. The Lightning Sacred Swordsman had too many concerns in the Saint Toulon city, which meant that he couldn't take a risk and act as an assassin to assassinate a greater aristocrat like Yang Feng, who had a lot of troops and countless subordinates. Otherwise, once he was forced to wander the world, his family, friends, and disciples would be avenged and die a tragic death. In fact, in the Morince Empire, if they weren't forced to live, or if there was another reason, no Sacred Swordsman would be willing to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Basically, no sword saint would be willing to assassinate a great noble. That would definitely incur the wrath of the masses, and the consequences would be miserable. Yang Feng said lightly, "Besides, it's not like Geron can't be saved. If the Lightning Sacred Swordsman wants to save Geron, then let him come see me." Garca said with a smile, "I'll pass on your words to him." The banquet continued. During the banquet, everyone chatted merrily. Shortly after Yang Feng attended the banquet, Faldina, whose spirit force was sealed and who was sleeping in a room, suddenly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she jumped out of bed. Faldina silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and a paper person suddenly flew out, gently floated onto the bed, and turned into a person identical to her. Faldina pointed with a finger, and the door of the room opened. She walked out of the room in a dignified manner. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she turned invisible and disappeared. No one in the villa noticed Faldina's disappearance. In a room of a luxurious inn not far from Yang Feng's villa, Edith was pacing back and forth, a trace of anxiety hidden between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the door of the room opened on its own. Faldina appeared, threw herself into Edith's arms, and said in a sweet voice, "Dear, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" Edith embraced Faldina and spoke very sweet words of love, of course. I haven't seen you for a few days, but my heart feels like it's going to break. You're the water, I'm the fish. Without you, I can't live for a day. Faldina raised her head and looked at Edith in a daze, saying, Dear, are you ready? I don't want to stay with that damn Ian for a day. Eyes spewing flames of anger, Edith said while stressing each syllable, Of course, I'm ready. If it weren't for those bastards from the Orthox family, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't have forced our family to capture you alive. I'll make them reap what they sow. Chapter 258. A cold glint flashed past Edith's eyes, and he said solemnly, Faldina, don't worry, I'll arrange everything soon. At that time, Ian and Buso, these two beasts, will definitely die without a burial place. Faldina smiled sweetly, nestled in Edith's embrace, and revealed a sweet smile. I believe in you. I'll make Ian head over heels for me. In the distance, at the banquet, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted slightly and flashed brightly, and killing intent flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Faldina was undoubtedly a very charming woman. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's vigilance, he might have really been captivated by her. When the banquet was over, Buso took the beautiful woman in his arms into a private room of the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn. Florence left halfway through the banquet. Garca's group of 3 left the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn with the 2 beautiful women. After drinking a few cups with the little beauty beside him, Yang Feng suddenly waved his hand and had the somewhat regretful little beauty withdraw. From the side of the private room, a beautiful blonde woman walked over gracefully and sat on the seat next to Yang Feng. She was the divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence. Florence's beautiful big eyes flickered with a clear and pure light, and she sighed faintly. Wizard Ian, why did you come to the St. Tulan city and get involved in this whirlpool? The struggle for the throne has always been the most dangerous thing. With your aptitude, if you stay in the Red Earth City, you'll definitely become a legend wizard in the future. Legend wizard? The abyss of Yang Feng's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. With the tremendous resources at his disposal, he could promote to a great warlock before the age of 100. He didn't care about a trifling legend wizard. On the Feisuor plane, only demigods as well as the aloof gods were Yang Feng's targets. Yang Feng's purpose in having his avatar become a member of the gods was to have it enter the Feisuor plane. In this way, even if Yang Feng's true body died on the Tsangji plane, he could be reborn as a god on the Feisuor plane. On the Feisuor plane, there was no one who could cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years and become a god. Only the offspring of 2 gods could be born as gods, and that was only a possibility. Only those who were favored by a powerful god, nurtured with great care, and bestowed with godhood could become a god's subsidiary god. In addition, if anyone wanted to become a god, they would have to establish their own church and force. Only then would they be able to rely on a huge amount of faith power to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine personality, break through the limits of mortals, and become a god. In this process, he had to fight. The struggle for power and profit, the establishment of a huge force, all of these required a huge amount of resources. These resources were already occupied by interest groups, so they could only kill the other party and snatch those resources for themselves. All of this required power and strength. As the center of power of the Morince Empire, one of the 2 human empires of the Feisuor plane, the St. Tulan city, since Yang Feng decided to step into this place, he was already involved in this huge whirlpool. Either he would be crushed by this huge whirlpool, or he would cross this huge whirlpool and obtain huge benefits and power, the power that even sacred swordsmen and legend wizards would bow their heads to. Yang Feng drank a cup of wine in one gulp and said with a smile, When awake, control the world, when drunk, lie on the knees of beauties. This is the hidden ambition of every man. Most men can become such existences, and even women are no exception. Many ordinary people don't even have the chance to become such people. Now that such an opportunity is in front of me, I can't give it up. When awake, control the world, when drunk, lie on the knees of beauties. Florence quietly mulled over this sentence. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar splendor, and she suddenly smiled sweetly, saying, I couldn't tell that you're a poet, Ian. To be able to recite such a charming and profound poem. Yang Feng's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, and he said with a smile, Florence, Whose people are you? Florence replied with a smile, I'm no one's people. I'm the best friend of the 19th princess, Princess Stacy. I came back this time because I don't want to see a friend get involved in this dangerous and turbid whirlpool. Yang Feng carefully stared at Florence, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He remained silent, and a formidable pressure slowly diffused from him. Florence suddenly got up and smiled sweetly. Okay, I'll go first. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. At that time, if I'm in a good mood, I'll dance for you. Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, then revealed a smile and said lightly, okay. Florence waved her lily-white hand, and a slip of paper fluttered in front of Yang Feng. This is the address of the great sage Adrian. His daughter Tiffany and I are good friends. If there's a chance, go to the great sage's house and take a look. Presumably, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Tell him that I recommended you. At the very least, he won't refuse to let you in. After she finished speaking, Florence turned around and left, a fragrance wafting from her. The divine chosen of the goddess of dance, what an interesting beauty. Yang Feng smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the slip of paper and he memorized the address. The next day, Buso slept until noon before getting up. When Buso came to the private room, he apologized to Yang Feng repeatedly. I'm sorry, Ian. That little vixen is really charming. I'm sorry. Yang Feng put down the book in his hand and said with a faint smile, sit down. Buso unconsciously followed Yang Feng's instructions and sat down opposite him. On the table in front of the two people, there were all kinds of rare delicacies. Yang Feng said solemnly, tell me about the situation in the capital. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? Who are our allies? Although Yang Feng already had the intelligence network of Artais, but this intelligence network had just been established not long ago. He could only get in touch with the lower class and some ordinary information. Artais was just an ordinary lesser aristocrat at the border. He couldn't get in touch with the struggles and information of the upper class. Even with the support of a huge amount of money, it wasn't easy to establish a huge intelligence network. Buso said solemnly, at present, the most promising to inherit the throne in the Morince Empire are the great Prince Andre, the third Prince Porter, the sixth Prince Garka, the ninth Prince Sanel, and the 13th Prince Suka. The other princes have no right to inherit the throne. In the Morince Empire, only the children of the 2 empresses and 4 consorts had the right to inherit the throne. The other princes and princesses had no right to inherit the throne, and their status was just like that of ordinary aristocrats. They couldn't even compare to a newly promoted greater aristocrat like Yang Feng. The great Prince Andre, whose mother is Empress Susanna, has the support of the Hansen family, the Uvago family, and the Sokas family. Susanna is the daughter of the patriarch of the Sokas family. The third Prince Porter, whose mother is Consort Sophia, has the support of the Caesar family and the Summon family. Sophia is a woman of the Summon family. The sixth Prince Garka has the support of the Orthox family and the Wenda family. The ninth Prince Sanel, whose mother is Consort Eulina. He has the support of the Saro family. The 13th Prince Suka, whose mother is Consort Alva. He has the support of the Kitto family. In terms of power alone, the great Prince Andre, the third Prince Porter, and His Highness Garka have the greatest power. With you joining us, our power will be able to contend with the great Prince Andre, said Buso with an excited expression. When Yang Feng heard that, he realized how important he was. In the Morince Empire, many greater aristocrats could no longer move forward. They would naturally choose to seek stability and wouldn't get too involved in the power whirlpool. The families mentioned by Buso were all greater aristocrats with high statuses. For the sake of their glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, they had no choice but to go all out. Of course, in addition to the families mentioned by Buso, there were still a large number of small and medium-sized aristocrats surrounding the 5 princes, forming one interest group after another, working hard in order to become a greater aristocrat. As Yang Feng continued to talk with Buso, he gradually gained some understanding of the current situation of the Morince Empire. Morince 2867th was old and could die at any time. The 5 princes had their sights locked on the throne. Of the 5 princes, The mother of the great Prince Andre was a noble empress and had the full support of the three families. He was a wise and outstanding man. He was the Grand Marshal of the Southern Army of the Morince Empire. He commanded the Southern Army to fight the Desert Empire in the south all year round. He won more than he lost. He was a famous general of the Morince Empire. Among the 5 princes, Andre outshone others, pressuring the other 4 princes to the point that they couldn't breathe. The 4 princes had a tacit understanding and secretly joined hands to suppress Andre's forces. At the time in the court, the reason why Yang Feng could become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland so smoothly was because the forces of the other 3 princes had a tacit understanding and kept quiet. Even though Yang Feng had joined the camp of the 6th Prince Garca, the 4 princes were still at a disadvantage against the great Prince Andre. After all, the 4 princes were also constantly fighting against each other, unable to form a joint force. After Yang Feng understood the specific situation, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. If he had a choice, he would be more willing to join the faction of the Great Prince. After all, the Great Prince was obviously much more powerful. Whether in terms of legal system or strength, the Great Prince had the advantage. Unfortunately, he had already been labeled, leaving him with no room for choice. Chapter 259. In the following days, Yang Feng went to different banquets. Garca held one banquet after another and introduced Yang Feng to his supporters. When the small and medium-sized aristocrats saw Yang Feng, a hereditary peer aristocrat with great power, join their camp, their confidence in Garca's victory became a bit firmer. At the same time, the aristocrats kept fawning over Yang Feng. In less than 3 days, he received more than a dozen beautiful women, which he accepted one by one without any trace of politeness. On the 4th day, Yang Feng received a decree from Morince 2867th summoning him. The Victory Palace. This is the Victory Palace. Standing in front of the palace, Yang Feng looked at the exquisite, luxurious, and 50-meter-tall palace wall, and his eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. The imperial palace of the Morince Empire was called the Victory Palace, implying invincibility. After the construction of the Victory Palace, the first emperor of the Morince Empire asked the gods for their blessings. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, the Victory Palace obtained countless permanent divine spells. As long as the gods didn't die, the divine spells wouldn't disappear. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, even feeble divine force rank gods couldn't smash the city wall of the Victory Palace. Even many demigods couldn't fly in the sky above the Victory Palace. Throughout history, such a sturdy imperial palace had been the site of countless bloodshed. Numerous court coups took place in front of the imperial palace, and more than 500 emperors of the Morince Empire died in the coups. After pausing for a moment to take a look, Yang Feng followed the attendant and continued to walk towards the imperial palace. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the gate of the imperial palace, powerful divine spells were cast from the gate and enveloped him. The robots of blasphemy above Yang Feng's head quickly simulated the spirit fluctuations of the fanatics of the Weave Goddess. Once non-believers were discovered in the Saint Toulon city, they would be burned at the stake. The divine spell examination of the Victory Palace was much more powerful than that of the gate. However, it was still deceived by the spirit fluctuations of the fanatics of the Weave Goddess. The attendant leading Yang Feng quietly looked at Yang Feng for a while. After finding that there were no other changes to Yang Feng under the divine spell examination, he continued to lead Yang Feng into the imperial palace. Inside the hall, Morince 2867th sat on the throne high above and looked down. His aged and turbid eyes flickered with indifference. An official said, "Your Majesty, the Red Earth Earl Ian has arrived." Morince 2867th said indifferently, "Let him in." Yang Feng slowly stepped into the hall. As soon as he entered the meeting hall, Yang Feng felt a powerful pressure coming from the gold throne, as if the person sitting on the gold throne is the ruler of the world, and no one is allowed to defy him. Within this meeting hall, one of the blessings of the gods was the pressure of an emperor. As soon as one entered the great hall, one would be affected by the pressure of the emperor and would unconsciously be in awe of the man sitting on the throne. Some people who were not mentally strong would feel the pressure in their hearts when they felt the monarch's pressure, and they would not even be able to speak properly. "Your humble servant," Ian, Earl of Red Earth of Miracle City, greets your majesty. Yang Feng stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted Morince 2867th. When aristocrats of the Morince Empire had an audience with the emperor, the highest form of etiquette was to kneel on one knee. Normally, when aristocrats saw the emperor, they would just bow slightly in salute. However, this was the first time Yang Feng came to have an audience with Morince 2867th, so he had to kneel on one knee. Morince 2867th looked at Yang Feng curiously and said faintly, "Get up." Yang Feng got up and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Morince 2867th suddenly said, "Ian, I heard that you robbed hundreds of millions of gold coins from the Molenson province. Is this true?" Gazes of Schadenfreude focused on Yang Feng. The officials of Garka's faction became nervous. If Yang Feng didn't respond well, then it would be a disaster. Morince 2867th had a very eccentric temperament. As he grew older, he killed faster and faster, and became more and more unscrupulous. Standing among the courtiers, Busso's back was drenched in cold sweat. He feared that if Yang Feng didn't respond well, then Morince 2867th would order him to be killed. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It's true." Morince 2867th's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Feng added without batting an eyelid, "However, Governor Busso is a famous general. After being defeated by him 44 times in a row, this humble servant finally came to his senses. Furthermore, I returned all the plundered property to the aristocrats who were plundered by this humble servant." Morince 2867th's face became gloomy at once. He originally planned to squeeze hundreds of millions of gold coins from Yang Feng and enjoy himself. An official of the Great Prince's faction jumped out and barked, "Ian, do you think you can return it just because you said so? Do you have any evidence of returning the property to the poor aristocrats you plundered? If you don't, then you're deceiving His Majesty and committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign." Morince 2867th's face became even gloomier. Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and 3 vials of magic elixirs blossoming with blood-like radiance appeared in his hand. "Your Majesty, I'm a wizard and a grand pharmacist proficient in pharmacology. When I studied pharmacology and traveled the world, I found a potion formula passed down from ancient times. That magic potion formula was as strong as a dragon. As a man, I studied this prescription and successfully concocted a few bottles of dragon-strengthening magic potion. I would like to dedicate these vials to you." Morince 2867th's eyes constricted and flashed with excitement. He shouted impatiently, "Present them." Once taken by a man, the potion dragon-like strength would allow him to maintain a dragon-like vigor and terrifying physical strength. Besides, not only did it have no side effects, but it also had the effect of strengthening the body. Before the Battle of the Gods, this was the favorite potion of the emperors and greater aristocrats in the secular world. However, due to dragon-like strength, this potion wasn't valued in the era of the Battle of the Gods. Only then did it disappear in the long river of history. In the Victory Palace, there were many potioneers who specialized in concocting various potions for the emperor to take. However, none of those magic potions could compare to the legendary strength of a giant dragon. An attendant stepped down from beside Morince 2867th and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng handed the 3 vials of dragon-strengthening magic elixir to the attendant, who took the elixirs and walked towards Morince 2867th. Morince 2867th clapped his hands. The light and shadows beside him distorted, and a wizard with a hooked nose, a thin figure, dressed in a wizard robe, and a gloomy aura suddenly appeared. After seeing the wizard, Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The wizard's spirit force was as vast as the sea. He was clearly a legend-rank wizard. The mage took the dragon-strengthening potion, opened it, and smelled it. With a tap of his hand, a drop of the dragon-strengthening potion flew into his mouth. The wizard said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, these 3 vials of potions are genuine. They are indeed the lost potion dragon-like strength. If these 3 vials of potions were really refined by Ian, then he is indeed a top grand pharmacist." Morince 2867th said with a smile, Very well, Ian, I like the potions you offered. I want these vials of potions and the potion formula in your hand. Yang Feng smiled and handed a potion formula to the guard beside him. This is the potion formula. The guard immediately handed the potion formula to Morince 2867th. Morince 2867th casually threw the formula to the wizard beside him. Looking at Yang Feng more favorably, he said with a smile, Ian, I'll accept your treasures. What reward do you want? Speak. For the treasures this humble servant offered to make you happy, Your Majesty, it is this humble servant's greatest honor. To be able to serve you, Your Majesty, is this humble servant's lifelong wish. Yang Feng smiled slightly, then his tone changed. He pointed to the official who just jumped out and said, This person, while this humble servant was talking with Your Majesty, without obtaining Your Majesty's permission, interrupted Your Majesty and framed this humble servant. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this humble servant. Morince 2867th's indifferent gaze fell on the official. The official's legs went soft, and he pleaded bitterly, Your Majesty, I didn't frame him. Your Majesty, I really didn't frame him. Morince 2867th said indifferently, Martini, you dare to frame a greater aristocrat of the Empire? Men, drag him out and hang him. Martini slumped to the ground, snot and tears flowing down his face, and kowtowed repeatedly, Your Majesty, this humble servant didn't frame him. Your Majesty. Several guards walked over from the side, grabbed Martini, and dragged him outside. In the reception hall, gazes filled with fear and dread focused on Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw Martini being dragged out, a chill involuntarily welled up in the abyss of his eyes. An official of the imperial court was dragged out and killed after saying a few words. There wasn't even a trial. The danger level of Morince 2867th could well be imagined. He was an incapable ruler among incapable rulers. With such an incapable ruler sitting on the throne, Yang Feng felt that his fate was not under his control. Chapter 260. Morince 2867th said indifferently, Ian. Yang Feng became even more respectful, and his etiquette was meticulous. Yes, sir. Morince 2867th contemplated for a while before saying, I like the potions and prescriptions you offered very much. Since you're a wizard, I'll reward you with the title of Court Grand Master. Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, and then immediately said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. There were many court wizards in the Morince Empire. Court wizards were divided into 5 ranks, Level 3 Court Master, Court Grand Master, Court Master, and Court Master Supervisor. Some Archwizard rank wizards could only become Level 3 Court Masters in the Imperial Palace of the Morince Empire. Court Grand Mags were existences that only the strongest magic shooters or legendary mags could become. For a trifling great wizard like Yang Feng to be able to become a Court Grand Master was both an honor and a great power. According to the custom of the Imperial Palace of the Morince Empire, a Court Grand Master had 1 Level 3 Court Master, 8 Level 2 Court Masters, and 50 Level 1 Court Masters as subordinates. In other words, once Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, he would have 59 powerful wizards as subordinates. Of course, whether or not he could truly subdue the 59 powerful wizards as subordinates depended on Yang Feng's ability. In the St. Tulan city, with the blessings of the gods and countless purification barriers, Yang Feng couldn't use the liquid metal nano-robots to control others. Otherwise, if he was careless and was discovered, the foundation he laid would be destroyed. After accepting the appointment, Yang Feng obediently retreated to the side of Buso among the courtiers. As a hereditary peer earl, he was also qualified to attend the court. Shortly after, the court meeting dispersed. Sir Earl Ian, His Majesty invites you to the imperial study. Yang Feng was just about to leave, when an attendant came up to him and said respectfully. Yang Feng replied, Okay. Yang Feng followed the attendant through winding corridors and arrived at the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, only Morince 2867th sat on a chair and casually flipped through a memorial. Yang Feng performed an impeccable etiquette, and then said, This humble subject Ian greets Your Majesty. Morince 2867 slowly turned around, looked at young Feng with his slightly turbid eyes, revealed an enigmatic smile, and said faintly, "Ian, I heard that when you came to the St. Tulan city, you were invited to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn by Garca and spent a wonderful night there. Ian, what did Garza talk to you about?" Young Feng was greatly alarmed, and countless thoughts revolved in his mind. Relying on the extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, he could vaguely perceive that there were at least 6 legend rank forces locked onto him in the room. Once he made the slightest movement, he would be besieged by the 6 legend rank experts. Cold sweat trickled down young Feng's back. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he finally said honestly, "His Royal Highness the 6th Prince invited this humble servant to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn in hopes that this humble servant will join his camp against the great prince and assist him in ascending to the throne." Morince 2867 asked seemingly carelessly, "Did you agree to it?" Young Feng replied, "Thanks to Governor Buso's recommendation, this humble servant was able to submit to your majesty and become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Therefore, this humble servant only hesitated slightly before agreeing to join His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp." Morince 2867 said with a chuckle, "It was me, not Garca, who promised you the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. The one you should be loyal to is me, not him." Young Feng bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Yes. Yes. It was indeed your majesty who promised me the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. This humble servant is willing to serve your majesty until the day I die." Morince 2867 was an incapable ruler who killed without batting an eyelid and did as he pleased. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, Young Feng didn't want to disobey him. Young Feng said resolutely, "If your majesty wants this humble servant to leave His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp, then this humble servant will immediately sever all ties with them." Compared to his own life, the friendship between Young Feng and the 6th Prince Garca was simply not worth mentioning. Morince 2867 nodded with satisfaction and said meaningfully, "No need. Since you've promised Garca, assist him well." Young Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that the clothes on his back were already soaked with sweat, yet he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Morince 2867, this incapable ruler, was extremely dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, he might be killed. Morince 2867 said faintly, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." Young Feng suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has a matter to report." Morince 2867 said indifferently, "Speak." Young Feng said respectfully, "This humble servant wants to open a magic college in the St. Tulan city to cultivate magic talents for the Empire. This humble servant would like to invite your Majesty to be the dean of this magic college." The inheritance of magic on the Fesuor plane was very ancient. In addition to the churches and the court wizards cultivated by the Empire, there were only some loose magic organizations formed by wizards. Apprentice wizards were discovered by wizards during their travels, or recommended by acquaintances, before they were accepted and nurtured, or passed on in the form of a wizard family. Generally, a wizard would take no more than 4 apprentice wizards with him. This inheritance method resulted in a very small number of wizards in the world. A long time ago, the Tsangji plane also used this inheritance method. However, the academy style eventually replaced this ancient inheritance method and became the mainstream of the major forces of the Tsangji plane. Morince 2867 pondered for a while, then suddenly said with a smile, "A magic college? Sure. However, I won't pay a penny for the magic college." Young Feng said with a smile, "No problem, I'll cover all the expenses." Morince 2867 said somewhat impatiently, "Okay. You can take your leave." Young Feng said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Morince 2867 picked up a vial of dragon-billed elixir and drank it. His spirit was suddenly roused, and as if he had regained his youth, he was brimming with strength. "What a great elixir!" Morince 2867 gave a long sigh, then revealed a joyful expression and turned towards the harem. When he stepped out of the gate of the imperial palace, Yang Feng felt his body loosen up. For a warlock like Yang Feng, who pursued truth and freedom, the feeling of having his fate hanging in the balance was extremely uncomfortable. Inside the Victory Palace, except for Divine Chosen, the upper echelon of the churches, and the patriarchs of divine descendants hidden in the Morince Empire, everyone else was an ant in front of Morince 2867th. With an order from him, he could turn those ants into corpses, and even legend rank powerhouses were no exception. Morince 2867th, on the other hand, wasn't even a knight rank powerhouse. This was the power of influence. Ian, stop right there. Yang Feng had just left the imperial palace not far away, when a tall, pretty, and heroic girl dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with her hair tied up in a blue ponytail and a sword at her waist blocked in front of him and glared at him angrily. Behind the pretty, blue-haired girl followed 6 young men with swords at their waists and extraordinary auras. The 6 young men looked at Yang Feng with indignation in their eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked faintly, "Who are you?" The pretty, blue-haired girl said indignantly, "Jiron is my father's chief disciple." "You actually crippled him, is there still any law?" "So that's how it is." Yang Feng showed a smile of contempt and said faintly, "If I committed a crime, you can report it to the Imperial Guard Hall. Now, get out of the way, you're blocking my way. You commoners are blocking the way of a greater aristocrat. According to the law of the Empire, you're punishable by 30 lashes. When he said that, the momentum of the 6 young men behind the pretty, blue-haired girl deflated. Only then did they remember that the man in front of them was a genuine greater aristocrat of the Empire. According to the law of the Morince Empire, commoners blocking the way of a greater aristocrat was a crime and would be fined 10 gold coins and whipped 30 times. In the Morince Empire, commoners couldn't compete with greater aristocrats. This was the reason why countless people racked their brains to become aristocrats. The complexion of a young man changed and he whispered, "Becky, let's go. He's a greater aristocrat. If he screams, it'll be troublesome." The black-skinned dogs of the guard hall are the lackeys of greater aristocrats. The policemen of the Morince Empire's guard hall wore black uniforms. In the mouths of many people of the lower class, the policemen were known as black-skinned dogs. "I'm not afraid of him. My father is the lightning sacred swordsman. He's just an earl, what's so great about him? You cowards, watch me teach him a lesson." Becky was annoyed. She barked, erupted with Sky Knight rank chi, blurred into motion, and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Since Yang Feng was a greater aristocrat, she was also apprehensive, not even daring to draw her sword. She just wanted to catch Yang Feng and teach him a lesson. "Interesting." Yang Feng smiled and immediately shouted, "Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Who? Who dares to assassinate a greater aristocrat?" The 4 policemen who were patrolling nearby immediately rushed over anxiously, and while shouting, they madly blew their sirens. Chapter 261. The policemen were like ants on a hot pan, quickly rushing over from all directions. If it was an ordinary person, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if a greater aristocrat was assassinated in the middle of the street, then the surrounding policemen wouldn't be able to rescue him, and they would lose their jobs. If the relatives and subordinates of the greater aristocrat vented their anger on them, then the policemen might end up in a miserable state. Dozens of police officers came from all directions and surrounded them. Furthermore, the sound of sirens kept ringing, summoning their companions. Yang Feng extended his hand and directly blocked Becky's fist. A touch of captivating redness welled up on his face and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I am His Majesty the Emperor personally conferred the title of Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. These people are trying to assassinate me, quickly catch them." Yang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and took a dozen steps back. Pointing at Becky's group of 7, he shouted loudly, took out his aristocratic badge, and threw it at a level 3 supervisor who had just arrived at the scene. "Stop. Stop your atrocities. Surrender at once, or we'll kill you on the spot on the charge of assassinating a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, then your family members will be imprisoned on the charge of treason. After carefully examining Yang Feng's aristocratic badge, the level 3 supervisor's complexion changed slightly, and he pointed at Becky's group of 7 and shouted loudly. Becky's group of 7 immediately didn't dare to budge. They were all Sky Knight rank experts or above. If they went on a killing spree, then they could kill the dozens of policemen present. However, in addition to a large number of ordinary policemen, the Imperial Guard Hall also had a special force called the Sword of Justice. The Sword of Justice's special force was composed of Knight rank experts or above, and there were even 5 legend rank sacred swordsmen serving in the Sword of Justice. Once the Imperial Guard Hall dispatched the Sword of Justice's special force, then even the lightning sacred swordsmen wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. On the Feisuor Plain, experts were as common as clouds. Therefore, the various powerful departments of the Morince Empire were similarly full of experts. Otherwise, the order of the Empire couldn't be maintained. Becky defended herself loudly. I am Becky, the daughter of the lightning sacred swordsman. We didn't assassinate Ian. As if a victim greater aristocrat, Yang Feng said in an impassioned voice, so it was the lightning sacred swordsman who ordered it. Previously, I accidentally injured a commoner called Jiron, who is the chief disciple of the lightning sword saint. Now, for the sake of that disciple, he actually instigated his own daughter to assassinate me. He's really crazy. Sword of Justice, I need the special police protection of the Sword of Justice. No, I request that the Garrison Hall immediately send out the special police force of the Sword of Justice to capture the lightning sword saint. The rank 3 supervisor felt a headache coming on. On the Feisuor Plain, sacred swordsmen were one of the strongest experts under the demigod rank. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend such an existence. As long as those legendary sword saints didn't do anything outrageous, very few people would find trouble with them. However, Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire with a noble status and extremely powerful power. He was also an existence that a rank 3 supervisor could not contend with. The rank 3 supervisor was also a very smart person. He quickly said, Ian, the Sword of Justice isn't something that a small rank 3 supervisor like me can make the decision. If you really need to mobilize the Sword of Justice, please apply to the higher-ups. Yang Feng used aristocratic arrogance to point at Becky and them and said lightly, good. However, these people tried to assassinate me in the middle of the street. The evidence is conclusive, you all saw it. Go and capture them all. The rank 3 supervisor's face sank and he said coldly, you all heard it. Drop your weapons and surrender at once, or we'll kill you on the spot on the charge of assassinating a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, then your family members will be imprisoned on the charge of treason. Of course, as long as you surrender, we'll allow you to hire a lawyer to defend you in court. The 6 young men looked at each other, smiled bitterly, took the swords hanging at their waists, and threw them aside. More than a dozen policemen quickly rushed up and handcuffed the 6 young men. Becky shouted unwillingly, how can you do this? He only said a few words, yet you came to arrest us. Based on what? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said lightly, based on what? Based on the fact that I'm a greater aristocrat, while you're just a bunch of commoners. When he heard this, the rank 3 supervisor remained silent, as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what he thought, he could only remain silent in the face of a hereditary peer Earl. Ian, why are you so calculative with a child? A gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with a medium build, short blue hair, a sword at his waist, ordinary looks, and traces of vicissitudes of life on his face slowly walked over. As if there was an invisible force surrounding the middle-aged man, everyone who saw the middle-aged man unconsciously made way for him. When the policemen saw the middle-aged man, as if they were struck by lightning, they trembled and took a few steps back. When Yang Feng saw the middle-aged man, alarm bells went off in his mind. The terrifying perception of a level 3 warlock constantly reminded him that the middle-aged man was very dangerous. In Yang Feng's eyes, the middle-aged man seemed to have become the incarnation of a peerless sword, a mysterious aura firmly locked onto his throat, as if a sword was pressed against his neck at all times. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said slowly, lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. On the Feisuor plane, unless a spell was conjured beforehand, most legend wizards would die once a sacred swordsman got within 10 meters of them. Even on the Tsangji plane, once a sacred swordsman got close to them, even great warlock rank experts would fall. Once a sacred swordsman stepped into the legend realm, their swords would possess a trace of the power of laws, making them extraordinary and pitilessly sharp. Even the formidable life force field that surrounded great warlocks couldn't withstand it. When the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius wasn't angry, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But once he urged his power, he would be like a sword god, pitilessly sharp and unstoppable. As Cassius walked calmly towards Yang Feng, countless people retreated. It seemed as if Yang Feng was the only one left to face the sacred swordsman. Cassius' gaze was dull, yet it contained a frightening sword intent. It locked on Yang Feng's vitals, stabbing Yang Feng's vitals painfully. Alarms went off all over his body, and he almost couldn't help but press his dimensional crest and release those level 4 extraordinary life-form rank mechanical battle beasts. Yang Feng suddenly said with a faint smile, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, are you here to assassinate me? I remember that you seem to have a 70-year-old mother, a beautiful wife, and 2 brothers. Your 2 brothers have a son and 2 daughters respectively. Your family has a total of 132 people. There are a total of 587 people attached to your family. Are you here to kill me because you want them to accompany me in death, and then wander the world by yourself?" Cassius' gaze constricted slightly, and a frightening sword intent erupted in a flash, nearly chopping Yang Feng into countless pieces. Yang Feng, however, looked at Cassius with an unruly expression, sneered repeatedly, and didn't say a word. Cassius silently looked at Yang Feng. Finally, his eyes flashed with a touch of helplessness, and he smiled bitterly. The sword intent converged and disappeared. "No, I just came to pick up my daughter. I think there should be a small misunderstanding between us." Sacred swordsmen were also people, and they had parents, brothers, relatives, and friends. These fetters were like shackles that shackled sacred swordsmen. So long as he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Cassius would never risk the execution of his entire family to kill a greater aristocrat in public. The level 3 superintendent heaved a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. One was a human sacred swordsman with peerless swordsmanship, and the other was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with great power. Both sides weren't existences that he could easily offend. Now that the 2 of them had eased up, he heaved a slight sigh of relief. "Cassius, since you said that this is a misunderstanding, then I'll treat it as a misunderstanding. I can cure Jiron. If you want to cure him, then take your daughter and come with me." Yang Feng gave Cassius a meaningful look with a faint smile, then turned around and walked towards the villa he lived in. Becky glared at Yang Feng's back with some anger and said coquettishly, "Father, how can he be so arrogant? He's so annoying." Cassius' eyes flashed with a mixture of envy and jealousy, and he sighed faintly, because he's a greater aristocrat. Even though the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius had unparalleled swordsmanship, and as long as he was within 10 meters, even a legend wizard would find it hard to block his sword strike, but he was still a commoner, not an aristocrat, let alone a hereditary peer greater aristocrat. With the cultivation base of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, if he sought refuge with the court, he could obtain the title of a court aristocrat and some of the privileges of an aristocrat. However, it was still very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Because the Morince Empire had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, if a legend rank powerhouse was directly conferred the title of a hereditary peer aristocrat, then the Morince Empire would have already been carved up. Greater aristocrats were the lifelong goal of many sacred swordsmen in the Morince Empire. "Becky, let's go." Cassius looked at Yang Feng's back with a flicker in his eyes. He was silent for a while, and then said slowly. Becky admired her sacred swordsman father the most since childhood, so she naturally wouldn't disobey him. "Yes, father." Chapter 262. The huge villa in the St. Toulon city, which could accommodate all of Yang Feng's subordinates, had been purchased by Busso. Inside the villa, in a luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng sat on a tigerskin sofa. Sitting opposite him were Cassius and his daughter. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Jiron was accidentally injured by me when he challenged me. According to the laws of the Empire, I have no obligation to treat him. However, I have always been a generous person. 6 million gold coins, as long as you can give me 6 million gold coins, then I'll treat him." Becky was startled and exclaimed, 6 million gold coins? How can we come up with so much money? Cassius couldn't help but frown slightly. Human sacred swordsmen were humans living in the secular world. They weren't immortals, nor were they gods who lived high up in the star-divine country and didn't have to worry about money. Human sacred swordsmen also had to work, or have their own businesses, in order to earn money. Generally, sacred swordsmen would open dojos and accept children of greater aristocrats as apprentices. Or they would directly seek refuge with the court and serve as the court's lackeys. Of the 5 legend-rank sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice, 2 of them were experts who later sought refuge with the court. Cassius also made a living by opening a dojo. The total assets of his family were more than 1 million gold coins, but the liquid funds were only over 100,000 gold coins. He didn't lack small amounts of money, but he couldn't come up with such a huge sum as 6 million gold coins. Yang Feng said lightly, "It's a precious elixir that can restore a damaged dantian and restore qi. Naturally, the price can't be low. If you don't want to, you can also ask the popes of the temples. As long as they cast the level 4 divine spell Great Praise of Life, Jiron's injuries can also be healed." The level 4 divine spell Great Praise of Life was one of the strongest healing divine spells of the temples. Once cast, no matter what kind of injury it was, it could be quickly healed within a day. The person who had 1 foot in the gates of hell would be pulled out. Such a powerful theurgy could only be performed by the popes of the various shrines or the pinnacle powerhouses among the cardinals. Besides, they would have to pay a huge price to perform such a powerful recovery theurgy. Basically, no one would perform such a powerful theurgy for a mere star knight. Becky was so choked that she couldn't speak. The popes and cardinals of the various shrines were all extremely revered figures. Even if Cassius begged, the popes of the major shrines would never agree to cast such a powerful recovery magic on Jiron. After all, Cassius had experienced countless storms and waves. He said calmly, "Ian, since you asked us to come here, you must have the intention to treat Jiron. Please state your terms." Yang Feng smiled and revealed his true intentions. "I can cure Jiron. However, I hope that you can become my retainer and work for me." Cassius said meaningfully, "Ian, do you know how many great nobles have tried to recruit me over the years?" Yang Feng shook his head slightly. Cassius said faintly, "A total of 137 great nobles have tried to recruit me and have me work for them. However, my family didn't agree either. I can't think of any reason to work for you." Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "That's only because they can't offer you something that can tempt you. Cassius, I can make you an aristocrat." Cassius smiled faintly, but didn't speak. If he was willing to join the court of the Morince Empire and become its lackey, he could easily obtain the title of a court earl, become a court aristocrat, and enjoy all the rights of an aristocrat. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he continued, "I can make you a hereditary peer aristocrat." Cassius' eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Hereditary peer aristocrats could be passed down from generation to generation and had their own fief. Even a trifling hereditary peer knight was considered to have truly stepped into the aristocratic class. Yang Feng said with a smile, "If you side with me, I can divide a fief and recommend you to the Empire as a chevalier, becoming a member of the hereditary peer aristocracy." Cassius' heart thumped, and ripples appeared in his originally calm and tranquil eyes. He, who grew up in the Morince Empire, understood how difficult it was to obtain a hereditary peer aristocrat. In their fief, a hereditary peer aristocrat was like a local tyrant. As long as they paid a certain amount of gold coins to the royal family every year, they could do whatever they wanted. Furthermore, they could legally form a private army of less than 200 people to guard their fief. An aristocrat with the title of a hereditary peer aristocrat was qualified to join the circle of first-rate aristocrats and become a member of the exclusive aristocrats. Although Cassius was the lightning sacred swordsman and possessed formidable martial prowess, greater aristocrats came to recruit him. However, he was very clear that they came to recruit him in order to get a powerful thug and bodyguard, not a companion on the same level as them. One of the important reasons why Cassius wasn't willing to side with greater aristocrats was that when he aged and his strength declined to a certain extent. As a thug, it was very likely that he would be abandoned or even eliminated by his master. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "If you make enough contributions, I can even help you become a hereditary peer baron and make you a member of the true aristocracy. You know, the Red Earth wasteland is extremely vast. Dividing a fief is nothing for me. Hereditary peer baron." Cassius' eyes erupted with a scorching glint, his heart pounded madly, and his blood flowed frantically. Unless the sacred swordsman who sided with the Morinth Empire made great contributions, otherwise, after serving the Empire for a lifetime, they might only get 1 or 2 fiefs and become an aristocrat. Only the luckier ones might get a fief and let their descendants step into the aristocratic class. The title of hereditary peer baron only appeared in the founding years of the Morinth Empire, or in the most critical battles when the Morinth Empire engaged in a large-scale war with its old enemy, the Titan Empire, or when a demonic plague or a sea disaster swept the world. Yang Feng said faintly, "How about this, if you're willing to side with me and fight for me wholeheartedly? Even if you die in battle, I'll guarantee that your son or daughter will become a hereditary peer baron." Of course, a hereditary peer baron is only the bottom line. If you make enough contributions, it's not impossible for you to go a step further and become a hereditary peer viscount. We can go to the Temple of Contracts to notarize this promise. Cassius' mouth suddenly went dry, and his eyes flickered with ecstasy. Hereditary peer viscount. In the Morinth Empire, aristocrats with hereditary peer earl titles and above were called greater aristocrats and had great power. Aristocrats with hereditary peer baron titles and above were considered true aristocrats. Hereditary peer viscounts, on the other hand, were considered quasi-greater aristocrats. Some powerful hereditary peer viscounts could even be accepted into the circle of greater aristocrats and become a member of true greater aristocrats. Cassius couldn't resist such a huge temptation. In the Morinth Empire, apart from the emperor and some top aristocratic families with a long history, no one could offer a fief to recruit a sacred swordsman. After contemplating for a while, Cassius' eyes flashed with a touch of firmness and he said solemnly, "Earl Ian, if you can fulfill your promise, then I'm willing to join you and become your retainer. This is the contract. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Yang Feng smiled, then took out a contract and handed it to Cassius. Cassius took the contract and looked at it carefully for a while. His eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and he said faintly, "Sir Earl, it seems that you have prepared this contract. So the misunderstanding between you and my daughter is also part of your plan?" Becky was startled and looked at Yang Feng with a bit of fear in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "No, I just took advantage of the situation, that's all. Of course, if you hadn't come, I would have had other options. Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Flame Swordsman, Sacred Windfire Swordsman, there are dozens of sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city who haven't been recruited yet. If I visited them one by one, I would eventually be able to recruit 2 or 3 sacred swordsmen." Cassius contemplated for a while before finally nodding slightly. Obtaining a lordship and directly promoting to a hereditary lordship was a great temptation for the legendary sacred swordsman in the St. Toulon city. Compared to legend wizards who wholeheartedly delved into all kinds of knowledge and possessed great wealth, sacred swordsmen were more susceptible to the temptation of power and wealth. Legend rank powerhouses were also people. They had their own families and friends, and they also wanted to stand out. There were also sacred swordsmen who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. However, even more sacred swordsmen pursued fame and wealth, and threw themselves into the Morinth Empire's imperial court or greater aristocratic families. On the Fesuor plain, gods stood aloof and looked down on mortals. The imperial family, greater aristocrats, and churches jointly controlled the world. It was a society with a strict hierarchy. Even though sacred swordsmen were tyrannical in martial arts, but they could only climb up step by step in this strict social system. People who were tyrannical in martial arts didn't necessarily have a high social status and live a better life. Hereditary peer aristocrats, on the other hand, had a high social status. As long as they weren't too stupid, they would live a good life. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then let's go to the Temple of Contracts and sign a fair contract under the witness of the mighty god of contract." Cassius was also somewhat impatient. He got up, and then smiled awkwardly to conceal the anxiety in his heart, saying, "Okay." Chapter 263. I have people prepare all kinds of documents and had Busso deliver them to the aristocratic senate. After about half a month, you'll become a hereditary peer of the empire. After coming out of the contract temple, Yang Feng said to Cassius with a smile. Cassius looked grateful and changed the way he addressed Yang Feng. "Thank you, my lord." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Becky, in a few days, you'll be a real aristocratic lady." Aristocratic lady. Becky was a little excited when she heard that. At the same time, she revealed a trace of melancholy. From the day Becky became sensible, Cassius was already a sacred swordsman. She had always been proud of her father, a sacred swordsman. She believed that her father was the greatest person in the world. However, when Becky was 12 years old, she had a taste of the cruelty of this strict society. She was rejected by the St. Violet School, the most famous all-girls school in the St. Toulon city, because she wasn't a descendant of an aristocrat. That was the first time she understood that her sacred swordsman father wasn't an omnipotent being. In this world, there was no existence that the sword of a sacred swordsman couldn't sever. However, the sword of a sacred swordsman couldn't sever the invisible barrier between aristocrats and commoners. As Becky grew older, she became more aware of the heavy weight of the word aristocracy in the Morince Empire. The person she once had a crush on chose a girl who was inferior to her in all aspects because that girl had aristocratic blood. A position that she valued was easily snatched away by an aristocratic girl. In social occasions, many people would marvel at her father, the sacred swordsman Cassius. However, it was the aristocratic ladies who were the most popular, not her, the daughter of a sacred swordsman. Becky looked at Yang Feng, who she despised before, but now became her father's lord. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated. She didn't say anything. Yang Feng naturally didn't care about Becky. He turned to Cassius and asked, "Cassius, I still want to recruit a few powerful sacred swordsmen. In the St. Toulon city, which sacred swordsman can I recruit?" As a sacred swordsman, Cassius was qualified to enter the small circle of sacred swordsmen. He knew far more than Yang Feng. Cassius pondered for a moment before saying, "Wind and Fire Sacred Swordmaster Adio, Earth Sacred Swordmaster Magia, Raging Waves Sacred Swordmaster Lucero, Sea Sacred Swordmaster Mohano, Violet Sacred Swordmaster Nedio, and Lily Sacred Swordmaster Musica. These 7 sacred swordmasters have hopes of being recruited by his lordship." In the St. Toulon city, most of the sacred swordsmen had joined the court, entered various powerful institutions, or been recruited by major aristocrats. There were only a few dozen sword saints among the commoners. Among the dozens of sword saints, there were indeed some sword saints who were indifferent to fame and fortune and wholeheartedly focused on cultivating martial skills. At the same time, there were also sword saints who could not be recruited for various reasons. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Can I recruit the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavere?" Star-breaking sacred swordsman Penaville was recognized as the #1 powerhouse among the countless sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city. He pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship all his life. Ever since he stepped into the legend rank, he had never been defeated. He once went to the Beastman Empire and killed a sacred warrior, entered the Desert Empire and killed a sacred barbarian, and went to the Titan Empire and killed the #1 sacred swordsman of the Titan Empire. Since 20 years ago, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavere was recognized as the #1 human sacred swordsman. According to legend, so long as he had a sword in his hand, he could even slay a demigod. The physique of human sacred swordsmen was fundamentally inferior to that of human warlocks. The lifespan of a sacred swordsman was between 120 and 150 years old. When he was young, The Broken Star sacred swordsman Penavere had a fortuitous encounter and drank a bottle of life water left in the secular world by the intermediate divine power rank goddess of life Cornelia of the Zelaya divine system. His lifespan was extended by 100 years. Now that he was 70 years old, the Broken Star sacred swordsman Penavere was at the peak of his strength, and he was recognized as one of the strongest human experts below the demigod rank. Many people speculated that the sword in the hands of the Broken Star sacred swordsman Penavere could even slay a demigod. No matter the plane, there would always be peerless geniuses, unimaginable peerless geniuses. The Broken Star sacred swordsman Penavere was such a peerless swordsman genius that surpassed the imagination of many people. Cassius shook his head with some admiration, jealousy, and envy, saying, "Impossible, my lord. There was once a divine descendant family that offered a hereditary peer viscount, yet was still unable to recruit the Broken Star sacred swordsman. He's the kind of freak that can sacrifice everything for the sake of martial arts." On the Fesuor plane, after all, there were still some peerless powerhouses who regarded fame and fortune as dirt and wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of cultivation. Most of such peerless powerhouses were legend wizards who pursued the truth. However, there was no lack of sacred swordsmen and other experts of other professions. Yang Feng smiled and said carelessly, "In that case, help me probe the 7 sacred swordsmen first. If they are willing to become my retainers, then I'll talk with them in detail." Cassius nodded slightly and said, "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a brilliant glint, and he said slowly, "Before that, come with me. Some things are better dealt with as soon as possible." Cassius said, "Yes, my lord." Not far from Yang Feng's villa, in a luxurious hotel, Edith held Faldina in his arms and was whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, a foot kicked the door of the room, chi erupted, and there was a loud bang. The door of the room was torn apart, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. Dressed in silver police uniforms with a silver sword tattooed on the shoulder of the right hand, police officers from the Special Police Force of the Sword of Justice broke through the door in an instant and occupied various strategic locations. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose, hawk-like eyes, a burly figure, short blue hair, and a well-groomed mustache stepped into the room, glanced at Edith, and said faintly, "Edith, you did well. You finally lured the witch designated by His Majesty here." Faldina's heart shook greatly. Her beautiful eyes were full of incredulity as she stared at Edith. Edith's complexion changed greatly, and he shouted, "No, Faldina, you have to believe me. I definitely didn't betray you. I really didn't betray you. I can swear on my life. So that's how it is. The first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire. Lord Desi, please report this matter to His Majesty the Great Emperor fairly. There are so many witnesses here." Following a chuckle, Yang Feng slowly stepped into the spacious room and smiled as he looked at Faldina and Edith embracing each other. Desi was the middle-aged man with a well-groomed moustache. He was also one of the 5 sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice. He was also one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice. When he heard Yang Feng's words, Dassault's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. He was well aware that once the first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire, it would cause a huge storm if Morince 2867th learned of it. If he didn't handle it well, the entire Hansen family would be at risk of being destroyed. As he was a good friend of the Hansen family, he naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. Dassault's face sank and he said coldly, "Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice is handling a case. Please be quiet. If you can't be quiet, then please leave." Yang Feng said with a meaningful smile, "Okay, I'll watch you handle the case impartially. By the way, His Majesty has officially appointed me as a Court Grand Master. You can also call me Court Grand Master Ian." Dassault's heart shook, and he went silent for a moment. Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, which meant that he had the grace to have an audience with Morince 2867th. At the same time, he was a member of the Morince Empire's imperial court system, serving His Majesty directly and wielding great power. As long as he didn't make a mistake, Dassault had no right to drive him away. Eyes bloodshot, Edith drew his sword, pointed it at Yang Feng, and roared, "It's you. Ian, you betrayed us. You fiend, you bastard. Young Feng took a few steps back, glanced at Edith, and said with a contemptuous smile, Sir Dassault, I seem to hear someone threatening me. Dassault glared and barked, Edith, don't mess around. Hurry up and capture the Titan empires which behind you. His Majesty designated her as a criminal. Think about the Hansen family. No, never. I'll never hand over Faldina. Eyes shot with blood, Edith bellowed, urged his pinnacle star knight rank chi, and his sword transformed into specks of stars and stabbed at Dassault. Only by forcing the legend rank sacred swordsman Dassault away could Edith and them hope to escape. When the fearsome star chi erupted, a violent hurricane was set off in the room, and countless furniture and decorations were overturned and smashed to pieces. Fool. Dassault's eyes widened, then he roared and unsheathed his sword, and a brilliant sword ray hit the endless stars. The endless stars shattered, and Edith was forced back a few steps by the fearsome backlash. Young Feng exclaimed in admiration, Amazing, what an exquisite swordsmanship. The reputation of a sacred swordsman is well deserved. Edith's swordsmanship was above that of Young Feng's, yet his swordsmanship was broken by Dassault's sword strike. This meant that Young Feng's demonic fighting sword art couldn't withstand a single blow from Dassault. Edith bit his lip. As if a madman, countless star sword rays lit up again and stabbed at Dassault. Chapter 264. Streaks of starry sword light lit up. It was as if countless stars were falling down to the mortal world with an aura of destruction. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the star-like sword light. They couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection that they couldn't defeat. The terrifying and exquisite star sword light had just emerged when a long sword lightly stabbed into the star sword light, directly breaking the countless star sword lights. The starry sword rays flickered and then collapsed. Every time Edith's swordsmanship was broken, he was forced back a few steps, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even though he was a peerless genius with extraordinary swordsmanship, but he still couldn't resist a sword strike from a sacred swordsman. Faldina's beautiful eyes turned cold. She silently recited an incantation and concentrated her mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her head, giving her a splitting headache. She couldn't conjure spells. Her gaze fell on Young Feng, only to see Young Feng revealing a trace of a smile of ridicule and contempt towards her. Faldina wanted to say something, but when she saw Edith fighting to the death, she fell silent again. She was a very smart woman, and she knew that she couldn't disturb Edith now. The Sword of Justice secret police in the room were also silent. Standing quietly aside, they didn't have the slightest intention of arresting Faldina. Only if Edith personally arrested Faldina could the accusation of collusion between the Hansen family and the Titan empires which be cleared. Dassault broke Edith's sword rays 24 times in a row. More and more blood flowed out of his body, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. When the starry sword rays lit up for the 25th time, the countless stars formed from the sword rays carried the power of law. The countless stars flickered and instantly formed a sword of stars surrounded by starry light, which stabbed at Dassault's sword. Ding! With a loud sound, sacred swordsman Dassault's sword was deflected. The sacred swordsman boundary. He actually broke through and reached the sacred swordsman boundary. Dassault's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he exclaimed. Edith, the first successor of the Hansen family, was a genius in martial cultivation and even more so in swordsmanship. Even Dassault didn't expect him to promote to a sacred swordsman so quickly, and to comprehend it in the middle of a fight. Even on the Feisuor plane, people who could directly break through in the middle of a fight were geniuses among geniuses, freaks among geniuses. After repelling Dassault with a sword strike, Edith didn't continue to pursue. His eyes shimmered with killing intent as deep as the sea, and a star sword ray flickered and mercilessly stabbed at the smiling Young Feng standing aside. He didn't need to guess to know that the arrival of the Sword of Justice secret police was related to Young Feng. Dassault's eyes flickered a few times, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast. He covered his chest with one hand, forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood, and watched helplessly as the starlight sword ray stabbed towards Young Feng, and a smile appeared in the abyss of his eyes. Within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred. Once a sacred swordsman entered within 10 meters of them, Then even a legend wizard or a great warlock rank expert would be instackled if they didn't prepare a defensive spell in advance. In Dassault as of Yang Feng, of. Yang Feng looked at the star sword ray and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! This is a genius among geniuses. To be able to break through a great realm in the middle of a fight, that's really amazing." The cultivation methods of the Tsangji Plains warlocks were different from those of many plains. Every time a warlock advanced to a great realm, they had to find a safe place, absorb countless life magic energy, and condense a more powerful spell model inside their spirit sea. It was impossible to directly comprehend and break through a great realm in the middle of a fight. Just when everyone present thought that Yang Feng was dead for sure, a resplendent ray of lightning shot out from behind Yang Feng and stabbed at the star sword ray. Boom! Along with a blare, the star sword ray was shattered, and Edith was jolted back a few steps, a look of incredulity on his face. All eyes gathered behind Yang Feng. A person slowly walked out from behind Yang Feng. It was the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. When Dassault saw Cassius, his pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. He actually defected to Ian." When the Sword of Justice secret police saw the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius behind Yang Feng, their complexions suddenly changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with dread and graveness. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was definitely one of the top sacred swordsmen in the Saint Toulon city. His sword Dao cultivation base was extremely terrifying, even stronger than Dassault's. Edith had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen his idol degenerate. He said bitterly, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, you defected to Ian." A dignified sacred swordsman defected to Ian and became his lackey. Where's your integrity as a sacred swordsman? Integrity as a sacred swordsman. Cassius laughed involuntarily and swept Edith with a glance, as if he was looking at an insensible child. He hadn't agreed to the solicitations of the greater aristocrats because the price offered by them was too low. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was born into an ordinary commoner family. Relying on his talent in swordsmanship and countless painstaking efforts, he was promoted to a sacred swordsman step by step. In the extremely strict hierarchy of the Morince Empire, even the status of a sacred swordsman was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary aristocrat. But compared to a greater aristocrat, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. An aristocratic child like Edith naturally didn't know that the greatest goal and desire of many commoner sacred swordsmen was to become a hereditary greater aristocrat with their own fief. Of course, very few sacred swordsmen could achieve this goal. Since Cassius had obtained an opportunity to become a greater aristocrat with his peerless swordsmanship, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Cassius said lightly, "I am Earl Ian's retainer. Whoever wants to harm Sir Earl will have to ask the sword in my hand." A look of despair flashed through Edith's eyes. With two sacred swordsmen joining hands, Edith, who was a newly promoted sacred swordsman, had no chance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, "Sir Dassault, Edith is stubborn." He stubbornly resisted arrest and wholeheartedly sheltered the Witch of the Titan Empire. "I think that he should be killed on the spot. Otherwise, I will report everything that happened today to His Majesty." For Edith to be able to break through on the spot, such a person was definitely a genius among geniuses, a freakish powerhouse. Since such an expert was Yang Feng's enemy, it was better for Yang Feng to kill such an enemy as soon as possible. Dassault's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a look of struggle. He turned around and stared at Edith, and his gaze became more and more gloomy. After all, Dassault was a sacred swordsman who had been famous for a long time and was at the peak of his age and body. If he hadn't been lenient, Edith would have died more than 10 times just now. As one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice, Dassault couldn't hide the truth from the masses after all. If Edith continued to resist stubbornly, then for the sake of his future and his family, Dassault could only go against his conscience, arrest Edith and Faldina, and report the truth to his superiors. "Edith, what are you doing? Hurry up and capture the Titan Empire's witch behind you and offer her to His Majesty the Great Emperor." With a stern shout, Isaiah slowly stepped into the room. His gaze swept past Yang Feng and Cassius before finally falling on Edith, and he barked, Fear flashed in Edith's eyes as he said loudly, "Father, she's my—" Izir glared at Edith and shouted, "Shut up. She was the witch of the Titan Empire and a criminal appointed by His Majesty. If you can't catch her, our Hansen family might even be destroyed. Think about your mother, think about your sister, think about your uncle who loves you the most, think about your aunt, think about your cute little nephews. Do you want their heads to roll on the ground because of you? Do you want to destroy our Hansen family because of that witch?" When Edith heard that, he suddenly felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face paled and his body trembled. The voices and smiles of all the relatives in the Hansen family flashed through his mind. It was like a mountain pressing down on his heart, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. He no longer had the firmness and strength from before. Face pale, Faldina looked at Edith in a daze. She didn't say a word, didn't plead, didn't get angry. She just looked at her most beloved lover and waited for his judgment. Izir barked, "The life and death, honor and disgrace of the more than 100,000 members of the Hansen family are in your hands. Capture her, and our Hansen family will have a chance to survive. Edith, capture her." Edith's mind was in chaos, and his body trembled. Izir barked, "Think about your mother, Edith, think about your mother." When Edith thought of his mother, who loved him dearly since childhood, who paid an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears for him, his mind was in chaos. The sword in his hand trembled, and he stabbed Faldina in the abdomen. Drops of bright red blood flowed out of Faldina's abdomen like bright red flowers, blooming with poignant beauty. Faldina's beautiful big eyes were dyed black, and endless despair swallowed her beautiful eyes, leaving only deathly stillness. Edith looked at the bright red, the sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he screamed with a look of horror, "No, dear, no, it wasn't me." Izir barked, "Edith, capture her." Izir's voice seemed to have a magical power. Edith seemed to be hypnotized, and he grabbed Faldina's shoulder for some reason. Chapter 265. Faldina's eyes were filled with deathly stillness. Suddenly, she sensed that her sealed power had all returned to her body. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor in the area where Faldina was located collapsed strangely, and she fell to the ground together with Edith. Faldina's gaze was ice-cold. She pointed at Edith, and a dozen-plus arcane projectiles blasted into Edith without mercy. Caught off guard, Edith barely managed to urge the chi protection of a junior sacred swordsman, before he was hit by the dozen-plus arcane projectiles and sent flying. The moment he was hit by the arcane projectiles, Edith's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity, yet he was still sent flying by the powerful impact. Faldina silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and launched the level 1 spell Dark Mist. Endless darkness and dense mist gushed out in a flash and covered everyone in the room. In the endless darkness and dense fog, Dassault's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a jade card. The jade card radiated fluctuations of divine technique power, and white rays of light shot out of the jade card. Illuminated by the white light, the dark mist was instantly dispelled. Faldina was an extremely powerful arch-wizard, which the Knights of the Sword of Justice already knew. Dassault also carried many magic restraining treasures. The moment the dark mist was dispelled, Dassault's figure blurred, and he shot into the big hole like a bolt of lightning. Fireballs, icicles, wind blades, and various other level 1 spells burst out of the huge hole and bombarded Desi crazily. A resplendent sword ray shone. Spurred by sacred swordsman rank chi, a powerful sword circle suddenly erupted and swept away the elemental spells. The numerous level 1 spells were completely shattered by Desi's sword circle. The chi of the Feisuor plane was similar to the life energy cultivated by warlocks of the Tsangji plane. Although the grade and potential of chi couldn't compare to that of the life energy cultivated by warlocks, but its power was unpredictable. Once it erupted, it was extremely powerful and could crush many low-level spells. The various level 1 spells only blocked Dassault for a moment, when a pair of wings of the wind appeared behind Faldina. Like a fairy, she smashed through the door of the hotel and flew outside. Weakness. Petrification ray. Spider web. Fear. Stun. Faldina had just rushed out of the hotel, when dozens of debuff spells slammed into her. Dazzling crystals flew out of Faldina and formed a diamond-shaped magic shield. When the various negative spells fell on the rhombus-shaped magic shield, they immediately collapsed and disappeared. The countless magic rhombus crystals were a legendary secret treasure, the magic crystal net. Under Faldina's control, no level 1 or level 2 spells could hurt her until her mental strength was exhausted. While withstanding the attacks of countless spells, Faldina seemed to have transformed into a huge bird and flew toward an alley on the side. The terrain of the St. Toulon city was very complicated. As long as Faldina escaped into the complicated alleys, she would be able to escape alive. Soul shock. An archmage silently chanted an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast the level 3 spell Mind Shock. In midair, Faldina's delicate body suddenly shook, and like a bird with broken wings, she fell from midair towards the ground. The magic crystal net was extremely profound. It could weaken the power of most level 3 spells, but it could not make people completely immune to the attacks of level 3 spells. Binding of the air. Another archmage silently chanted an incantation and pointed his wand at Faldina. Countless streams of air condensed frantically, forming chains that rolled towards Faldina and tightly entangled her. As soon as Faldina came to her senses, she poured formidable spirit force into the crystal net, and the crystal net radiated powerful magic light and dispelled the atmospheric shackles. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Faldina bent over, covered her mouth, and coughed. Drops of blood dripped from her lily-white fingers to the ground. An archmage sighed slightly, and his eyes flashed with admiration. What an amazing young lady. She has the cultivation base of an archmage at such a young age. Unfortunately, she is a person of the Titan Empire. Faced with the siege of dozens of wizards coupled with the attacks of 2 archmages, Faldina still almost escaped. In addition to the legendary secret treasure magic crystal net, her own strength was top-notch. Weakness. Web. Fear. Stun. Spells fell from the sky and landed on Faldina's body, but they were blocked by the secret treasure crystal net. Every time a spell was blocked, the magic crystal net dimmed a bit, and Faldina's face became a bit paler. The 2 archmages silently recited incantations, and a series of binding spells fell on Faldina. If Morinth 2867 wanted a living Faldina, then she had to live. This was the power possessed by the Emperor of the Morinth Empire, the most powerful human empire on the Fesuor plane. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the street was engulfed by a huge explosion. Amidst the terrifying explosions, the knights and mags of the Sword of Justice were completely engulfed by the terrifying explosions. Smoke and dust rose, and countless fragments of stone splashed about. At the moment of the explosion, the mags cast defensive spells on themselves one after another. The 2 archmages took a few steps back, silently chanted an incantation, and enchanted themselves with defensive spells. After the smoke and dust of the explosions completely dispersed, everyone had unsightly expressions on their faces as they discovered that Faldina, who had been stabbed in the abdomen and was like a turtle in a jar, had disappeared. Standing in the tavern, Yang Feng looked outside, sneered, and ridiculed. The Hansen family is really good. They even let go of someone that His Majesty wants. It seems that the relationship between the witch and Edith is really close. In the tavern room, Edith curled up into a ball in a daze, held his head in his hands, and looked like a good-for-nothing. Isaiah smiled faintly and inverted the truth. Earl Ian, the Hansen family is loyal and devoted to His Majesty. My son, Edith, stabbed the witch with a sword. My son, Edith, has never really loved the witch. He just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Oh, is that so? Did I misunderstand Edith? With a look of surprise on his face, Yang Feng looked at the zombie-like Edith and said with a faint smile, Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Is that true? The zombie-like Edith opened his eyes and stared at Yang Feng. His gem-like eyes, which were more beautiful than many beautiful women, were filled with resentment. Isaiah sternly shouted, Edith, answer Earl Ian's words directly. The Hansen family is the pillar of the Morinth Empire and the most loyal subjects of His Majesty the Emperor. Come and tell him yourself. Edith's body trembled slightly. With great difficulty, He bit his lips and enunciated each syllable. I, Edith, have never loved Faldina. I just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. As soon as the words left his mouth, Edith bit his lips until they bled, and drops of blood dripped from his lips to the ground. His spirit seemed to have been sucked out by that one sentence. He slumped on the bed like a dead man, without any signs of life. It's a pity. It seems that I misunderstood you. I will report today's matter to His Majesty the Emperor in its entirety. Goodbye then. The corners of young Feng's mouth rose slightly, then he turned and strode outside. Following behind young Feng, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius remained vigilant, on guard against the Sword of Justice's secret police. Dassault looked at young Feng's back with a dignified look in his eyes and said slowly, "This guy is very dangerous." With a cold look in his eyes, Izir sighed slowly and said regretfully, "He recruited the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. He's getting more and more difficult to deal with. Damn the Orthox family. If Izir hadn't coveted the wealth of the Miracle City, he wouldn't have pushed the hunting Fang Corps of the Morince Empire to attack the Miracle City. The Orthox family didn't support young Feng at the time, and instead pushed him to the status of a hereditary peer earl. In Izir's eyes, the Miracle City wasn't too difficult to deal with. Now that young Feng had become a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire and had the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius by his side, it became more difficult to deal with him. As the city master of the Miracle City, young Feng had great wealth. And as a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire, he could turn that wealth into his own strength. Izir could easily guess that more and more sacred swordsmen would join young Feng's camp in the Saint Toulon city. After all, young Feng had the vast territory of the Red Earth Wasteland. Even if he divided 10,000 baronies, it wouldn't hurt young Feng's vitality. The Orthox family also took a fancy to young Feng's potential, which was why they supported him and pulled him into their camp. Not far from the villa, in the hidden basement of an ordinary house, Faldina gasped for breath, her face pale, and blood dripped from her abdomen to the ground. Chapter 266. The door of the basement suddenly opened, and a figure slowly entered. "Ian, it's really you." Faldina slowly raised her head and looked at the figure walking into the basement. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar light, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Young Feng smiled and sat down in front of Faldina. "Yes, it's me. It was you who led the Sword of Justice here. Yes, it was me who pressured the Sword of Justice to come here. You're the one who sealed my power. I was the one who drugged you and sealed your power." Faldina was silent for a while, her face twisted, and she gritted her teeth, asking, "Why?" Young Feng replied with a smile on his face, "I should be asking you that. I am a person who advocates the concept of equality between men and women. As for the woman who wants to destroy my family, I feel that she should taste the same pain. No, I should let her taste the pain on top of that. Only then will I be happy." "Did Edith's sword strike hurt you?" Faldina was silent for a while. Then, she bit her lips and blood dripped to the ground, saying, it hurt a lot. The previous Faldina was stabbed to death by that suffocating pain. Then I'll let you listen to a real and interesting conversation." Young Feng smiled, took out a sound recording crystal, and poured his spirit force into it. "Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Is this true?" Young Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the secret room. Faldina's face was pale. She twisted her hands, and blood dripped from her lily-white hands to the ground. "I, Edith, never loved Faldina. I just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire." Edith's pained and strained voice resounded in the secret chamber word by word, stabbing Faldina's heart like a sharp knife. Faldina vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her face became extremely pale, and her eyes were shrouded in endless silence. She whispered, "You demon." With a look of ridicule on his face, young Feng looked at Faldina, who vomited blood. There was no trace of sympathy on his face, only unspeakable pleasure. Soon after, young Feng sneered and said, "Likewise, I admit that I'm not a good person. What about you guys? Are you the good guys?" Faldina's face was pale. She twisted her hands and said, "Don't you want to know the secret of the artifact?" Yang Feng said lightly, "It's best if I can know the secrets of the divine armament, but if I can't, then it doesn't matter. How could a treasure like a divine artifact be so easily obtained unless it was by chance? If you can obtain a divine artifact just by knowing its secret, wouldn't it have fallen into your hands a long time ago?" Faldina was a genius mage. She had already reached the realm of Archmage at a young age, and it was not impossible for her to become a legendary mage in the future. For such a genius to know the secrets of the divine armament yet not be able to obtain it, the difficulty of obtaining the divine armament could be well imagined. The corners of Faldina's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule. The apple of wisdom is about to ripen. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his mind was in turmoil, his body trembled, and he leaned forward. His eyes exuding malevolence and greed, he exclaimed, "The apple of wisdom. Isn't it still 372 years before it ripens?" The apple of wisdom was the most precious and legendary treasure of the Feisuor Plain. It was the treasure that countless powerhouses of the Feisuor Plain coveted the most. Among the countless plains, there was only one wisdom apple tree that existed. The apple of wisdom tree sprouted 10,000 years, bloomed 10,000 years, and bore fruit 10,000 years. Each time, only one apple of wisdom would be born. As long as anyone ate an apple of wisdom, no matter how much of a waste they were before, they would possess terrifying wisdom and become a super freakish cultivation genius. They would be able to easily comprehend any kind of knowledge with a glance. People who ate an apple of wisdom and didn't die before they matured basically became bigwigs. The strong divine force rank radiant primary god Prodos of the Zelaya divine system had once eaten an apple of wisdom. On the Feisuor Plain, the radiant primary god Prodos was the most powerful strong divine force rank god. When the Tsangji Plain dominated the Feisuor Plain, each apple of wisdom was an indispensable tribute of the Feisuor Plain. Only warlock emperors of the warlock dynasties were qualified to enjoy the apple of wisdom, which was a peerless treasure that was born only once every 30,000 years. Such a precious treasure naturally attracted the coveting of many powerful existences. Many planar wars were caused by the apples of wisdom of the Feisuor Plain. The Tsangji Plain's demonic fighting sect also had specific records of the apples of wisdom. According to the latest intelligence, the apple of wisdom should take 372 years to ripen. Yang Feng took the initiative to come to the Feisuor Plain because he coveted the apple of wisdom. Once he could get his hands on the apple of wisdom, his wisdom would increase by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Faldina said with a sweet smile, "Ian, it seems that your origin isn't simple. You even know about the apple of wisdom." On the Feisuor Plain, all kinds of information about the apple of wisdom had been deleted by the gods. Apart from divine descendant families with ancient inheritances and the core upper echelon of churches, no one knew about the existence of the apple of wisdom. An apple of wisdom might be able to change the fate of an ordinary person and turn them into a god lofty in a divine country. The gods in the starry sky didn't want ordinary people to know about this because they also wanted to get their hands on a treasure like the apple of wisdom. Forcibly suppressing his excitement and greed, Yang Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can agree to it." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she said unhurriedly in a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld, "I want to follow you and watch how you destroy the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "He's a member of the Hansen family." Faldina touched the wound on her lower abdomen, which was no longer bleeding. Traces of pain came from the wound, shrouding her beautiful eyes in a shadow. She revealed a bewitching smile. "It's because he's a member of the Hansen family that I want to destroy the Hansen family. I want him to pay the price for today's sword strike." "All right. I agree." Yang Feng pondered for a while. He couldn't figure out what Faldina was thinking, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast a lie detection spell on her. Apart from the believers of the Zelaya pantheon, the god of lies and deceit, who had the minor divine power of lies and deceit, as well as some strange treasures, even a legendary-level powerhouse would be affected by the lie detection spell. Among the gods of the Titan divine system, there was no god similar to the god of lies and deception. Unless Faldina had one of the few treasures forged by Yuzo circulating in the world, she might be able to resist the lie detection spell. The Apple of Wisdom is located at the end of the world, on an island in the middle of the Golden Strait. In ancient times, before the gods were born, there was once a powerful devil called the Time Lord who cast a spell that the gods couldn't defy in the Golden Strait. Yang Feng was silent. The Time Lord, known as one of the strongest experts in the history of the Tsangji Plain, also came to the Feisuo Plain and took away an Apple of Wisdom. Shrouded by that spell, the Golden Strait became a forbidden area for gods. Any demigod who ignited their divine fire or a god with a godhead would be deprived of all their power and turned into an ordinary person once they entered the Golden Strait. The Apple of Wisdom tree takes 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. This cannot be changed. However, the false gods of the Zelaya divine system, the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of forests, join hands and send people to the Apple of Wisdom tree every year. They spend countless precious divine power and treasures to nourish the Apple of Wisdom tree, and finally advance the maturity of the Apple of Wisdom by more than 300 years. In other words, in 3 years, the Apple of Wisdom will mature. Faldina said faintly. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the gods of the Zelaya divine system, how clever. An Apple of Wisdom was a peerless treasure that could trigger a planar war. Every time an Apple of Wisdom appeared, countless experts would gather on the Feisuo Plain for a war. Even though the gods of the Feisuo Plain could take advantage of their geographical advantage to gain the upper hand and be virtually undefeated, but there would still be gods who would fall and consume their power. Once the Apple of Wisdom ripened ahead of time, the gods could take away the Apple of Wisdom ahead of time and avoid the war. For the gods, who had at least a lifespan of millions of years, it would be best if they didn't have to fight to the death. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How do you know when the Apple of Wisdom will ripen?" Faldina said faintly, "The Apple of Wisdom can change the fate of mortals and give them a chance to become gods. In addition to gods, mortals are also very tempted by the Apple of Wisdom. The gods of the Feisuo Plain were aloof and ruled over everything, and their lifespans were practically endless. Ordinary people didn't matter. However, although the powerhouses at the apex of the world crawled at the feet of the gods, but they also longed to take a step forward and become a member of the gods. Even the members of divine descendant families were no exception. Members of divine descendant families were blessed by the gods at birth and had a lifespan and formidable cultivation talent far beyond that of ordinary people. However, they would also die of old age, and they longed to become gods. Chapter 267. The White Tower was located in the west of the Victory Palace. It was a 100-meter tall, 9-story tall magic tower made of white secret corundum. It was the only magic tower in the Saint Toulan city. The White Tower was the headquarters of the court masters. Inside the White Tower, the top wizards of the Morince Empire who sided with the court gathered, and there was even no lack of legend rank wizards. A luxurious carriage slowly approached from afar along the Bluestone Road and stopped in front of the White Tower. Dressed in a pure white court Grand Master robe, Yang Feng slowly alighted from the luxurious carriage and looked at the tall White Tower. Hereditary peer greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire generally lived in their territories, acting like local tyrants. Very few of them held real positions in the court of the Morince Empire. Since Yang Feng, a hereditary peer earl, could become a court Grand Master, it was both a grace and a means to put him under reasonable house arrest in the Saint Toulan city. Although Morince 2867 was a cruel, lecherous, and incapable ruler in the eyes of many people, but he didn't lack some means that an emperor should have. Yang Feng slowly stepped into the White Tower. As soon as he entered the White Tower, Yang Feng saw apprentice wizards and wizards shuttling back and forth inside the White Tower in a hurry. Every magic apprentice was a respected existence in the outside world, but here, they were nothing more than servants. As for official wizards, which were very difficult to see in the outside world, they could be seen everywhere here. From time to time, fearsome spirit fluctuations of legend wizards spread from the top of the White Tower. Clearly, there were legend wizards conducting various magic experiments inside the White Tower. A big white dog came up to Yang Feng and spoke in human language. "Excuse me, Are you the court grandmaster Ian? Young Feng looked curiously at the big white dog. His eyes flickered with a brilliant light, and he discovered that the big dog wasn't a demonic beast-like extraordinary life form. I am. The big white dog said, my name is Ola, I'm a level 1 court master. Please come with me. Young Feng followed behind the big white dog and entered the white pagoda. Young Feng asked curiously, why were you turned into a dog? Olga smiled bitterly. As an assistant, I participated in one of Asenjo's large-scale experiments, but I made a mistake and ruined the experiment. As a result, Asenjo used a transformation spell on me and turned me into a dog. I have to live as a dog for a month. Although it was very difficult for the Fesuor Plains wizards to reach the pinnacle due to the weave, but wizards had a lot of means, and all kinds of strange spells emerged one after another. The polymorph spell that turned people into dogs was just a level 3 spell. Olga came to a large hall and pointed. This is your room. Your subordinates are inside. They're already inside. Young Feng looked up and saw a door plate hanging in the upper right corner of the hall, 13th Magic Brigade. From today onwards, he was a royal archmage and the captain of the 13th Magic Brigade. All the royal mags in the 13th Magic Brigade were his direct subordinates. Young Feng pushed open the door and entered. Inside the reception hall, there were 59 court masters, each of whom was carefully studying a magic book. When Young Feng entered, they only raised their eyelids and glanced at him, before continuing to read the magic books in their hands with indifferent expressions on their faces. The hall was filled with indifference and rejection. In this hall, there were 8 great magicians and 1 magic shooter. No one thought that Young Feng, who had no qualifications and strength, could become their captain. Young Feng said faintly, I am Ian. From today onwards, I am your head. There was silence. Wizards were a very proud group of people. Even though they had defected to the Morinth Empire's court and became its lackeys, but they were still very proud. If Young Feng was a legend wizard, then these courtmasters would be happy to obey Young Feng's orders. If Young Feng was a courtmaster and had the strength of an arch-wizard, then these courtmasters would also obey Young Feng's orders. However, even if Young Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, as a mere foreign great wizard, it would still be difficult for him to order these proud courtmasters around. Young Feng smiled faintly. The reaction of the courtmasters was completely within his expectations. Young Feng said unhurriedly, I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Tulan city, a magic college that can teach legend wizards. I lack teachers. I came here to recruit some teachers. Who among you would like to become the Empire's first magic college, a magic college teacher that can teach legend wizards? When these words came out, ripples were finally set off among the stagnant courtmasters. The courtmasters looked up at Young Feng with ridicule in their eyes. On the Fesuor plane, legend wizards were the most powerful beings under the demigod rank. Even the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman, who was known to be able to slay demigods, had no more than a 20% chance of winning if he was 100 meters away from a legend wizard. For a sacred swordsman like the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, once he was 100 meters away from a legend wizard, only death would await him. Legendary mags were so powerful, but they were also extremely few in number. In the Morinth Empire's imperial court, there were less than 10 legend wizards among the court grandmasters. As for magic notes about the promotion to legend wizards, they were even more precious, rarely seen by ordinary people. Even court mags like them had to make great contributions or have extraordinary talent to be able to read the legendary mage's magic notes. A middle-aged arch-wizard with some white hair, dressed in a black wizard robe, and a level 3 courtmaster badge on his chest looked up at Young Feng with ridicule in his eyes. Court Grandmaster Ian, I am the level 3 courtmaster Barrows. Unless you can defeat me, anything you say here is bullshit. Barrows had been a level 3 courtmaster for 10 years. He had been working hard for the position of court grandmaster for 5 years. As a result, when Young Feng came, he snatched the position of court grandmaster, filling his heart with anger and jealousy. Even though Young Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, but he still couldn't hold back his anger. Young Feng said lightly, so, as long as I defeat you, then I'll be the real head here? Barrows sneered, that's right. The sole mission of us court masters is to protect His Majesty and the Saint Tulan city, which requires fighting strength. As long as you can defeat me, then you'll be the head of the 13th Magic Brigade. Yang Feng looked at the court masters and said slowly, if I defeat Barrows, then you'll obey my orders. A great wizard stood up and looked straight at Yang Feng without any fear, saying, Erlian, if you can defeat Master Barrows, then I, Bessa, will submit to you. A great wizard also stood up and said solemnly, that's right. Erlian, if you can defeat Master Barrows, then I, Bessa, will submit to you. One after another, the court masters stood up and said loudly, their eyes flashing with contempt. For a great wizard to challenge an arch-wizard, that was simply courting death. The court masters of the Morince Empire specialized in combat, and their fighting strength far surpassed that of ordinary wizards. Barrows had even killed 2 high mags. Even among high mags, he was an outstanding powerhouse. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, so I just have to defeat you. It's that simple. It's simple. Barrows' eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Ever since he became a wizard, no one had ever looked down on him. Those who had looked down on him were already dead. Now he met someone who looked down on him, and he was now an extremely respected arch-wizard. On the Feisuor plane, the status of wizards had always been much higher than that of warriors. The status of an arch-wizard was even higher than that of a sacred swordsman. There were many things that the power of magic could accomplish, while the chi of a sacred swordsman couldn't. And if an arch-wizard was prepared, they could even hunt down a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng said lightly, Barrows, let's exchange pointers. Barrows said with a cold smile, all right, Erlian, if you win, then henceforth, I'll be your most loyal subordinate. If you lose, please resign from your position as a court Grand Master. Once Yang Feng resigned from his position as a court Grand Master, then Barrows would have hope of becoming a court Grand Master, gaining great power and status, as well as being able to read more advanced magic notes. In the court master system, the higher the status of a person, the more resources they could obtain. Such a system could motivate the court mags and make them work harder. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, all right, if I lose, then I'll resign from my position as a court Grand Master. Barrows got up and said lightly, then let's go to the magic arena. Yang Feng replied, all right. Just after Yang Feng agreed, magic radiances lit up in the reception hall, and the court masters quickly spread the news throughout the White Tower. They wanted the entire White Tower to bear witness to this wager. In this way, if Yang Feng lost and was unwilling to fulfill his promise, then even if he was a greater aristocrat with a distinguished status, he wouldn't have a foothold in the White Tower. Yang Feng looked at the unbridled magic radiance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. It seems that I'm really not popular. Chapter 268. Boom. Along with a blare, a huge explosion occurred in a laboratory in the White Tower. The frightening shock wave of the explosion smashed the door of the laboratory into pieces. An old man with white hair and a wizard robe in a mess, hair as messy as a bird's nest, and a powerful warping force field shrouded him walked out of the laboratory. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he cursed without any grace. Damn it, I failed again. Which part had gone wrong? Is it true that only gods can instantaneously cast level 4 spells? Hey, what's going on? How come there are so many people? The old man suddenly exclaimed in surprise and muttered to himself, that old geezer Pawara was also alarmed. With a flash of magic radiance, the old man disappeared in a flash. In the White Tower magic arena, on a dais specially set up for legend wizards, light and shadow distorted, and the old man appeared on the dais. On the dais stood an ordinary-looking, emaciated old man with a pair of abnormally bright, star-like eyes. Only legendary magicians could stand on this high platform. This also meant that these 2 old men were powerful legendramags. Below the dais, half of the 1,000 seats were already filled. Court wizards in the White Tower had come to the magic arena, ready to bear witness to Yang Feng's defeat. The old man, whose hair was as messy as a bird's nest, sat on a chair and said casually, Pawara, how did the battle between 2 little fellows disturb you? Pawara said faintly, Barando, there are 2 little guys preparing to duel. One is from the Red Earth Wasteland, a person who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. He is called Ian, a great wizard. Barando was taken aback, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. There's actually someone who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. How did he do it? The Red Earth Wasteland was an area polluted by divine blood. It was arid, without water, and without food. Unless a god descended a miracle and purified the area, it was impossible to build a city there. In history, countless heroes tried to conquer the Red Earth Wasteland, only to fail miserably. It was the first time that Barando heard that someone could build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, so his shock could be well imagined. Barando hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness as he slowly said, "Barrows is a magic shooter. Since Ian dared to challenge him, he should also be a magic shooter. Did you come to see him today to see if he has understood the true meaning of magic?" Pawara remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Barando was silent for a while, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, "The true essence of magic is the taboo of the gods. Other than the divine descendants, no one can peek at it. You are treading a dangerous path, Blanca. Do you understand? I'm a wizard. A real sorcerer who pursues knowledge and truth. Even death can't stop my determination to pursue truth and knowledge. 10 years ago, I should have abandoned everything and pursued truth. Unfortunately, at that time, I still couldn't abandon some things. Now, I've made up my mind to do what I want to do." Pawara's eyes shone brightly as he enunciated each syllable. With a complicated look in his eyes, Barando sighed slowly, saying, "You're really a madman." Barando understood from his friend that his friend had decided to take a rugged and dangerous path that the gods didn't tolerate. Countless magicians had tried to cross that path and reach the other side of the truth, but all of them died under the wrath of the gods. Pawara said faintly, "True wizards are madmen." Barando said unhurriedly, "Even if he can conquer the Red Earth Wasteland, he may not have grasped the true essence of magic. Among humans, only the divine descendants have grasped the true essence of magic and the mysteries of power." Pawara said calmly, "If he can't do it, then I'll go to the divine descendants." The avatars of the Fesuor Plains gods often walked the secular world and married with mortals, giving birth to one divine descendant family after another. Only the people of the Fesuor Plains' divine descendants could practice magic and martial dual cultivation, and knew the true mysteries of magic and martial arts. Only the people of the divine descendants could release magic without the help of the weave. In the world of wizards, magic released without the help of the weave was called the true essence of magic and belonged to true magic power. Once the goddess of the weave willed the magic that could only be released with the help of the weave, then even legend-rank wizards would become a bunch of ordinary people. The gods forbade ordinary wizards to pursue the true essence of magic. Once the goddess of the weave learned that someone was pursuing the true essence of magic, then countless weave holy orders experts would come out, obliterate the wizard, and destroy all the information. Because the true essence of magic would shake the faith of the goddess of the weave. Barando had a complicated look in his eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, then sighed in frustration and fell silent. He admired his old friend's choice very much. However, he was also a man with a family full of children and grandchildren. Naturally, he couldn't go crazy to pursue the true essence of magic. Otherwise, his entire family would be burned at the stake as heretics by the Weave Holy Order. There was silence on the dais. Pawara's star-like eyes were fixed on the magic arena. Standing on the edge of the magic arena, Yang Feng, relying on his extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, clearly perceived the hostile gazes coming from all directions. Court masters were a relatively exclusive group. Court masters came from two sources. One was the wizards nurtured by the Morinth Empire's imperial court since childhood, and the other was the wizards who sought refuge with the Morinth Empire for glory, splendor, wealth, and all kinds of magic knowledge. Court grandmasters were either legend wizards with amazing magical strength, or arch-wizards who had made countless contributions and were extremely powerful. They were nurtured by the Morinth Empire's imperial court since childhood. Yang Feng was just a trifling great wizard. Even though he was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, in the eyes of the courtmasters, he didn't have the qualifications and strength to become a court grand master and command them. In many places of the Morinth Empire, great wizards could be regarded as overlord rank experts. Most aristocrats would respect a great wizard very much, and their status was very lofty. However, in the courtmaster system, where powerhouses were as common as clouds, great wizards were nothing special. Under the hostile gazes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A cool breeze revolved around him and carried him to the magic arena. Barrows's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. He stepped onto the magic arena step by step and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Barrows said with a cold smile, "What a fool to waste a spell in order to look better. In a battle, a spell may be able to reverse the situation at the last moment." As a level 3 courtmaster, Barrows had experienced countless battles and exchanges of pointers. In the cruelest battles, every spell had to go through countless meticulous calculations, because the number of spells a wizard could cast in a day was limited. Even with a magic elixir that could restore spirit force, once the spell slots prepared the day before were exhausted, a wizard would become an ordinary person, without any fighting strength to speak of. Yang Feng said calmly, "I'm much stronger than you. Even if I let you cast a few spells, you're still bound to lose to me. You'll be the one to lose." Barrows said very calmly. As a level 3 courtmaster, he had experienced countless battles. He was well aware that wizards had to remain calm in battle. A calm wizard was the most powerful wizard. "Begin the match." A courtmaster, acting as the referee, said indifferently. Barrows opened his mouth and uttered a few magic sentences. In a flash, the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force Field appeared around him and formed a warping shield. An arch-wizard exclaimed in admiration, "Magic sentences, that's amazing. That's Barrows for you." Another arch-wizard also exclaimed in admiration, "After mastering magic sentences, his casting speed is more than twice that of ordinary arch-wizards. I'm afraid that his actual combat strength is comparable to that of some wandering legend wizard." Magic sentences were a kind of rapid casting technique. This top-notch technique allowed an archwizard's casting speed to be more than twice that of ordinary archwizards. In a battle between wizards, the casting speed of spells was also very important. In a battle between archwizards of the same rank, if the disparity in casting speed was too great, they might be defeated in a face-off. Magic sentences were very difficult to master. Not every archwizard could master this technique. Only a genius court master like Barrows, who specialized in combat, could accomplish this. On the dais, the two legend wizards didn't have any change in their expressions. They were all top-notch legendary mags, and they had already grasped the little tricks of the magic scale and sentences. Furthermore, with the help of the weave, they could even instantaneously cast level 3 spells. Any arch-wizard who dared to challenge a legend wizard who could instantaneously cast level 3 spells would only end up dead. Magic sentences, I can also do it. Furthermore, I'm stronger than you. Yang Feng smiled faintly. The robot of blasphemy simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the weave goddess, communicated with the weave, and spat out 2 magic sentences. In a flash, an advanced warping force field enveloped him. At the same time, the level 3 spell Mind Shock was launched and blasted towards Barrows. Chapter 269. Barrows suddenly felt a splitting headache and his mind was shaken. He almost wanted to spit blood and kneel on the ground. But, after all, he was an arch-wizard who had experienced countless battles. He uttered a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell Mind Resistance in a flash. A white light enveloped Barrows, making him feel a little better. On the dais, when Pawara saw this scene, his eyes suddenly blossomed with a bright light and he revealed a look of joy. Arch-wizard. Ian is actually an arch-wizard. Magic sentences, and advanced magic sentences at that. Isn't this a skill that only legend wizards can master? Seeing this scene, the mags in the entire magic arena were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock as they discussed fervently. Compared to the fact that Yang Feng was an arch-wizard, the fact that he mastered advanced magic sentences was even more shocking. Apart from legend wizards, basically no one could master advanced magic sentences at the archwizard rank. Now Yang Feng had set a new record. Practically at the same time, Yang Feng uttered 2 magic sentences and immediately cast the level 3 spell Fire Serpent. Two extremely berserk fire serpents appeared out of thin air and madly bombarded Barrows with endless scorching power. Originally, even though Yang Feng had the strength of a level 3 warlock, he still couldn't cast 2 level 3 spells at once. Even level 3 warlocks had to recite an incantation to cast level 3 spells. However, this was a world with a weave. The weave was not only the core of the weave goddess's control over the wizards of the plane, but it also endowed the wizards of this world with all kinds of mystical magic skills. Magic sentences were one of them. In a world without the weave, magic sentences were meaningless. But on the Feisuor plane, they could be the key to instant cast level 3 spells. Within the demonic fighting sect, countless experts had studied that if magic sentences were used to shorten the casting time, then the fastest person could instant cast 3 level 3 spells in an instant. Yang Feng being able to instant cast 2 level 3 spells was already extremely terrifying. The fearsome flame snake pounced on the advanced warping force field in front of Barrows and madly burned the warping force field, causing it to collapse inch by inch. The incomparably violent fire elemental energy burned Barrows' hair to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. He gritted his teeth and spat out a magic sentence. A violent flaming storm instantly enveloped Barrows' body. When the two flame snakes pounced on the flamestorm, they were immediately absorbed and neutralized by the flamestorm. An expressionless face, Yang Feng uttered 2 magic sentences at once. Suddenly, 2 water snakes formed from extremely berserk water elemental particles appeared and collided with the flamestorm. Hiss! Hiss! A copious amount of white mist rose, and the firestorm was forcibly torn apart by the 2 water snakes formed from water elemental particles. A large part of the 2 water snakes was also neutralized. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 water snakes were neutralized, an arcane projectile slammed into Barrows' chest. The shock made Barrows spit out a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs were broken, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath with a pained expression on his face. The magic arena was dead silent. No one had expected that Yang Feng would be able to defeat Barrows, a top arch-wizard who was only a step away from becoming a legend wizard. Barrows coughed up a mouthful of blood and said slowly, "You win." Yang Feng smiled faintly and uttered a magic sentence. Suddenly, a stream of healing water appeared, flew towards Barrows, and entered his body. Under the effect of the healing water, Barrows' broken ribs healed rapidly, and so did the injuries to his internal organs. Barrows stood up from the ground and came before Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with a look of struggle, and he finally gave a long sigh. "Greetings, sir. From today on, I am your loyal subordinate." The duel between Barrows and Yang Feng was witnessed by the court wizards in the White Tower. Once Barrows broke the contract, he wouldn't be able to stay in the White Tower any longer. Seeing this scene, the spectating court masters slowly dispersed. They were well aware that from today on, Yang Feng would become a real court Grand Master and hold great power, becoming one of the tycoons of the court Grand Master system. "Master Ian, I am the legend wizard Blanca. I hope to meet you." A voice suddenly sounded in the magic arena, and rays of light formed a halo in front of Yang Feng. Barrows was startled and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Blanca." The legend wizard Blanca was definitely one of the 5 most powerful people of the courtmaster system. He possessed terrifying strength. At the time, the Morince Empire paid a huge price to recruit him into the imperial courtmaster system. 3 legend wizards and 12 sacred swordsmen died at the hands of Blanca. He was known as one of the most powerful wizards who excelled in combat. Compared to Blanca, Barrows was like a child compared to an adult. The gap between them was terrifying. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then stepped into the halo. Countless rays of light shone, and Yang Feng disappeared from the halo. Barrows looked at the halo with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed slightly, turned around, and left. In a room full of books, a ray of light shone. Yang Feng walked out of the light and saw Blanca quietly standing in front of him. Blanca performed a wizard's common etiquette and revealed a smile. "Hello, Master Ian, I am Blanca." Yang Feng also performed a wizard's common etiquette and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Ian. Please sit down." Yang Feng and Blanca sat on 2 sofas respectively. Blanca's star-like eyes shone brightly, and he asked full of longing, Master Ian, have you grasped the true essence of magic? Yang Feng's heart surged with vigilance, and he said faintly, the true essence of magic can only be grasped by divine descendants. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't dare to violate the domain of gods. The true essence of magic could only be cultivated by archbishops of churches, divine descendants, elves, fiends, and devils. But for human wizards, it was an absolute taboo. Blanca said very calmly, in this world, only experts of divine descendants can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Ian, if you hadn't grasped the true essence of magic, how could you practice magic and martial dual cultivation? The weave enabled the Feisuor Plains wizards to quickly cast various spells, but at the same time, it also made them forget the spells they memorized the day before, forcing them to memorize spells every day. Under such repetition, it was impossible for anyone to practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Among humans, only those of divine descendants who grasped the true essence of magic could practice magic and martial dual cultivation and become the world's pinnacle experts. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, there are always some geniuses in this world, just like the legendary hero Salamander of the Empire 100 years ago. Wasn't he an ordinary commoner who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, and eventually founded the Salamander family and made the Salamander family one of the Empire's most powerful families? The Feisuor Plain had gods, as well as many precious extraordinary plants and extraordinary life forms called demonic beasts. There were also ruins of some ancient gods. The gods of the Feisuor Plain had also fought fiercely with the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks, resulting in the fall of countless ancient gods. The current gods of the Feisuor Plain had stepped on the corpses of the gods of the past to ascend to the position of gods. Many fierce divine wars broke out between the new gods, and they left behind many inheritances in the secular world. It was because of these fortuitous encounters that Salamander became a pinnacle expert who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation outside of divine descendants. He was a legendary hero of the Morince Empire and the founder of a greater aristocratic family. There were also human experts who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation outside of divine descendants. Of course, such people were very few in number. Although few, but they did exist. Therefore, Yang Feng wasn't worried about being accused of heresy, as he was a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Yang Feng got up and was about to leave, saying, anyone who pursues the true essence of magic blasphemes the Weave Goddess. Master Blanca, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. Then, goodbye. Blanca suddenly grinned and said, you're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. A calm look in his eyes, Yang Feng quietly looked at Blanca, not saying a word. Blanca analyzed calmly, if you were a fanatic of the Weave Goddess, then when you heard the true essence of magic just now, you would have attacked me. I have seen many fanatics, and no matter the circumstances, as long as they hear profane language, they will go crazy. You didn't go crazy, but were very calm. Therefore, you're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Yang Feng's heart suddenly shook slightly. He looked at Blanca, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with graveness. He had never been a believer of any god. It was only by relying on the robots of blasphemy that he deceived the Weave Goddess and became a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Blanca had set up a verbal trap from the very beginning, but Yang Feng wasn't aware of it. After all, Yang Feng wasn't a true fanatic. Blanca suddenly smiled and looked very gently at Yang Feng. Don't think about killing me. In this room, no mortal is a match for me. Even the broken star sacred swordsman could only die in my room. The mighty demigod could only force me to flee in a sorry state. A legendary mage who was well prepared was undoubtedly an existence that was difficult to kill. Especially in the territory they had prepared for a long time. Chapter 270. Pawara said with a smile, please sit down. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then sat in his original seat again. Pawara stared at Yang Feng with admiration in his eyes. How wonderful. What kind of power can deceive her eyes? Gods stood high above the stars, with countless believers as their eyes. As long as their believers silently recited their holy name and prayed, they would be able to see what their believers could see and know what their believers knew. This made them nearly omniscient and omnipotent. To deceive the perception of a strong divine force rank god in a temple was simply heaven-defying. Except for divine chosen and divine descendants of the god of lies and deceit, no one else could do it. Yang Feng said indifferently with a calm expression, I am the most devout believer of the mighty weave goddess. Pawara looked pensive and then said with a smile, That's right, you are the most devout believer of the weave goddess. With that, Pawara silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and yellow magic light suddenly flickered and enveloped the room. Under the flickering yellow magic light, the room looked as if it was cut out of this world and placed on another plane. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. What an amazing method. This is spatial magic. His attainments in magic are really formidable. If I could practice the secret methods recorded by warlocks, I'm afraid that my future would be limitless. Pawara said with a smile, This room is now in a different space from the Feisuor plane. Unless a god personally descends and focuses his gaze on this place, it's impossible for him to hear our conversation. Now, let's have an open and honest talk. Pawara's eyes flickered with a scorching glint, and he said solemnly, I want the true essence of magic, or in other words, the true knowledge of magic that you have grasped. Yang Feng said calmly, What can you give me? Pawara showed a smile and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his legend wizard strength, it wasn't a big deal for him to capture someone from a divine descendant family. However, the direct descendants of divine descendants had the blood of gods flowing in their veins. They were blessed by the gods at birth and possessed all kinds of abilities. It was extremely difficult to control them, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a backlash. The divine descendants clans were basically clans with more than 1,000 years of history. It was unknown how many hidden experts they had. Pawara had never attacked the divine descendant clans because he was afraid of the top experts of the divine descendant clans. Pawara pondered for a while and said, I can accept you as my disciple and guide you carefully until you become a legendary level mage. I have the notes of 36 legendary mags. I can give them to you. Pawara was one of the most powerful legend wizards in the White Tower and recognized as one of the most powerful wizards in the Saint Tulan city. Countless mags, even magic shooters, were eager to become his disciple and receive his guidance. Yang Feng said lightly, I have no problem promoting to a legend rank wizard. With the ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians, coupled with the countless resources collected from Turandot subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock. This was an important reason why he dared to go to the Feisuor plane alone and accept the demigod hunting mission. The legendary rank was not his goal at all. Pawara was taken aback. He raised his head and carefully stared at Yang Feng. After a moment of silence, he revealed a smile and his gaze became even more scorching. It seems that I underestimated you. Say it, what do you want? Yang Feng said, I want you to be my subordinate so that I can teach you the true essence of magic. When Pawara heard that, he creased his eyebrows slightly and sank into his thoughts. He was a legendary mage, and he had his own pride. An arch-wizard wanting to become his lord left him somewhat conflicted. Yang Feng said with a smile, As long as you practice the true essence of magic that I impart to you, your lifespan will break through the human limit and you'll live for more than 1,000 years. As for me, I only need you to serve me for 200 years. After 200 years, I'll return you your freedom. Pawara said gently, Can I take a look at the true essence of magic that you've grasped first? I need to see with my own eyes whether that knowledge is worth 200 years of my life. Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and a variety of spell model books appeared in front of him. Pawara picked up a fireball spell model book and took a closer look. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically and he exclaimed, How could this be? This is the spell model of fireball? No, what's the spell model I studied before? Half, no. 1/15, no, it's 1/20 to be exact. So the real spell model is so huge. How can such a complex spell model be released without the help of the weave? Soul seed, spirit sea, humans can actually condense a soul seed in their sea of knowledge? When Pawara saw the books, his complexion changed continuously and filled with shock. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. However, he still eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained in the books. As a legend wizard, Pawara cultivated the most powerful meditation method on the Feisuor plane. After decades of painstaking cultivation of advanced meditation methods, his spirit force was already close to that of Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. With formidable spirit force, Pawara had a formidable memory. No matter what spell model it was, as long as he took a look at it, he would be able to memorize it. This way, he could quickly repeat the boring work of memorizing spell models every day, and then continue to meditate and study other spell models. On the Feisuor plane, legend wizards were very rare, and every legend wizard was a genius among geniuses. If they were placed on the continent of the Tsangji plane and had the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they could definitely practice cultivation until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. With a pained expression, Pawara gave a long sigh. This is the true essence of magic. Unfortunately, I learned of it too late. I don't have enough life force to condense a soul seed now. Pawara's spirit force was comparable to that of a pinnacle great warlock rank expert, but condensing a soul seed required a strong life force. With his current weak body, it was very difficult for him to condense a soul seed and recultivate on the warlock path. Each apprentice warlock possessed a physique far superior to that of knight rank experts. When condensing a soul seed, they needed a strong life force to condense their soul and form a soul seed with infinite possibilities. Although the spirit force of wizards of the Feisuor plane was extremely powerful, but it was impossible for them to condense a soul seed. In Pawara's eyes, those spell models were real, but he was powerless to engrave them in his sea of knowledge. Because his sea of knowledge didn't have a soul seed as a fulcrum, a spirit sea that could support spell models. The weave of the Feisuor plane had countless spell models. Wizards only needed to memorize a small part of the spell models, then use incantations to communicate with the weave and pour their spirit force into it, and they would be able to cast spells. Warlocks, on the other hand, had to construct a spirit sea in their mind that could bear countless spell models. Ordinary warlocks could learn much fewer spells than wizards, and their casting speed couldn't compare to that of wizards with the weave. However, in the eyes of legend wizards like Pawara, spells that could be cast without relying on the weave were real spells and real power that they could grasp. Now that real power was right in front of him, yet he couldn't cultivate it. It was natural for Pawara to feel endless pain. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. I have a way to give you a strong life force, condense a soul seed, and recultivate the essence of magic. Pawara's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance, and he said excitedly, "Really? If that's the case, I'm willing to serve you for 200 years. On the Feisuor plane, human wizards were the most vulnerable to the temptation of devils and fiends, and would directly degenerate. Because once they desired to pursue the essence of magic, they would violate the weave goddess's promotion. They could only degenerate, make deals with devils and fiends, and obtain the essence of magic." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Once the legend wizard Pawara became Yang Feng's subordinate, then the 59 court masters under Pawara's control would also be of use to Yang Feng. All of a sudden, Yang Feng gained a formidable power. A team of mags led by a legendary mage could easily kill 20 ordinary human sword sages. This was the power of magic, and it was also the reason why countless mags were respected by people. After a long time, Yang Feng walked out of the White Tower, boarded a luxurious carriage that appeared in front of him, and said lightly, "To the 6th Prince's residence." The driver of the luxurious carriage pulled the reins and took Yang Feng to the 6th Prince's residence. The 6th Prince's residence, in the conference hall. Garka was very surprised to see Yang Feng appear in front of him, and then asked curiously, "Erlian, what brings you here?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "I want to hold an elixir auction in the St. Toulan city." Garka's eyes lit up, and he praised sincerely, "Good idea. That's a great idea." After Yang Feng offered the elixir Dragon Strong to Morin's 2867th, the bigwigs in the St. Toulan city knew that Yang Feng was a very powerful pharmacist and a Grandmaster pharmacist to boot. Even the Grandmaster pharmacists in the Imperial Palace might not be a match for Yang Feng. The huge elixir auction of such a Grandmaster pharmacist would definitely make countless aristocrats and powerhouses fight to enter. Yang Feng said, "I need your help, Your Highness, to hold the auction in the shortest possible time." Chapter 271. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I will give you 20% of the proceeds from the potion auction, and the remaining 80% will be used for the construction of the Magic College. To build a Magic Academy, one would need a huge amount of funds. Although Morince 2867th agreed to let Yang Feng establish a magic college on his own, but he wouldn't give him a single gold coin. Yang Feng could only rely on his own efforts. Funding was the biggest problem. Without enough gold coins, it was impossible to recruit mags as teachers. All kinds of magic experiment equipment, magic experiment materials, and so on required money. Garka also showed an excited smile. Okay. Early in, don't worry, I'll definitely let the entire St. Tulan city know about the potion auction. Although Garka had a lot of income every month as the sixth prince, he also spent a lot of money. The monthly salary of his subordinates alone was a figure that would make ordinary nobles speechless. More gold coins meant that he could recruit more subordinates. Yang Feng's eyes turned, and he said with a beaming smile, I have a proposal. Your Highness, please release the news first, and then sell invitations. Each invitation will be sold for 200 gold coins, with a limit of 5,000. Garka was slightly startled and cried out involuntarily, selling invitations. In the Morince Empire, no one had ever organized an auction and sold invitations. In Garka's view, Yang Feng was crazy about money. I am a grand potion master. Among the potions that I am preparing to auction, there is a potion that can restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days. Garka's eyes lit up. The potion that could restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days was definitely something that countless noblewomen would fight over. There's also a potion like dragon's strength. Garka smiled. That was definitely a magic potion that great nobles liked. It's a magic potion that can allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, directly advancing to become a knight. Garka's eyes lit up with excitement. Many knight families would definitely fight for such a potion. It's a magic potion that can allow a third-rank magic apprentice to break through the bottleneck in spiritual power and become an official magician. Garka's body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement and greed. The existence of the weave made it difficult for the Feisuor plane to produce wizards above the archwizard rank. However, the convenient magic net had given birth to countless magic apprentices. Official magicians weren't easy to recruit, but third-rank magic apprentices could be easily recruited. That potion that could allow third-rank magic apprentices to break through their bottleneck and become true magicians would definitely cause countless people to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, with so many mystical potions being auctioned, is an invitation worth 200 gold coins? Garka laughed out loud. Worth it. It was so worth it. 200 gold coins was a huge amount of wealth for ordinary nobles, but it was nothing for those true nobles. Some of the nobles who were particular about luxury could spend thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins on a single meal. With so many magical potions being auctioned, an invitation letter of 200 gold coins would definitely cause people to fight over it. In the back garden of a luxury villa in St. Tulan City, a young man around 18 or 19 years old was practicing his swordsmanship. He had a focused expression and was very serious with every strike. A burly, bearded man looked at the young man with a hint of pity in his eyes. Stop. That's all for today. Just as the young man was drenched in sweat and was about to reach his limit, the bearded man called out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and nearly collapsed to the ground. A beautiful maid walked over and handed a hot towel to the young man. The young man stared at the bearded man with a hopeful gaze and asked unhurriedly, Teacher Jay, do I really have no hope of cultivating chi? Jay smiled and changed the subject. Young Master Carl, you will inherit the salamander family in the future. Even if you're not a knight, there will still be countless knights serving you. Cultivating swordsmanship can be regarded as tempering your body. Carl had a look of unwillingness on his face. Somewhat deranged, he said loudly in pain, In that case, I really can't cultivate chi. I really can't accept it. My ancestor Salamander practiced magic and martial dual cultivation. The chi and magic passed down in the family are all top-notch cultivation methods in the world. Why can't I cultivate? Why? Jay's eyes glimmered with pity. He had watched Carl grow up. He knew how much blood, sweat, and tears Carl had put in to cultivate magic and martial arts. No matter when, Carl had never given up on cultivation. He was countless times more diligent than many aristocratic youngsters. However, Carl was congenitally deficient. Even if he had the world's top-notch cultivation methods, he still couldn't cultivate magic and martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only become a senior warrior in his life. The maid standing next to Carl suddenly said, "Young master, I heard that a grandmaster pharmacist named Ian is about to hold a potion auction in the St. Toulon city. In the potion auction, there are potions that can make people become knights, potions that can make people cultivate magic, and potions that can restore people's youth." "What? There are potions that can make people become knights?" Carl's eyes burst out with a bright light. He looked up at Jay with eyes full of hope and expectation, saying, "Teacher Jay, is there really a potion that can make people become knights?" Jay hesitated for a moment before saying hesitantly, "The power of magic is extremely mysterious. Potions are also full of mysteries. Maybe there really is a potion that can make people become knights." Magic was a mysterious, vast, and profound existence. Even legend wizards didn't dare to say that they knew all magic. Although Jay was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, but he didn't know much about magic. Carl asked with a look of expectation, "Jesse, how can I participate in the potion auction?" Jesse hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that the invitation card costs 200 gold coins and is limited to 5,000. Now the price of an invitation card has been raised to 300 gold coins." Carl said with a smile, "Go and call the butler Luke." Jesse saluted and withdrew. Soon after, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform with neatly combed hair came before Carl and said respectfully, "Young Master Carl, what can I do for you?" With the dignity of a superior, Carl said faintly, "Go and get me 5 invitations for the potion auction held by Master Ian." Luke respectfully replied and retreated, "Yes, young master." Inside a magic laboratory, a young man in a magic apprentice robe grabbed a pale golden invitation card and stared at it as if it was his everything. His eyes flashed with madness as he murmured, "A potion that can make people break through the bottleneck and promote to a wizard. I must get it." Inside a luxurious villa room, a middle-aged noblewoman who was no longer youthful looked at the mirror. Even though she had put on heavy makeup, she still could not hide her old age. She was reminiscing about her lost youth. She held a light golden invitation in her hand and said in a low voice, "A magic potion that can restore one's youth for 18 days. I must get that potion." In front of a grocery store of the 6th Prince Garka, there was a long line of people that stretched for more than a few kilometers. The eyes of the people waiting in line were focused on the grocery store, full of anxiety, waiting for the door to open. At this time, more than 30 police officers had gathered at the door of the grocery store to maintain law and order. Finally, the door of the grocery store slowly opened, and a voice came from inside, "There are only 500 invitations today." "Why? Aren't there 5,000 invitations? Why are there only 500 invitations left?" The crowd burst into an uproar, talking and shouting wildly. 2 burly men came out, looked at the crowd outside, and said faintly, "Everyone, please line up and enter the store in order. Each person is limited to 2 invitations." The police officers pulled out their batons and glared at the crowd outside. No matter how much the people outside clamored, it was useless. The people in front of the line entered the grocery store one by one. Every time a person came out of the grocery store, more than a dozen people would surround them and shout, "220 gold coins, I'll pay 220 gold coins, sell me 1, 250 gold coins, sell me 1, 280 gold coins, sell me 1. Countless people quarreled and offered prices, trying to buy an invitation to the potion auction from others. Some people directly sold the invitation cards in their hands and made a profit of several hundred gold coins. There were even more people who left under the protection of the expert guards after buying the invitation. The 500 invitations released by the grocery store were quickly snapped up. Then, a secondary market for reselling invitations formed at the entrance of the grocery store. As if the most precious goods, invitations circulated continuously. Countless people were fighting for that small invitation card. Countless aristocrats, greater aristocrats, wizards, assassins, knights, and druids of the St. Toulon city fought over the invitation. because Yang Feng's potions were tempting and could satisfy their desires. On the Feisuo plain, most of the magic knowledge was in the hands of the major forces, with very little knowledge being passed down to the secular world. Potionology was a branch of alchemy. To refine a potion, one had to master a lot of magic knowledge, use a lot of precious extraordinary plants, and add magic stones to carry out all kinds of changes. A Grandmaster Potionologist was bound to be an expert at the Great Wizard rank or above, while an expert at the Great Wizard rank or above might not be a Grandmaster Potionologist. It was precisely because of this that Grandmaster Potionologists were so rare. After all, it was very difficult for people who studied magic on the Feisuo plane to be distracted by other things. Chapter 272. Inside the residence of the Sixth Prince. In a very good mood, Garka said with a hearty smile, "Haha, Ian, we really made a fortune. A few trifling invitations were sold for 1 million gold coins. You're really good at making money." For 1 million gold coins, Garka could get 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also made use of the small invitations to earn a lot of favors. The Saint Tulan city was filled with aristocrats and magnates. 5,000 invitations weren't enough for those people to fight over. Many greater aristocrats were a step late. Even if they had the money, they couldn't buy the invitations. They could only go to Garka and make a request to buy the invitations, making Garka owe them a lot of favors. Yang Feng picked up a glass, swirled the blood-like red wine inside, took a sip, and revealed a smile. Garka asked curiously, "By the way, why only 5,000 invitations? Why not sell more? With the strength of the Saint Tulan city, it wouldn't be a problem to sell 10,000, no, 30,000 invitations." There were less than 10 grand pharmacists in the Morince Empire, 3 of which were in the Imperial Palace and served Morince 2867th. Yang Feng was the only one who was willing to hold the potion auction. There were many rich people in the Saint Tulan city. Even if 30,000 invitations were released, they could be easily sold. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Rare things are precious. After the 5,000 invitations go through a competition, they will become even more famous. Those people will be more willing to spend a lot of money to compete for the invitations, and then spend even more money to compete for the potions I sell." Garka frowned slightly and said, "That makes sense. However, 5,000 invitations are obviously not enough. Many people have come to me and expressed their intention to buy them. Some people have great backgrounds that even I can't afford to offend." Although Garka was the 6th prince of the empire and had a very noble status, but there were many people he couldn't afford to offend. Only when he sat on the throne would he be able to ignore most people. Yang Feng said faintly, "If greater aristocrats, top magnates, and aristocrats close to us want them, then we'll give them to them. As for others, there's no need to give them." Garka pondered for a moment and smiled. That makes sense. As time went by, the entire Saint Tulan city went crazy over the small invitation letter. The price of the invitation letter soared from 200 gold coins to 500 gold coins, and there was no market for it. The invitation to the potion auction had become a symbol of status. It was as if the person who had an invitation to the potion auction was a real big shot. 10 days later, in a large manor near the Saint Tulan city, luxurious carriages drove out of the Saint Tulan city and entered the large manor. The ground of the large manor was covered with a layer of cement-like material, making it look very flat. The carriage didn't bump too much as it traveled. Near a lake that looked like an emerald, there were countless tables filled with all sorts of delicacies. Beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. Near the tables stood well-dressed men and women. Outside of the Saint Tulan city, any one of them would be a bigwig that countless people of the Morince Empire would look up to. The bigwigs formed circles of 2s and 3s and chatted. Their conversations couldn't deviate from the topic of the various magic potions that might be auctioned at the potion auction. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A handsome man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, followed by a man and a woman in martial attire, strode in. "Your Highness the Third Prince." Some bigwigs from the Third Prince's faction went over and saluted the Third Prince Porter. They swiftly formed a small circle around Porter. Not long after Porter arrived, a young man with short blonde hair and a somewhat serious expression, similar to Porter arrived, followed by 2 guards in martial attire. "Your Highness the 9th Prince." Some bigwigs close to the 9th Prince also went over and saluted the 9th Prince Sanair, and then formed a small circle around Sanair. Almost at the same time, a young man with short golden hair, who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, still had a childish look on his face. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. He was followed by 2 beautiful female guards in martial attire. "Your Highness the 13th Prince." The bigwigs close to the 13th Prince quickly came to the 13th Prince Suka's side and formed a small circle with Suka at the head. The 3 princes looked at each other, then shook off all the guards and walked over to each other. A complicated look in his eyes, Porter said unhurriedly, "Grand Pharmacist Ian, Garka is really lucky to be able to recruit a Grand Pharmacist to serve him." In the small alliance formed by the 4 princes, Porter and Garka were the strongest forces. With Yang Feng's help, Garka's force became the strongest force in the loose alliance. Suka said with a light smile, "The stronger Garka is, the more advantageous it is for us, right? Andre's strength was simply too great. We also need someone who can withstand the pressure from Andre." Sanair nodded silently. The great Prince Andre was wise and valiant, as well as the Grand Marshal of the Southern Army, and the experts under his command were as common as clouds in the sky. Even when the 4 princes joined forces, they could only slightly suppress Andre. Of course, this was also related to the 4 princes joining forces on the surface, but secretly holding each other back. If the 4 princes worked together, then with the strength of their mother's family behind them, they could suppress the great Prince Andre to the point that he couldn't breathe. "Grandmaster Ian. Grandmaster Ian is here. Grandmaster Ian. Grandmaster Ian is here." Suddenly, clamors came from the crowd, and gazes began to search for Yang Feng. Virtually everyone present came for Yang Feng's potion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Feng followed Garka and Juliana into the venue under the escort of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. As soon as Garka entered the venue, he took Yang Feng and walked towards the great prince's group of 3. Garka made the introductions full of pride. "Ian, let me introduce you. This is my 3rd brother, Porter, this is my 9th brother, Sanair, and this is my 13th brother, Suka. Eldest brother, 9th brother, 13th brother, this is the master of the Red Earth Wasteland's Miracle City, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Court Grand Master, and Grand Pharmacist Ian." Each title represented an identity of Yang Feng, and each identity was very noble. With several identities superimposed, he was even more noble than some ordinary princes. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "Hello, hello, Earl Ian." The 3 princes politely greeted him. Even Suka, who had pride written all over his face, wasn't rude. "Grandmaster Canals. Grandmaster Canals is here." "What Grandmaster Canals? Where is he?" When they heard the name Canals, the crowd was slightly taken aback at first, and then there was a stir at once. Everyone looked for the owner of the name with even more excited gazes. Canals, who had been famous for decades, was one of the most powerful grand pharmacists of the Morinth Empire. He was also a legendary figure in the Morinth Empire. With potions, he saved 2 legend wizards, killed 1 legend wizard, and killed 4 sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. His life was a legend, and he was one of the most legendary grand pharmacists of the Morinth Empire. A somewhat short man, who looked to be in his 20s, had a very young face, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. At a glance, he looked very contradictory. With an indifferent expression, he slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. Beside the short man followed a tall, handsome, and burly middle-aged man with dazzling blonde hair and a domineering aura. His every movement seemed to carry a bloody aura. On the left-hand side of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man with an ordinary build, short red hair, and slightly red eyes. The depths of the eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. Behind the 3 of them were over a dozen guards. Each of the guards exuded the aura of an expert. When Porter saw the 3 people, his heart shook, and his complexion changed dramatically. He said with difficulty, "Andre, he recruited Grandmaster Canals. Even the god of war's divine descendants have sided with him." That middle-aged man who exuded an iron-blooded aura was the crown prince, Andre. The short man on his right-hand side was Grand Pharmacist Canals, and the young man on his left-hand side was Chapello, the first successor of the Barrios family, a divine descendant family left in the secular world by the god of war Barrios. The complexions of Garca's group of 3 people turned very unsightly. Generally speaking, divine descendants didn't participate in the struggle for imperial power of the Morince Empire. No matter who came to power, it was impossible to touch them without reason. However, nothing was absolute. There were also divine descendants who would participate in the struggle for imperial power for various reasons. Basically, people who got the support of divine descendants would rarely lose in the struggle for imperial power. Andre saw Garca's group of 4 at a glance. With his hands behind his back, he walked over. Along the way, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire couldn't help but take the initiative to part and make way for Andre, as if it was a matter of course. Chapter 273. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. As expected of the great Prince Andre, "You're really extraordinary." Garca and the other 3 princes were very outstanding, but compared to the great Prince Andre, they were like chickens compared to phoenixes. But the more brilliant Andre was, the more Yang Feng didn't want him to ascend to the throne. Otherwise, once he took control of the Morince Empire, it would become very difficult for Yang Feng to do anything. Andre walked over to them. "Big brother." When Porter's group of 4 saw the approaching Andre, they were polite with traces of politeness and fear. "You're Ian." Andre ignored Porter's group of 4, walked up to Yang Feng, and asked indifferently with a domineering air. Yang Feng replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I am Ian, Your Highness Andre." Andre's eyes flashed with regret, and he said indifferently, "Very well, what a pity." Canals took a step forward, his indifferent eyes blossomed with a scorching light, and he said bluntly in a matter-of-fact tone, "I am Canals. Ian, take out all your potion formulas and give them to me. I don't care about what happened between you today." Yang Feng stared at Canals as if he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, "Why should I give you potion formulas instead of you giving me your potion formulas?" Canals was slightly taken aback, then his eyes surged with endless anger and he said with a gloomy smile, "Fool. Originally, I only wanted your potion formulas. But now, because of your stupidity, I plan to make you my slave. I want to challenge you with potions. The loser will become the slave of the winner, and everything will be at the mercy of the winner." Yang Feng asked in reply, "Why should I agree to your challenge?" Canals said with a cold smile, "This is a fair challenge between pharmacists, which you can't refuse. If you refuse, I'll have the Weave Holy Order expel you so that you won't be able to enter any of the temples of the Weave Goddess to pray." For a pious fanatic, not being able to enter the temple of their god to pray was the most severe punishment. As a grand pharmacist, Canals had been famous for decades. His connections and influence were by far beyond what Yang Feng could compare with. Yang Feng said with a grave expression, "You're too vicious." Canals laughed wildly, "Haha, it's useless. Hand over the potion formula you have, or have a potion duel with me and become my slave. You only have these 2 choices." Yang Feng uttered calmly, "It seems that I have no choice." Canals arrogantly threw a golden contract scroll in front of Yang Feng. "This is the highest level contract scroll of the Temple of the God of Contract. Sign it." Garca's face changed dramatically, and he grabbed Yang Feng's right hand and shouted, "Ian, don't sign it. I can use my power to prevent you from being expelled by the Weave Church." Canals sneered arrogantly. When the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect was young, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death because of an accident. I saved his life with a potion, so he owes me a favor. Can your power compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect? Garca's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he fell silent. The headquarters of the Weave Divine Sect wasn't in the Morince Empire. As the 6th prince of the empire, Garca indeed had some influence in the Weave Divine Sect. However, he couldn't compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect. Canals was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In the decades since he became a grand pharmacist, who knows how many powerhouses he had made friends with. In some specific fields, his words were much more useful than those of many princes of the Morince Empire. Yang Feng was silent for a while. He carefully looked at the golden magic contract for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he struggled free from Garka's hand and signed his name on it. After signing their names on the golden magic contract, the golden magic contract immediately ignited, turned into 2 golden specks of light, and entered the foreheads of Yang Feng and Canals respectively. Canals glanced at the dais set up for the potion auction and revealed a smile, saying, "The dais in the center of the auction is really good. It's just suitable for our duel." Yang Feng replied, "All right." The 2 people quickly arrived at the dais. Canals said lightly, "The rules of the potion duel are that each person drinks a vial of potion and then thinks of a way to dispel the demonic nature of the potion. The one who can't help but concede defeat loses." Yang Feng nodded slightly and agreed with Canals. A duel between potion pharmacists wasn't carried out through magic, but by drinking the other party's potion and dispelling the demonic nature of the other party's potion. In a duel between potion pharmacists, a vial of potion would often decide the victor. Yang Feng said with a sincere expression, "Grandmaster Canals, you're a famous grand pharmacist. In order to respect you, I'll concoct a vial of potion and let you drink it first." Canals said with a faint smile, "Respect the old and cherish the young, do you understand? If you want to respect me, then drink the potion I concocted first." In a duel between potion pharmacists, the one who drank the potion first would be at a complete disadvantage. Unless the gap in strength between the 2 parties was too great, the one who drank the other party's potion first would be at an absolute disadvantage. Yang Feng said with a smile, No. If I drink it first, then wouldn't it mean that I'm much stronger than you, Grandmaster? You should drink it first. Grandmaster, you're much stronger than me, so you can definitely dispel the demonic nature of my potion." Canals didn't budge an inch, saying, "I'm indeed stronger than you, but the one who drinks the potion first is you." Andre walked over, clenched his fist, extended it in front of Yang Feng, and said overbearingly, "There's 1 or 2 gold coins inside. Guess if it's 1 or 2 gold coins. If you guess correctly, Grandmaster Canals will drink first. If not, you will drink first." Yang Feng pondered for a moment and said, 2. Andre slowly spread open his hand, letting everyone see clearly that there was only 1 gold coin in his hand. Andre said lightly, "You drink first." Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay." Canals silently recited an incantation and waved his hand. Magic radiances flickered, and huge tables strangely appeared on the ground. The tables were filled with all kinds of strange medicinal materials. Canal's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, and he said with an excited smile, "There are 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here. I know that you haven't prepared anything. Let's use the 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here to refine a potion and have a good fight. Of course, if you want to add your own medicinal materials, that's not a problem." Canals was a fanatical apothecary. He studied potion all his life. His magic strength was only at the Archwizard rank, and he barely advanced to the Archwizard rank by relying on various precious potions. However, he was definitely one of the top 3 super grandmaster pharmacists of the Morince Empire when it came to potion pharmaceutics. In his heart, he had his own pride. After he finished speaking, Canals no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. He stared at the medicinal materials attentively and carefully selected them one by one. In total, he selected 23 medicinal materials. In the venue, everyone's gazes were deeply attracted by Canals. A grandmaster pharmacist refining a potion on the spot was a rare sight. Many bigwigs in the audience had never seen a grandmaster pharmacist refine a potion in their lifetime. On the Feisuor plane, potion pharmaceutics was one of the most mysterious subjects. Very few people could grasp it and be proficient in it. Yang Feng carefully looked at the 23 medicinal materials, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Among the 23 types of medicinal herbs, Yang Feng could recognize 19 of them, while the other 4 were extraordinary plants that weren't recorded in the information Yang Feng had collected. After Canals selected the 23 medicinal materials, he carefully put a humanoid potion that looked like a human into a glass beaker, silently recited an incantation, pointed with his finger, and conjured the level 1 spell Restoration Water. A blue restoration water suddenly appeared and intertwined with the humanoid potion. The humanoid potion stood upright and issued an ear-piercing scream. Everyone present heard the scream of the humanoid potion. Many ordinary people suddenly felt their chests tighten, a fishy taste in their throats, and a mouthful of blood flowed backward from their throats and overflowed from the corners of their mouths. Just as many people were panicking, a wizard standing behind Andre silently recited an incantation, pointed at the dais, and conjured a soundproofing spell, completely cutting off the screams of the humanoid potion on the dais. What a terrifying potion! What a terrifying potion! If you're not a wizard, you simply can't process such a potion. The eyes of the bigwigs in the audience flashed with palpitations. They took out handkerchiefs and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. Canals didn't pay attention to the people below. After the humanoid potion was enveloped by the restoration water, he pointed with his finger, and a flame instantly enveloped the humanoid potion and the restoration water. Burned by the flame, the humanoid potion and the restoration water strangely ignited. After the flame was completely ignited, a layer of black oily liquid floated in the beaker. The layer of black oily liquid tumbled and from time to time condensed into human faces, striking fear into people's hearts. After processing the humanoid potion, Canals unleashed all kinds of unimaginable means and began to concoct other potions. Soon, there were 23 different kinds of strange liquids in the 23 goblets. Chapter 274. Canals poured the 23 liquids into a magic beaker that had been strengthened by magic. The 23 kinds of liquids churned and suddenly condensed into a collection of human faces. Then, it tumbled and turned into a snake freak with 46 human eyes. Then, it tumbled again and condensed into a freak covered with countless sharp tentacles. Below, all the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched the magic beaker churn and form different monster potions. Every monster potion formed exuded a ferocious, ruthless, and frightening aura, as if it was a fiend that chose its prey. Canals pointed with his hand, and a flame enveloped the magic beaker. That bottle of potion immediately burned, and like a human, it let out a series of incomparably mournful screams. After a long time, the flame disappeared, and a clear and transparent liquid exuding a peculiar fragrance appeared in the magic beaker. So fragrant. What potion is this? What a fragrant potion, it's really amazing. What potion is this? Why do I feel so comfortable after smelling it? As expected of Grandmaster Canals, he's really amazing. When the bigwigs smelled the peculiar fragrance, their spirits were roused, and they revealed smiles. At the same time, they were convinced by Canals' wonderful means. The wizards who knew a little about pharmacology looked at Canals with adoration in their eyes. The processing methods of the 23 potions were unheard of by the wizards. Moreover, each of the 23 potions was extremely frightening. It was extremely difficult to fuse the medicinal properties of the 23 potions. Yang Feng stared at the bottle of transparent potion, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Canals stared at the potion in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and said faintly, "Bring it." A prisoner tightly bound from head to toe was dragged in by 2 guards. Andre said with a smile, "This is a prisoner who has committed a capital crime. Grandmaster, please try the potion." The eyes of the prisoner flickered with panic, not understanding why he was brought here. Canals pointed with his finger, and the prisoner, under the effect of a mysterious force, opened his mouth. A drop of transparent liquid flew out of the magic beaker and fell into the prisoner's mouth. The prisoner's body trembled, and his face twisted madly. Pustules suddenly appeared on his body, and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Countless pustules burst open, and strange insects wriggled in his body. His entire body twisted inch by inch, and he didn't even look human. When the great figures below saw such a terrifying scene, all of them felt like vomiting. Some of them even vomited, while most of them immediately averted their gazes, not daring to look at such a terrifying scene. Canals turned around and sneered, "This is the potion I recovered from an ancient potion formula, the punishment of potion corruption. Even great demons would die if they drank this fallen punishment. Ian, do you admit defeat, or do you want to drink this depravity punishment? Magic potion corruption punishment, isn't that a magic potion that can even poison a demigod to death?" It can even poison a monster like the Great Demon to death. This magic potion is too scary. The complexions of the experienced powerhouses changed dramatically, and they cried out involuntarily. Great demons were monsters of the ancient demonic realm or the underground abyss. They were extremely powerful, could contend with human legend rank powerhouses, and had extremely high poison resistance. In the underground abyss, many places were filled with substances that were highly toxic to humans. Living in such an environment, the poison resistance of great demons could be imagined. Great demons could drink some poisons that could poison human demigods to death like water. The punishment of potion corruption was a poison that was terrifyingly lethal to great demons. During a democalypse before the Battle of the Gods, many great demons died tragically due to the punishment of potion corruption. Reportedly, in order to wipe out human potion pharmacists, the fiends launched an attack and eventually wiped them out. The punishment of potion corruption had been lost in the secular world. Canals actually recovered the punishment of potion corruption from an ancient potion formula, which was simply heaven-defying. Garka's complexion turned extremely pale, and his eyes flashed with a faint glint of despair. The fallen punishment potion could even poison demonic creatures like the great devils to death. It was even more impossible for a human demigod to resist such a cruel poison. Young Foam couldn't resist such a ferocious potion either. The gazes of Porter and the other two princes were very complicated, but there was also a trace of joy mixed in between. After Young Foam joined Garka's sphere of influence, Garka's power expanded rapidly. Porter and the other two princes naturally concealed a lot of dissatisfaction. Canals said with a haughty smile, "Surrender, Ian. I've only completed half of the antidote to the punishment of potion corruption. After you drink the potion, even if I save you in time, you'll still become a terrible monster. It's not too late to surrender." Gazes full of pity focused on Young Foam, as if they were looking at a dead man. Garka struggled for a while, then opened his mouth slightly, and then fell silent. Compared to the outcome of Young Foam becoming Canals' slave, he was more willing to see Young Foam poisoned to death by the punishment of the potion corruption. Elena had an unbearable expression on her face. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke and advised, "Ian, forget it, admit defeat." Porter and the other two princes remained silent. Under the attentive gazes, Young Foam pondered for a while, then took out a vial of potion and drank it in one gulp. Canals sneered and spat out a word, "Fool." There was no medicine that could prevent the punishment of the potion corruption in advance. Only gods or demigod powerhouses with extremely high poison resistance might be able to resist its ferocious potion power. Young Foam took a step forward, grabbed the potion depravity punishment, and poured it into his mouth in one breath. The moment the potion corruption punishment entered his mouth, countless liquid nanorobots quickly condensed, forming a channel that firmly wrapped around the potion and flowed towards his stomach. Hiss, hiss. Along with hammering sounds, the potion corruption began to frantically corrode the channel formed by the liquid metal nanorobots. The magic potion corruption punishment could only be contained in a special magical metal beaker. Otherwise, even steel could be easily corroded. Young Foam's complexion changed greatly. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and Warlock rank life force inside him surged madly, nourishing the liquid metal nanorobots. Even so, the countless liquid metal nanorobots were still quickly corroded by the potion corruption. Young Foam pulled out a sword, stabbed himself in the chest, pierced his throat, and cut off the esophagus wrapped in the potion corruption punishment. In a flash, frightening chi erupted. Along with a copious amount of blood, the esophagus was cut off along with the liquid metal nanorobots and the potion corruption. Propelled by the force of chi, the esophagus was scattered on the ground. Hiss, hiss. Along with bangs, the liquid metal nanorobots were completely corroded by the potion corruption. At the same time, a huge bottomless pit emitting white smoke appeared on the ground. A copious amount of blood flowed out of Young Foam's cut-open chest and scattered on the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at Young Foam. They couldn't believe that the potion corruption, which was known to be able to poison even demigods, was actually broken by Young Foam in such a cruel and decisive way. Canals couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at young Feng and said in a trembling voice, "How can this be? How can you do this?" When Andre saw this, his pupils constricted slightly, and his evaluation of young Feng rose by a few notches. What a ruthless guy. What a smart guy. If an ordinary person's chest was directly pierced and a section of their esophagus was cut off, they would definitely die. But now young Feng was still alive. Everyone guessed that young Feng's previous bottle of elixir should be a magic elixir to enhance his life force. Young Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Under the nourishment of the healing water, the wound on young Feng's chest began to heal slowly. Enduring the pain, young Feng revealed a weary smile and said, "Grandmaster Canals, it's my turn now." Canals creased his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slowly and said, "It's your turn." Young Feng carefully looked at the medicinal ingredients, then walked over and carefully selected them one by one. He chose a total of 18 potions. Young Feng took out a fist-sized, blood-like potion, put it in a magic beaker, and pointed with his finger. An acid formed from the spell acid sputtering entered the magic beaker. The fist-sized, blood-colored potion grew eyes and a mouth. Under the corrosion of the acid, it issued extremely miserable screams. Young Feng pointed with his finger, and a flame fell into the magic beaker and turned into a ball of fire. The blood-colored potion screamed miserably as it burned. Finally, amidst the screams, it turned into a pool of black liquid that churned in the magic beaker. The blood demon fruit can actually be treated like this. It's really wonderful. What kind of medicinal effect will be extracted from it like this? Canals stared at young Feng with wide eyes and muttered. Although Canals was a grandmaster pharmacist, but he still couldn't fully grasp it. Chapter 275. Young Feng used various magic methods to process the 18 potions and turned them into 18 cups of strange liquids. As if they had a life of their own, the liquids churned and issued strange sounds. Canals stared at the 18 cups of strange liquids, pondered hard, scratched his head, and muttered, "What potion is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" Young Feng poured the 18 cups of strange liquids into a magic beaker, and the 18 liquids churned at once. The 18 liquids instantly intertwined and formed a liquid dragon, which rose into the air and issued mournful dragon roars, as if it had a life of its own. Young Feng pointed with his hand and silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, a flame erupted and enveloped the liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon suddenly burst into flames, and countless black gas dispersed from the demonic liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon was completely purified, turned into a pure transparent liquid, and fell into the magic beaker. How magical! So this is a grand pharmacist. How magical! So this is how potions are made. The eyes of the bigwigs of the Morince Empire flickered with amazement, and they discussed excitedly. Many people thought that magic potions were made by grinding different magical plants, extraordinary plants, into powder and mixing them together according to a certain ratio to form a magic potion. But now that they saw the potions refined by Canals and young Feng, they realized that it wasn't that simple to refine a potion. Young Feng took the magic beaker, handed it to Canals, and said with a faint smile, "This is the potion dragon corruption that I recovered from an ancient potion formula. Even if a dragon drinks it, it will degenerate and turn into a pile of dust. Grandmaster Canals, it's not too late to concede now. Dragon corruption, isn't this a potion that has been lost since ancient times? The potion dragon corruption is a potion that can even poison dragons to death. Even the human demigod hero Cheyenne had his divinity corroded due to drinking the dragon corruption, and transformed into a mortal. In the end, he was poisoned to death." Shocked voices came out from the mouths of the magicians. All the magicians were shocked by the reappearance of the long-lost magic potion. Dragons were even more powerful than great demons, and their poison resistance was even higher. Every giant dragon possessed unparalleled strength and various terrifying resistances. There were very few things that could poison an adult giant dragon. Some magic potions could poison a human demigod to death, but they were completely useless against an adult giant dragon. The corruption of the giant dragon potion could poison a giant dragon to death. The intensity of the magic in the potion was probably even stronger than the punishment of the corruption of the giant dragon potion. Shocked gazes focused on young Feng. No one doubted young Feng's identity as a grand pharmacist. The reason why ancient magic potions were lost was not only because of the constant wars between the gods, but also because it was too difficult to refine. If one wasn't a master pharmacist, it would be impossible to process all kinds of magic herbs and extract the essence from them. For young Feng to be able to refine ancient elixirs, this was sufficient proof of his identity as a grand pharmacist. The fall of dragons. Good. Let's see if it can make me fall. Canals stared at the beaker in young Feng's hand, and his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. He immediately took out a dozen vials of magic potions and poured them into his mouth in one breath. Once the dozen vials of magic potions entered his stomach, Canal's aura suddenly rose steadily. His body swelled by a size and became full of muscles. 2 dragon horns grew on his forehead. As if he had transformed into a dragonborn from the country of dragons, he was brimming with power. The physical constitution of a level 3 warlock is really amazing, worthy of being a grand pharmacist. Yong Feng carefully looked at Canals. In his right eye, countless data surged, quickly scanning and analyzing Canal's physical condition. At a glance, he saw that after Canals drank the dozen vials of elixirs, his life force was stimulated, and he climbed to the pinnacle level 3 warlock realm in one fell swoop. Of course, Canals only used the power of the magic potions to possess a pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution for a short period of time. After the potion's effect passed, he would return to his original state. But until then, the pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution could allow him to resist the erosion of many kinds of magic potions. Canals grabbed the dragon's corruption. His right hand trembled slightly, and he stared at the dragon's corruption with both excitement and fear. Excitement because he could see a new ancient magic potion, and fear because the ancient magic potion could take his life at any time. Canals grabbed the dragon's corruption, then suddenly looked up at young Feng and said, "Ian, I don't want to die. If I can't resist the dragon's corruption, then please save me. I still want to study more magic potions. Having a potion master as your slave should be very useful to you." The eyes of Andre and his party flashed with a gloomy glint. Garka, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Porter and the other 2 princes were very calm, but their eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. The addition of a grand pharmacist to Garka's subordinates had already made Garka's reputation soar. If Canals, a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, also joined Garka's subordinates, then Garka's power would be even greater. Canals was a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, and even the Pope of the Weave Holy Order had received his kindness. Who knew how many powerhouses had owed him favors? Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right. If you can't resist the power of the magic potion, then extend your thumb and I'll save you." Canals gave a gratified smile. Looking at the dragon's corruption, his eyes flickered with excitement and fear, and he swallowed the dragon's corruption. Once the dragon's corruption entered his stomach, Canals quickly poured vials of magic potions that had been prepared beforehand into his mouth. In less than a second, Canals' complexion changed dramatically, and he slumped to the ground. With a cry, he spat out a large amount of blood mixed with countless elixirs. He struggled painfully, and at the same time, he extended his thumb with difficulty. The dragon's corruption could even poison dragons to death. Even though Canals was the most outstanding grand pharmacist of the Morince Empire, but he still couldn't resist such a terrifying magic potion. Yang Feng immediately stepped forward and poured a vial of the white magic potion into Canals' mouth. After Canals drank the vial of the white magic potion, his complexion recovered a little. He gritted his teeth and said faintly, "I concede." The moment Canals conceded, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire revealed complex expressions. They had witnessed the fall of a legend and the birth of another legend. Andre took a step forward, and a domineering aura diffused from him. He stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Earl Ian, I'm willing to use the Marquisdom of Giza in exchange for the freedom of Grandmaster Canals. Please give him back his freedom." Marquisdom. As expected of His Highness the Great Prince, to use a hereditary Marquisdom in exchange for the freedom of Grandmaster Canals, His Highness the Great Prince is really benevolent and righteous. The bigwigs of the Morince Empire praised sincerely, and at the same time, were filled with envy. A hereditary marquisdom was something that many human sacred swordsmen couldn't obtain even after struggling for a lifetime. In order to become a hereditary baron, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius joined Yang Feng and worked for him. A hereditary marquis could even tempt some legendary mags. After Canals drank a few vials of elixirs and recovered his vigor, he sighed slowly and said faintly, "Since I lost, then from today on, I am Sir Ian's slave. Andre, you don't have to waste a marquisdom to plead for me." Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, Your Highness Andre. Although Grand Master Canals is my slave, but I won't treat him as a slave, but as my research partner, a partner in potions research." Canals was a Grandmaster pharmacist. Just his ability to refine potions was enough to make Yang Feng look at him in a different light. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat a Grandmaster pharmacist like Canals as a slave. Andre suddenly smiled and beckoned domineeringly. "Garca isn't a wise ruler. Ian, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join me, I can have the Hansen family no longer pursue the matter between you and the Hansen family. Besides, as long as you join me, and I can ascend to the throne in the future, I won't let anyone meddle in the affairs of the Red Earth Wasteland." Garca's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He was well aware of the relationship between him and Andre. Andre now solicited Yang Feng in front of everyone and offered such generous conditions. Once Yang Feng accepted, Garca's force would suffer a huge blow. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm very sorry. I'm also very impressed by your demeanor, Your Highness. Unfortunately, I have already joined His Highness Garca, so I can only refuse your good intentions." If Yang Feng was an aboriginal of the Feisuor Plain, he might have already chosen to join Andre. However, he came here from the Tsangji Plain in order to become a god in the starry sky. Joining Andre's subordinates wasn't in line with Yang Feng's interests. "It's a pity. However, my door is always open to you. Please consider it carefully." Andre didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes flashed with appreciation, and he turned around and took his subordinates away. Chapter 276. Yang Feng looked at Andre's departing figure with a dignified glint in his eyes. He contemplated for a while, then clapped his hands, and two beautiful maids walked out from the side and helped Grandmaster Canals down the dais. He also followed them down the dais. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure and an open slit in a black evening dress, revealing a large area of her snow-white breasts and slender and beautiful thighs, walked to the center of the dais with a smile on her face. "Hello, everyone, I am Kath, the auctioneer of this potion auction. In this potion auction, we will auction potions refined by Grandmaster Pharmacist Ian that have all kinds of incredible and mystical powers. There are all kinds of potions here, and all your wishes can be fulfilled. Now, let's officially begin." Kath's sexy and seductive voice reverberated in the area. With just a few words, she provoked everyone's desire to purchase the potions. A beautiful maid holding a transparent glass vial containing a purple potion slowly walked over to Kath's side. "This is the potion Memories of Youth. If you drink this vial of potion, you can restore your youth for 18 days. This potion was accidentally refined by Grandmaster Ian. There are only 3 vials, and there is only 1 vial in this auction." When they heard Kath's words, the breathing of the old and no longer beautiful noblewomen became rapid. They stared at the vial of potion Memories of Youth with wolf-like gazes in their eyes. If there were several vials of Memories of Youth, then the noblewomen could slowly compete over them and distribute them among themselves. But if there was only 1 vial, then they could only choose to fight for it. In the process, everyone was their enemy. The auction of the potion Memories of Youth will now officially begin. The base price is 1,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. Begin 1,100 gold coins. 1,300 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when the eyes of the noble women turned bloodshot, and they frantically increased the price. The price of the potion, Memories of Youth, easily broke through the 3,000 gold coins mark and rushed all the way to the 4,000 gold coins mark. After breaking through the 5,000 gold coins mark, the increase in price began to slow down. An old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair shouted, 10,000 gold coins. Another old woman with thick makeup also shouted, 13,000 gold coins. 14,000 gold coins. Under the bidding of the wealthy ladies, the price of the memories of youth potion skyrocketed. In the end, the old woman who first offered 10,000 gold coins shouted out a sky-high price with bloodshot eyes, 30,000 gold coins. Hearing the sky-high price of 30,000 gold coins, the noble women finally calmed down and became silent. If it was a potion that could completely restore one's youth, it would definitely be worth more than 30,000 gold coins. However, to spend 30,000 gold coins to restore 18 days of youth, even those noble women would have to think twice. 30,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly and maintained a certain rhythm. 30,000 gold coins going twice, 30,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Kath smiled sweetly and said, Madam Pina, if you pay now and use this potion on the spot, I can waive 1,000 gold coins for you. Would you like to pay now and use this potion? Of course. Madam Pina said somewhat eagerly. She stepped forward, took out 3 checks for 10,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the potion in her hand, and poured it into her mouth. A cyan demonic light enveloped Madam Pina, and the countless wrinkles on her face slowly faded away, revealing an extremely charming and enchanting face. Her somewhat dry and thin body was also full of vitality, becoming moist and full of luster. The somewhat shriveled and drooping twin peaks also became plump and full, proudly standing upright. In just a dozen or so seconds, the old woman, who was still somewhat ugly despite wearing heavy makeup, had suddenly become a top beauty who was full of charm and luster, as if her body was enveloped in a layer of sparkling light. When Madam Pina was young, she was also a charming and peerless beauty in the imperial capital. Now that she had money, she cherished the memories of her youth even more, and at the same time, longed to regain it even more. The old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair turned into a charming and peerless beauty at once, making the old women of Madam Pina's generation envious. Their somewhat turbid eyes were filled with jealousy, as if they wanted to swallow Madam Pina whole. Madam Pina immediately took out the shining bronze mirror that she always carried with her. She looked at the beautiful woman in the mirror, and then at her own hands that were full of youthful vigor. She was filled with excitement and emotion, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Lady Pina smiled and took a check that Kath gave her, then walked in the direction she came from with a flirtatious look. An elegant middle-aged man in his 50s came to Madam Pina's side and praised with a smile, Madam Pina, you are as beautiful as the legends say. Attracted by Madam Pina's beauty, one after another, middle-aged men surrounded her, complimenting and fawning over her, just like when she was young. The old women of Madam Pina's generation gnashed their teeth and stared at Pina with regret and jealousy in their eyes. Many of them could come up with more gold coins, but they felt that it wasn't worth spending so much gold coins for 18 days of youth. But after seeing Madam Pina, their hearts were filled with regret. When the bigwigs of the Morince Empire saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Once they missed out on the precious elixirs, they might miss out completely. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he said with a smile, amazing, this auctioneer is pretty good. Kath's small action made the bigwigs of the Morince Empire feel competitive. It could be imagined that they would compete even more crazily for the remaining elixirs. Garka said with a smile, Ian, if you like her, I'll give her to you. A trifling auctioneer was nothing in Garka's eyes. Even a beautiful auctioneer wasn't worth mentioning in Garka's eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, all right. With a few words, the fate of the beautiful auctioneer Kath was decided. This was the power of influence. Kath held a vial of blood-red elixir in her hands and said with a sweet smile, the next item is the potion Knight's Praise. This is a potion carefully formulated by Master Ian. After an ordinary person goes through a certain amount of night training, they can give birth to formidable chi inside them in one fell swoop. This vial of Knight's Praise can also help knights break through the bottleneck of the Sky Knight, Firmament Knight, and even Star Knight realms. This is definitely a tribute left by the mighty gods to knights in the secular world. The starting price of this Knight's Praise is 10,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when Carl, the young master of the salamander family, immediately shouted impatiently. The Potion Knight's praise was a potion that he absolutely couldn't give up, 31,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, the bigwigs began to exert their strength and quickly raised the price of the Potion Knight's praise. The Potion Knight's praise was definitely a potion that powerhouses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial Dao yearned to obtain. The Potion Knight's praise might be able to bribe a firmament knight with a very high status. For these bigwigs, it was definitely a cost-effective deal. The price of the Potion Knight's praise quickly broke through the 100,000 gold coins mark, and it continued to rise. Only when it reached 300,000 gold coins did it stop slightly, and the competition slowed down. After all, while the Potion Knight's praise could guarantee the promotion to a knight rank powerhouse, but it couldn't guarantee the promotion to a star knight. If it was a potion that could guarantee the promotion to a star knight rank powerhouse, then the price would definitely exceed several million gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. When the price of the Potion Knight's praise reached 350,000 gold coins, Carl's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted a sky-high price, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 400,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, smiled sweetly, and maintained a certain rhythm. 400,000 gold coins going twice, 400,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Carl immediately strode forward, took out 4 cash checks with a face value of 100,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the bottle of Potion Knight's praise, and drank it on the spot. An incomparably powerful life force immediately pervaded Carl's body and flowed in accordance with the meridians of his family's fighting chi. It broke through many powerful barriers and stimulated the vitality of his body. An incomparably powerful fighting chi directly gushed out of his body. The eyes of an extraordinary firmament knight shimmered gravely, and he said solemnly, "Great Knight. This is the chi cultivation base of a great knight. Great Knight, Carl, the only heir of the salamander family, was born unable to cultivate chi, yet he has now become a great knight. What a powerful potion! Amazing, what an amazing potion, worthy of being the product of a grandmaster pharmacist." Many envious and jealous gazes were focused on Carl. The fact that the only heir of the salamander family was unable to cultivate martial arts and magic had spread in the upper class. After seeing Carl's physical condition, all the martial arts experts determined that he could not become a knight-rank powerhouse. But today, a bottle of potion solved everything. Chapter 277. Chi. That's chi. My chi. Carl opened his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. His eyes filled with excitement, he faced upwards and issued a roar, and 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes. Over the years, Carl was aware that although no one dared to say anything to his face, but many people secretly ridiculed him as a good-for-nothing. There were also many people in the salamander family who secretly wanted to replace him. Since the salamander family was founded on martial merit, the martial spirit in the family was extremely strong. As a successor who couldn't cultivate chi, he wasn't recognized by others at all. Now that Carl was promoted to a great knight and had opened up his meridians under the strengthening of the potions, his future path of cultivation would be smooth. He was no longer a good-for-nothing who couldn't practice cultivation. Full of confidence, Carl strode up to young Feng and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Ian, I am Carl, the successor of the salamander family. Thank you for your potions, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the salamander family to look for me." Young Feng said with a smile, "Carl, I just took out the potions to sell. It's your ability to buy the potions, so you don't have to thank me." Carl laughed heartily and said, "Haha, good. Grandmaster Ian, can I be friends with you?" Young Feng replied with a smile, "Of course." Carl's change was noticed by everyone. The bigwigs of the Morince Empire became even crazier, fighting over the vials of potions sold by young Feng. The 100 vials of potions sold by young Feng were quickly snapped up, raising about 20 million gold coins for him. Garka was grinning from ear to ear. Of the 20 million gold coins, he could get at least 4 million gold coins. This huge sum of money was enough for him to recruit more experts and buy more weapons and equipment. Before the crazy potion convention came to an end, Yang Feng slowly walked onto the dais. Becky followed behind Yang Feng somewhat awkwardly. Below the dais, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire stared at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. Grandmaster Ian, a vial of potion could change a person's fate. Unless forced into a desperate situation, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire wouldn't be willing to offend such a powerhouse. Yang Feng casually pointed at Becky next to him and said lightly, "I am Ian, and I have an announcement to make. I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Toulon city, a college specialized in training wizards. His Majesty will be the dean of that magic academy, and I will be the first vice-dean. If anyone is interested, you can look for her to understand the situation." When they heard Yang Feng's words, the eyes of the bigwigs of the Morince Empire turned bloodshot, and they stared at Becky with a scorching shade in their eyes. Becky felt a little scared when she saw the gazes of those big shots. On the Feisuor plane, magic power was one of the strongest powers under gods. A magic legion commanded by a magic shooter could completely blast a dozen human sword sages into pieces. Human sacred swordsmen were strong in offense but weak in defense. The swords in their hands could slay great warlock rank experts, but once they were far away, then the level 1 spell fireball could hit them and seriously injure them. If a level 2 spell fire arrow hit them, they could be blasted to death. The only way for human sword saints to fight against wizards was to not let the wizard lock onto their position, and to kill the other party before the wizard could recite a spell. Of course, tyrannical human sword saints could also use the power of Qi to slash a level 2 offensive spell to pieces. However, their resistance to curse spells was extremely low, and they couldn't avoid it. They could only use Qi to strengthen themselves and resist it. Wizards were so powerful. Similarly, due to the weave and the ancient inheritance method of wizards, the number of wizards had always been very small. The St. Toulon city was the capital of the Morince Empire, which was why wizards were so common. In some remote cities, it would be very difficult to find a wizard. The status of an official wizard was also very high. In the Morince Empire, the status of an official wizard was comparable to that of an aristocrat, and they enjoyed many privileges enjoyed by aristocrats. This was also an opportunity for many commoners to stand out. Many greater aristocrats had multiple children, but only the first-in-line heir could inherit their title, territory, and most of their property. The rest of the children could generally only get a meager share of the property, and then fend for themselves. When the greater aristocrats heard that a magic college was about to be established, they keenly stared at the positions of the students in the magic college. Once a wizard emerged in their family, not only would it enhance the competitiveness of their family, but their children would also have a better future. After Yang Feng announced the news, he turned around and walked down the dais. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire surrounded Becky. A rather handsome middle-aged man with a mustache on the corners of his mouth came up to Becky and asked with a gentle expression, "Little Becky, why haven't you come to my house to play lately? Lisa misses you very much." Becky looked at the middle-aged man, and astonishment flashed past the abyss of her eyes. Uncle Edwin. In the past, Becky often went to Lisa's house to play. Every time she saw Edwin, she could feel the deep pride and faint disdain hidden behind his politeness. After growing up, Becky realized that Edwin didn't want his daughter to associate with a commoner's daughter. Even if it was a human sacred swordsman, as long as they didn't have a high position and held great power in the Morince Empire's imperial court, although the greater aristocrats respected them on the surface and wouldn't offend them, but deep down, they didn't care about the sacred swordsman. Ordinary human sacred swordsmen wouldn't be invited to attend gatherings of the upper class. Now that Edwin took the initiative to approach Becky in a very humble manner, Becky couldn't help but have a slightly peculiar feeling inside her. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire approached Becky, wanting to find out from her what kind of existence the magic college that Yang Feng was about to establish was. Surrounded by the bigwigs of the Morince Empire, Becky's vanity was greatly satisfied, and then she explained the situation that Yang Feng told her to the bigwigs of the Morince Empire. What happened at the potion auction quickly spread throughout the St. Toulon city through various channels, causing a sensation in the entire city. Countless people were restless because of the upcoming establishment of the Magic College, and numerous bigwigs were eager to get an invitation letter to the Magic College through various channels. On the Feisuor plain, The inheritance of magic was very ancient. Apart from the systematic inheritance of the royal family's courtmasters, the rest of the wizards would travel around. The rest of the magicians would travel around and only take in young people who were suitable for magic cultivation and suited their tastes as apprentices and nurture them. Some eccentric wizards would even study magic wholeheartedly, never considering accepting apprentices. Once such wizards died, their inheritance would be severed. Only after some lucky people obtained magic books or magic notes left behind by the wizards could a new apprentice wizard be born. Apart from some wizard families, even some greater aristocrats could only get their hands on some very ordinary magic books. It was very difficult to nurture a wizard systematically. Now that Yang Feng had opened the first college in the St. Toulon city that specialized in nurturing wizards, it naturally caused a huge sensation. The greater aristocrats who doubted Yang Feng's strength only investigated his origin, and then no longer doubted his strength. As a court grand master, Yang Feng had 59 official wizards as his subordinates. These wizards could become the teachers of the magic college. With the guidance of 59 official wizards, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too poor, one could become an apprentice wizard. The St. Toulon city, in a slum. In a small alley with flowing sewage, the smell of human and animal feces could be smelled everywhere. The ground was muddy and exuded a foul smell. A youth who was as skinny as a hemp stick, his limbs incomparably slender, his face yellow due to malnutrition, and his short hair messy like a bird's nest, cautiously stuck his head out from a dark corner. After looking left and right for a while, he carefully came to a small shabby house in front of the alley, pushed the door open, and walked in. Inside the house, there was a small, thin girl with a yellow complexion and a pair of big bright eyes. She looked only 11 or 12 years old, but because of her beautiful eyes, she looked a little cute. Big brother Arthur. When the little girl saw the short-haired boy, she greeted him. Arthur looked at his younger sister with a look of affection in his eyes. He carefully took out a fist-sized piece of black bread from his bosom and said lovingly, "Beth, eat." The little girl's eyes flashed with joy. After thinking for a while, she took out 2 shabby small bowls, poured water into them, and handed one bowl to Arthur. She said sensibly, "Big brother Arthur, let's eat together." Arthur swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved his gaze away from the black bread with difficulty, saying, "I've already eaten. I've just eaten a piece of white bread thrown away by the aristocrats, so I'm not hungry yet." Rumble. A rumbling sound came from Arthur's stomach, which was very loud in the empty small house. Beth's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She handed the bowl of water to Arthur, and her big bright eyes were filled with determination. Arthur no longer insisted. He took out a dagger, cut the black bread that was harder than wood in half, and handed the larger half to Beth. "Then we'll share it." Chapter 278. Beth took the piece of black bread, which was harder than wood, and soaked it in clean water for a while. After it softened, she picked up the piece of black bread and nibbled on it like a weasel. "Beth, I heard that the court grand master Ian will open a magic college in the St. Toulon city. As long as you are 10 years old or older, you can go to the magic college to study. If your magic aptitude is strong enough, you can waive the tuition fee and get a monthly subsidy of 3 silver coins to 1 gold coin. I've already taken the aptitude test, so I want to give it a try." Arthur slowly extended his hands. Except for his 10 fingers, the rest of his hands were covered with injuries. Whip marks and knife wounds were everywhere on his arms. As a thief who mingled at the bottom of society, Arthur struggled alone in the slums with his younger sister, so it was normal for him to get injured. In the Morince Empire, once a thief was caught on the spot, it was very normal for them to be beaten. If they had poor eyesight and stole from an aristocrat, they might be beaten to death if they were discovered by the aristocrat. Arthur saw with his own eyes a thief who stole money from an aristocrat. After being caught by the aristocrat, the thief was beaten to death and thrown into a smelly ditch. No one dared to care about it. Arthur was once caught on the spot for stealing and was brutally tortured, which was why he was covered in injuries. Beth raised her head and looked at Arthur with a look of admiration, saying, "Big brother, you're the best. I believe you can become a wizard." Arthur's eyes flickered with an intelligent glint, and he said solemnly, "Let's go together. In this way, even if only one of us can join the magic college, our fate can be changed." Beth's eyes flashed with fear, and she whispered, "But, big brother, isn't it dangerous outside? Not long ago, Gina was taken away. In the slums, beautiful little girls were also very dangerous. Once they were discovered, the gangs would take action and capture those little girls. They would either be sold or become prostitutes, and their lives would be ruined." Arthur was careful because he didn't want people to know that he had a beautiful younger sister. That would be a great disaster for both of them. "Put on this set of clothes, let's go." Arthur threw a black robe that could completely cover a person's body to by Shaw and said in a deep voice. Beth put on the black robe, which was obviously a lot longer, and was immediately covered by the black robe. The lower half of the robe directly dragged on the ground. Arthur opened the door and stuck his head out. After looking around for a while, he waved his hand and stepped out of the room. Beth walked out of the room and followed behind Arthur like a small tail. Arthur and Beth carefully shuttled through the streets and alleys of the slums, avoiding the eyes of all kinds of people. After crossing one street after another, Arthur took Beth to a place that was only one street away from leaving the slums. "Arthur, where do you want to go?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the side. A thin middle-aged man with a haggard face walked out from the side and blocked the path of Arthur and his sister. He looked down at Arthur and his sister and sneered. When Arthur saw the middle-aged man, his pupils constricted slightly and his eyes flashed with fear. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man's real name was Tim, and he was nicknamed Poison Dog in the slums. He was a member of the notorious Black Poker Gang, whose main business was human trafficking. Many young girls from the slums were captured by them and sold to the nobles, or directly sold to the brothels. Everyone in the slums hated Poison Dog and his gang, but they couldn't do anything about them. As long as the people in the Black Poker Gang didn't leave the slums and harass the civilians and aristocrats in the St. Toulon City, the Imperial Guard wouldn't be dispatched to wipe them out. With a gloomy expression, Arthur uttered word by word, "Tim, I want to go out, get out of the way. In the slums, you must learn to be tough and not let people see that you are timid. Otherwise, countless dogs will pounce on you and tear you to pieces." Tim smiled contemptuously. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger spun in his hand as if it had a life of its own, and then he grasped it in a reverse grip. "Little bastard, you dare to play with a knife in front of me? How stupid. Don't you know that there are no more than 3 people here who can play with a knife better than me?" Tim licked his lips in a perverted manner and said with an excited smile, "The one next to you is your sister, Beth. Her good friend, Gina, confessed everything under my crotch yesterday." Beth's petite body trembled slightly and she bit her lip tightly. She didn't expect Gina, whom she regarded as a good friend, to betray her. Arthur's face twitched slightly, and he said loudly, "Tim, we are going to the magic college built by Master Ian to study magic. Master Ian has ordered that no one is to stop us from going to the magic college to take the aptitude test. Do you want to be enemies with Master Ian?" Tim's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes flashed with determination and killing intent, and he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you're too slow. Originally, I only wanted to capture your sister, have some fun with her, and then sell her. It seems that I can only kill you and your sister now. Otherwise, when you learn magic and come back to retaliate against me, won't I have no choice but to die? Besides, as long as I kill you now and throw you into a stinking ditch, who will know that you want to go to the magic college to study? You lowly commoner, you are truly courageous. You actually dare to disobey Lord Ian's orders." A contemptuous voice sounded from the side, and a middle-aged man wearing a black magician robe walked over, escorted by a knight covered in heavy armor. Behind the magician and the knight followed a burly middle-aged man, who was blind in one eye and wore a black eye patch, and had a gloomy expression. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen burly men. When Tim saw the one-eyed man, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Boss!" The one-eyed man, who was blind in one eye, was the boss of the Black Poker Club in the slums, Cyclops. His fierce reputation could make anyone in the slums tremble. Cyclops' expression changed greatly, and he roared with some exasperation, "Bastard, put down the dagger." With a flip of Tim's hand, the dagger disappeared. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "Banned, what did I tell you?" Did you ignore Master Ian's orders? Cyclops, with a fawning expression, nodded and bowed. My lord, this lowly one wouldn't dare. When I go back, I'll definitely teach Tim a good lesson. No. When I go back, I'll teach him a good lesson and let everyone know the consequences of disobeying my lord's orders. Arthur looked at the fawning appearance of Cyclops, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. In front of everyone, Band had always been tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. But now, in front of the middle-aged magician, he was as meek as a dog. For the first time, Arthur truly realized the weight of the word magician. Teach him a good lesson? You lowly things, for disobeying my lord's orders, you can only atone for your crimes with death. The middle-aged magician smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation. Then, he pointed at Tim. A fireball suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into Tim. Ah! Tim issued miserable screams, and turned into a flaming man shrouded in flames. He struggled in pain, and then turned into a charred corpse that fell to the ground. When the gang members inside the black poker cards saw this scene, they felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and glared at the middle-aged magician. The arrogant middle-aged magician swept the gang members inside the black poker cards with a contemptuous glance, and said coldly, "Are you unconvinced?" The knight guarding in front of the middle-aged magician instantly erupted with great knight rank chi, intimidating the gang members inside the black poker cards. A grand knight-level powerhouse, alone, could completely kill all the gang members in the black poker cards. His face covered in sweat, Cyclops Band nodded and bowed. No, no. My lord did well, well done. The gang members inside the black poker cards lowered their heads, not daring to look the middle-aged magician in the eye. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "If there is another incident where someone goes to the magic college to take the aptitude test is intercepted, then there will be no need for your black poker cards to exist. When my lord gets angry, you lowly things will become corpses in the gutter." Understood. Cyclops Band nodded and bowed at once. Yes, I understand. No one will dare to disobey Grand Master Ian's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll be the first to kill him. In the slums, gangs like the black poker cards are insufferably arrogant. But in the eyes of the real bigwigs, they are ant-like existences. So long as a greater aristocrat sends a few knight-rank powerhouses, they can wipe out gangs like the black poker cards. It's just that no one is willing to do so. Every year, these black poker cards would be secretly offered to some great nobles to obtain their protection. However, the black poker cards are also very clear that once those bigwigs really decide to move against them, their backers will never contend against other bigwigs for them. Chapter 279. Arthur arrived in front of the middle-aged wizard and thanked him respectfully. "Sir, my name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth. Thank you very much for your help." Beth bowed slightly, saluted the middle-aged wizard, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged wizard swept Arthur and Beth with a glance and said with a trace of lofty and vague disdain, "No need to thank me. I was just carrying out Sir Ian's orders. Let's go." The middle-aged wizard left behind a few words, then strode out of the slums with the knight-rank bodyguard. He didn't want to stay a minute longer in the filthy and stinky slums. Arthur also felt the disdain hidden in the middle-aged wizard's words. He understood at once that the middle-aged wizard was only carrying out Master Ian's orders, and didn't have any goodwill towards the siblings. Arthur was very clever. He followed the middle-aged wizard with his younger sister and quickly left the slums. The man with the black poker cards didn't dare to look for trouble with Arthur, and could only watch him leave the slums with his younger sister. As soon as Arthur left the slums with his younger sister, they headed west of the St. Toulon city. After crossing one street after another, a huge and luxurious college covering an area of more than 300 hectares appeared in front of Arthur and his younger sister. This huge college covering an area of more than 300 hectares was the magic college that Yang Feng spent a huge sum of money to build. The huge magic college had 4 gates. Numerous luxurious carriages gathered at the east gate, and many young men and women dressed in aristocratic attire formed circles of various sizes at the east gate. Arthur glanced at the east gate, then quickly turned around and took his younger sister to the north gate of the magic college. At the north gate of the magic college, Numerous commoners and impoverished youngsters dressed in ordinary clothes lined up in a long line. All the youngsters came to the front gate of Yang Feng's magic college with the dream of changing their fate, eager to enter. As long as the children of aristocrats had money and were willing to donate a large sum of money, and their cultivation aptitude wasn't too bad, they would be directly recruited into the magic college. As for the commoners and impoverished youngsters, if their aptitude for magic cultivation was extraordinary, they would be exempted from tuition fees, and would be subsidized a certain amount of money every month to let them practice magic. The north gate of the magic college was a door of hope for commoners and impoverished youngsters to come into contact with the world of magic. Every time the north gate of the magic academy opened, 200 to 300 commoners and impoverished youths would rush in. Not long after, those commoners and impoverished youths would walk out, and most of them had disappointed looks on their faces. Every time they came out, only 1 or 2 youngsters would have an excited look on their faces, wishing that they could let everyone know that they had passed. More often than not, the youngsters would have gloomy looks on their faces after coming out. The huge crowd quickly decreased, but at the same time, the number of youngsters also increased. Slowly, many youngsters appeared behind Arthur and his younger sister. A few hours later, it was finally Arthur and his younger sister's turn. They followed the 200 youngsters into the north gate of the magic college and entered a spacious room engraved with countless mysterious magic runes. Inside the room sat a middle-aged magician with a rigid appearance. He snapped his fingers, and the entire room instantly became dark and devoid of light. Seeing that the room had become dark and without light, the youths all panicked and started to make a ruckus. Arthur stood in front of Beth and pulled out his dagger, a vigilant look on his face. The middle-aged wizard barked majestically, "Keep quiet and don't talk. Otherwise, get out at once." When they heard the words of the middle-aged wizard, the youngsters quietened down. This was an opportunity to change their fate, so they couldn't let it go. The middle-aged wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a magic radiance lit up in a magic crystal ball in front of him. In the room, magic runes lit up, and strange magic fluctuations enveloped the youngsters in the room. Light of different degrees rose from the youngsters. Most of the youngsters were very dim, while the light emitted from Arthur and Beth was like a small and a big sun, suppressing the light emitted from the other youngsters. Geniuses. 2 geniuses. Great, I actually found 2 geniuses. The middle-aged mage was filled with excitement as he looked at the 2 dazzling suns, one small and one large. His voice was trembling as he spoke. "I must report this to Sir." The middle-aged wizard took out a communications crystal and poured a tremendous amount of spirit force into it. Yang Feng's indifferent yet majestic voice came from the magic crystal. "What's the matter, Fitz?" Fitz said respectfully, "Sir Dean, I found 2 geniuses, no, 2 peerless geniuses. They should be youngsters of commoner or slum background." "Peerless geniuses? Interesting. I'm coming." Yang Feng's voice disappeared from the magic crystal. Not long after, a white light shone, and the whole room was suddenly enveloped in endless light. The gazes of the youngsters were attracted by the light source, and they saw Yang Feng, shrouded in a sacred radiance and full of majesty, walk out of the light like a god walking in the secular world. As soon as Yang Feng walked out, he saw the 2 children, Arthur and Beth, exuding a small and a big sun-like radiance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "I really picked up a treasure." Judging from the magic radiance exuded by Arthur and Beth, Arthur had a superior level 6 soul aptitude, while Beth, the little girl, had an intermediate level 7 soul aptitude. They were both geniuses on the warlock path and on the magic path. Warlock cultivation was very similar to magic cultivation, except that warlock secret methods cultivated both physical constitution and spirit force at the same time. Compared to the Feisuor Plains meditation methods that specialized in spirit force, warlock secret methods were more than a notch stronger. As long as these 2 geniuses were carefully polished, they would blossom with resplendent light. "I am Ian, the dean of this magic college. What are your names?" Yang Feng walked towards Arthur and Beth. Along the way, the youngsters in front of him were slowly pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for him to reach in front of Arthur and Beth. Arthur looked up at Yang Feng and said loudly with excitement, "My name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth. Yang Feng said with a gentle smile, Arthur, Beth, I want to take you in as my disciples. Are you willing? Filled with excitement, Arthur smartly pulled his younger sister to prostrate on the ground and said respectfully, We are willing, we are very willing. Sir Dean, please accept us as your disciples. In a magic college, any wizard could scold the number one big shot of the slums, the one-eyed dragon Band, like a dog. Band didn't dare to let out a fart. For such a bigwig like the dean of a magic college to personally accept disciples, Arthur was well aware of what it meant. At the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, for fear of missing this opportunity. Yang Feng said with a satisfied smile, Get up. A gentle force shrouded Arthur and Beth, allowing them to stand up. Gazes of envy and jealousy came from the side. Arthur could clearly feel the envy and jealousy of the youngsters around him. Even the middle-aged mage had a look of envy in his eyes. He knew that Arthur's fate would change drastically from now on. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a white light shrouded him and Arthur and his younger sister. With a flash of light, the three of them disappeared from the room. The middle-aged wizard's gaze fell on the youngsters in the room and he said indifferently, You are all unqualified and don't qualify for scholarships. Go back. Even if aristocratic youngsters had poor aptitude, but after paying a huge sum of money, they were still eligible to enter Yang Feng's magic college to study magic. As for commoner and slum youngsters, only geniuses could enter the magic college to study magic knowledge. Yang Feng couldn't change this aristocratic supremacy custom, nor did he want to change it. After all, to maintain the operation of a magic college, a lot of money was needed. Without the huge sum of money from aristocratic youngsters, the magic college wouldn't be able to operate. After all, the magic college didn't have the financial support of the Morince Empire. The youngsters in the room could only leave the room with a look of disappointment on their faces. In another luxuriously decorated room, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared with Arthur and his younger sister. Dressed in a Cyan warrior's attire, looking very capable and refreshing, Becky came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, Sir. These days, Becky had been working for Yang Feng. She had slowly shed her young miss temperament, become very capable, and become a qualified secretary. Yang Feng said lightly, Becky, the two of them are my disciples henceforth. Take them away and let them learn the rules. Becky looked at Arthur and Beth with some envy, and then said respectfully to Yang Feng, Yes, sir. There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Becky looked at Yang Feng's disappearing back with a look of longing in her eyes. She turned around and said full of dignity, My name is Becky. You can call me Big Sister Becky. Now come with me, I'll teach you the rules here. Arthur said very cleverly, Yes, Big Sister Becky. Beth followed suit and said, Yes, Big Sister Becky. Chapter 280. The Magic College had yet to officially open, but Yang Feng had already found more than 30 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the commoners and slum youngsters, and 8 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the lesser aristocrats and ordinary aristocrats. There were also about 500 youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes. Among them, the youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes who agreed to join the Miracle City were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. The other youngsters had to pay a huge tuition fee in order to be eligible for admission. Yang Feng's first enrollment was scheduled to be more than 1,300 youngsters. About 1,000 youngsters paid gold coins to enroll. Another 300 youngsters were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. Of course, after they finished their studies, they would become exclusive wizards of the Miracle City. Yang Feng opened the Magic College in order to nurture a large number of wizards for the Miracle City. The aristocratic youngsters who paid the tuition fees were enrolled on one hand to give greater aristocrats face, and on the other hand to realize a virtuous cycle of the Magic College. Magic cultivation required the consumption of a large number of precious materials. Without enough money, it was impossible to study magic. Many wizards sought refuge with greater aristocrats or the imperial court in order to get enough money to study and research magic. There were relatively few wandering wizards on the Feisuor plain. Besides, The cultivation base and knowledge of wandering wizards were generally much weaker than those of wizards who sought refuge with major forces. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months passed. After staying in the St. Toulon city for a month, the great Prince André returned to the Southern Army. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of an army, so he couldn't easily leave the barracks. The magnificent Magic College was finally completed under the watchful eyes of the forces of the St. Toulon city. With the completion of the Magic College, the funds raised from the potions auctioned by Yang Feng at the potion convention were almost completely depleted, leaving less than 1 million gold coins. On the day of the unveiling ceremony of the Magic College, countless bigwigs gathered in the St. Toulon city from all directions to participate in the unveiling ceremony in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. The Magic College was the first magic college in the Morince Empire that specialized in nurturing wizards. It provided education regardless of background. As long as one had money and aristocratic status, no matter how poor their aptitude was, they could enroll in the Magic College after donating a large sum of money. Many nobles and wealthy merchants flocked to such an academy. After all, in the past, if the children of greater aristocrats didn't have magic talent, wizards wouldn't recruit them as disciples, let alone teach them magic knowledge. The children of magnates, on the other hand, didn't even have access to magic. Now that the Magic Academy was built, even the poor had the opportunity to enter and study. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless wealthy merchants. Countless aristocrats and magnates came from all directions of the Morince Empire in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. In the future, their children could become the second batch of students of the Magic College and learn magic knowledge. Dressed in a black wizard robe, Yang Feng was followed by barrows and 4 great wizards. Yang Feng chose his subordinates, the 13th Magic Brigade's wizards, to be the teachers of this magic college. Sir, use wizards Wizard Magic College, 13, I said. Wizards 2 wizards 710 master. The great wizards, 1 at S, 2 wizards, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1 and 6, 1, 2999, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 1. The 4 great wizards looked at Yang Feng's back with admiration in their eyes. The first magic college of the Morince Empire was about to be established, and Yang Feng was the first vice-dean of the Magic College. Together with Yang Feng, Yang Feng's subordinates, would go down in the annals of history and be admired by countless people. The establishment of a magic college not only required a huge number of teachers, but also a huge amount of money and connections. For Yang Feng to be able to establish the Magic College alone in a place like the St. Toulon city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was simply heaven-defying. Once the Magic College began to operate, the wizards who graduated from it would be Yang Feng's students, and it would form a formidable force in the Morince Empire. His Highness Garca is here. Following a sonorous voice, Garca and Ulena, surrounded by a dozen guards, walked towards Yang Feng. Goyina, on the other hand, was like a shadow, silently guarding behind Garca. With a refreshing smile on his face, Garca opened a box and handed it to Yang Feng. Ian, congratulations on building this magic college. This is my congratulatory gift to you. Yang Feng looked at the box, his eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he said solemnly, Your Highness, this gift is really too valuable. Inside the box were impressively 2 cash checks with a face value of 1 million gold coins. For the current Yang Feng, these 2 million gold coins were indeed timely rain, but at the same time, it was also a heavy gift that couldn't be any heavier. Garca said with a smile, Take it. There's no need to differentiate between us. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he put away the 2 million gold coins checks with a smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. When Garca saw Yang Feng accept the 2 million gold coins checks, his smile became even happier. Once Yang Feng officially became the dean of the Magic College, his status in the Morince Empire would continue to rise in the future. Garca naturally had to do his best to win over such a bigwig with a lofty status who belonged to his camp. 2 million gold coins, Garca, you're really generous. Along with a faint chuckle, Porter and the other 2 princes walked over. Garca looked at Porter and the other 2 princes and frowned slightly. With the continuous growth of Yang Feng's power, Garca's power rose along with it, and he gained the support of a large number of forces. Among the small groups resisting the great Prince Andre, Porter was already the most powerful. Under the pressure from Garca, Porter and the other two princes came together and joined forces. Porter's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, then he smiled and handed 3 boxes to young Feng. "Master Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is our gift to you."
"Thank you."
Yang Feng smiled, took the 3 boxes, and then handed them to Becky standing beside him. He knew very well that the gifts in the 3 boxes wouldn't be too valuable. His Majesty Moritz 2867th has arrived. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded from outside. Escorted by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Moritz 2867th came over. Next to him was a legendary mage who was wearing a red magic robe. He had a square face, big ears, and white hair, but his skin was smooth and well maintained.
"Greetings, Your Majesty."
The eyes of the bigwigs of the Moritz Empire revealed looks of astonishment, and they bowed respectfully to Moritz 2867th. On the Fesuor plain, except for the first time when they were conferred a title, greater aristocrats only had to bow in salute when they met the emperor. Only when they prayed would greater aristocrats prostrate themselves on the ground to show respect to the gods. On the Fesuor plain, the gods were supreme beings. When Yang Feng and his party saw Moritz 2867th, they quickly stepped forward, arrived in front of Moritz 2867th, bowed slightly, and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Moritz 2867th nodded with some satisfaction and praised, "Not bad, Ian. You've done a good job. You've actually established a magic academy in such a short period of time. Very good." Yang Feng spoke hypocritical compliments without batting an eyelid. "Thanks to Your Majesty's great blessing, without Your Majesty's strong support, this magic college wouldn't have been established at all."
"Haha, well said."
"Without my support, this magic college wouldn't have been established at all." Face flushed, Moritz 2867th attributed all the glory to himself, and then pondered for a while before saying, "However, Ian, you're just an arch-wizard. It's too difficult for you to assume the post of First Deputy Dean of the Magic College and manage the entire Magic College. This is Grandmaster Carroll, a true legend wizard. If he serves as the First Deputy Dean of the Magic College, then the Magic College will be worthy of its name." Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly and his heart sank. He had painstakingly spent a lot of effort to establish the Magic College and appointed himself as the First Deputy Dean of the Magic College. Now Moritz 2867th wanted to take everything away with a few words. A frigid killing intent welled up from the depths of his heart, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Porter and the other 2 princes were taken aback at first, then revealed looks of schadenfreude and looked at Yang Feng with smiling eyes. Garca's complexion was pale and he clenched his fists, yet he didn't say a word. He didn't dare to oppose Moritz 2867th. Elena's small face paled slightly, and she gritted her teeth and argued, "Imperial father, Earl Ian worked hard and spent tens of millions of gold coins to establish this magic college. He didn't take a penny from the Empire's treasury. This should be his personal property." Chapter 281. When he heard that, Moritz 2867th's face sank at once. Ever since he ascended the throne, fewer and fewer people dared to contradict him. In the last 20 years, no one dared to contradict him. Now that Elena dared to contradict him, he felt very unhappy, and his eyes flashed gloomily. Carroll smiled faintly. Staring at Elena, he revealed a seemingly gentle, yet threatening smile and said, "Your Highness, in the Moritz Empire, everything belongs to His Majesty the Emperor. This magic academy was also permitted by His Majesty the Emperor, and under the great will of His Majesty the Emperor, it appeared in this world through Ian's hands. His Majesty's will is above all else, understand?" When Elena saw Carroll's smile, her pretty face changed, and fear welled up inside her. She took a few steps back and fell silent. Moritz 2867th was licentious and lecherous. In addition to the 2 empresses and 4 concubines, he had many women and gave birth to many descendants. Some beautiful princesses who were doted on by Morince 2867 would suddenly disappear, yet Morince 2867 didn't ask about the disappearance of the princesses. When she thought of this, Elena shuddered. A look of ridicule in his eyes, Morince 2867 stared at young Feng and sneered, "Ian, what are you thinking? Do you want to go against my will?" Gazes full of pity, schadenfreude, curiosity, ridicule, and other emotions focused on young Feng. Young Feng said with a smile, "Your Majesty, no one in the secular world dares to go against your will, and I am no exception. However, according to the rules of the magic world, only the strongest can become the ruler of a magic institution like the Magic College. Your Majesty, you are wise and valiant, an emperor appointed by the gods of ambition. It is only right and proper for you to assume the position of Dean of the Magic College. As for Master Carroll, if you want to become the first Deputy Dean of the Magic College, you must defeat me to convince the masses. Your Majesty, please allow me and Master Carroll to compete for the position of Deputy Dean of the Magic College in a fair fight." Morince 2867 contemplated for a while, then looked at Carroll and asked faintly, "Carroll, what do you think?" Carroll swept young Feng with a glance, his eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "Since Master Ian challenged me, then how can I refuse? I'll give Master Ian some pointers and let him understand the rules of the magic world." Morince 2867 laughed heartily and said, "Ha, good. Carroll, teach Ian a good lesson and let him understand the rules of the magic world." Young Feng said lightly, "Master Carroll, a magic arena has been built in the college. Please follow me." Carroll walked up to young Feng and secretly transmitted his voice. "Ian, Empress Susanna asked me to bring you a message. Taking away the magic college you spent 19,873,452 gold coins to build is just the beginning. If you continue to follow other idiots, everything you have will be taken away from you." Young Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled faintly, his heart full of vigilance. The struggles in the court were extremely tragic, strange, and complicated. Since the legend wizard Carroll transmitted his voice, but he might not be a person of the Empress's. It was also possible that he was a pawn arranged by the other princes to drive a wedge between young Feng and the great Prince Andre. The Morince Empire was one of the two most powerful human empires on the Fesuor Plain, and it had many experts. In such a huge empire, legend rank powerhouses were not the lackeys of the aristocrats. Although legend wizards had a lofty status, but once they were involved in the war for the throne, they would be reduced to pawns. Generally speaking, legend wizards would not get involved in the cruel war for the throne as long as they didn't get involved in such a terrifying whirlpool. No matter who ascended the throne, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for them. However, every time, there would be legend wizards who would get involved in such a cruel whirlpool for various reasons. Young Feng knew that on the surface, the great Prince Andre had gained the allegiance of two legend wizards. If Carroll was added, then Andre would gain the allegiance of 3 legend wizards. This was a very frightening force. The bigwigs from all over the Morince Empire became excited and rushed towards the magic arena. A showdown between a legend wizard and an arch-wizard was a very rare event. The surroundings of the newly built magic arena were quickly filled with people. On a suspended dais of the magic arena, Morince 2867 was sitting, surrounded by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights forming a luxurious guard. Garca and the other princes and princesses could only sit in the VIP seats next to the dais. Standing in front of young Feng, Carroll said contemptuously, "As an arch-wizard, you dare to challenge a legend. I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, the reason why legends are legends is that ordinary people can't cross this boundary. You're really stupid." Standing quietly in place, countless streams of data quickly surged in young Feng's pupils, and he issued orders silently. A lot of information poured into his sea of knowledge from the streams of data. Carroll's words were completely ignored by young Feng. "Big Sister Becky, why would teacher duel a legend wizard? Isn't that too dangerous?" In a corner of the magic arena, Arthur looked at young Feng standing in the middle of the magic arena with a worried expression and asked Becky. After learning for the past few days, Arthur had learned how powerful legendary mags were. In the world of magic, legend wizards were already at the apex of humanity. One step higher, and that was the domain of gods. Becky stared at young Feng in the magic arena with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes, and sighed slightly. In order to protect our homeland and our college, your teacher would risk his life to duel with the legend wizard Carol. Barrows and the other teachers of the Magic College also looked worriedly at young Feng in the magic arena. A worried expression on his face, a great wizard asked in a low voice, "Sir Barrows, is there any hope for Master Ian to defeat Master Carol?" Barrows' eyes flashed with worry, and he shook his head and sighed. "It's very difficult. Very difficult. In history, there were only some peerless geniuses who obtained divine armaments. Or geniuses who received the blessings of the gods at birth might be able to defeat a legend wizard with the cultivation base of an archwizard. Although Sir is extremely powerful, but there's still a huge gap between him and a legend wizard. As long as the legend wizard casts a level 4 offensive spell, then Sir is very likely to be defeated. Legend wizards could cast level 4 offensive spells, which were extremely powerful. If it was a level 4 single target offensive spell, then any level 3 defensive spell would be smashed to pieces. However, it was very difficult for a level 3 wizard to destroy a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. At least a dozen level 3 spells would be needed to break through a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. In addition, the casting speed, understanding of spells, the power of spells, and so on of legend wizards were superior to that of archwizards. A magic shooter commanding a magic legion might even be able to contend with a legendary mage. But for a magic shooter to duel with a legendary mage, there was absolutely no chance of victory, no chance of survival. Unless he encountered a wandering legend wizard with a poor inheritance, young Feng had a slim chance of defeating the other party. Carol, on the other hand, was a court wizard with a perfect inheritance and extremely rich combat experience. His fighting strength wasn't something that wandering legend wizards could compare to. When Carol saw that young Feng ignored him, his eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at the referee and said indifferently, "Why haven't you started yet?" The referee's mind shook when he was glanced at by Carol. He immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Start the duel." The referee's words had just fallen, when young Feng, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he erupted with Star Knight rank chi in a flash. He reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure greatsword forged entirely from divine blood steel slashed at Carol with the force of thunder. The area within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred swordsman. If a sacred swordsman came within 10 meters of them, even a legend wizard would be slain before they could finish casting their spell. The distance between young Feng and Carol was just 10 meters. His sword strike already had 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman's sword. It was as fast as thunder and unstoppable. When everyone saw young Feng's sword strike, their eyes flashed with shock. The eyes of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius flashed with shock, and bitterness welled up inside him. Amazing, that sword strike of his is really amazing. As long as he practices diligently, it won't be difficult for him to step into the sacred swordsman realm in the future. In order to become a sacred swordsman, Cassius had gone through who knows how much hard work and never stopped practicing swordsmanship for a day. Yet young Feng, who practiced swordsmanship and magic at the same time, was still able to achieve such achievements. It was simply appalling. Only heroes of myths and legends could have such terrifying achievements. Barrow's complexion paled slightly, and his eyes flashed with fear. What a terrifying sword strike. If he had used this sword strike on me at that time, I would already be a dead man. Almost without thinking, Carol uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force Field erupted and enveloped him. Chapter 282. When young Feng's sword slashed at the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force Field, he felt a strange warping force shroud his sword, causing it to shake and almost fly out of his hand. Young Feng's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and he erupted with the innate spell Dragon Force in a flash. As if the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, his sword forcibly cut through the warping force field and mercilessly slashed at Carol. At this moment, Carol opened his mouth and uttered the second magic sentence. The magic sword in young Feng's hand slashed down and instantly sliced Carol in two, Yet there was only emptiness, no feeling of any force being exerted. Barrow's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "After image. Blink." With a flash of light, Carol appeared 100 meters away from young Feng. The level 4 spell Blink was the level 4 spell with the fastest casting speed among legend wizards, as well as the nightmare of all legend wizards. With the level 4 spell Blink, legend wizards could teleport to any place within 100 meters of their line of sight. If sacred swordsmen, assassins, rangers, and other legend rank experts of the various professions couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then they wouldn't stand a chance against a legend wizard proficient in Blink. Carol's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he sneered, "Ian, you really scared me to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, you're not a sacred swordsman after all. You're still a bit short. If you were a bit faster, then maybe I would have died by your sword." Yang Feng's sword strike contained 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman, but it was only 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman after all. In a war between a sacred swordsman and a legend wizard, the only hope for victory lay in the first strike. If a sacred swordsman couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then only death would await them. Although Yang Feng's sword strike was extremely fast, but compared to the indestructible sword strike of a sacred swordsman that could even split a demigod, it was still a notch inferior. The difference of a notch was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Feng suddenly erupted with frightening chi, tapped his feet, and rushed towards Carol lightning fast. Carol's eyes were cold as he spat out a magic sentence, instantly casting the level 3 spell, Splitting Headache. A magic radiance flickered, Yang Feng suddenly felt a splitting headache and his eyes became dizzy. If it wasn't for his terrifying level 3 extraordinary life form physique, then he would have already fallen to the ground, unable to budge. With great difficulty, Yang Feng spat out a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell Mind Resistance in a flash. A magic radiance flickered inside him and stopped his headache. Taking advantage of that split second, Carol uttered 3 magic sentences in succession, pointed at Yang Feng, and cast the level 4 spell Advanced Disintegrate. A green magic radiance shot out of Carol's hand towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face fell. With a wave of his hand, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel flew out and collided with the green light of Advanced Disintegration. Under the illumination of the green magic light, the secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel collapsed inch by inch, turning into green dust that drifted down with the wind. The secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel was indestructible and extremely hard, yet it still couldn't withstand the power of magic. This was the power of magic. If the Advanced Disintegrate hit the body, then even a demigod rank powerhouse would be seriously injured. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared and mercilessly slashed at Carol. "It's no use, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes." Carol sneered. A magic light enveloped his body, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Yang Feng's all-out sword strike hit empty air. Carol appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng, uttered 2 magic sentences, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles frantically converged and formed 2 long fire snakes that swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a firestorm instantly enveloped him. When the 2 fire snakes slammed into the firestorm barrier, they neutralized it. A cold look in his eyes, Carol quickly uttered a series of magic sentences and conjured the level 4 spell Water Dragon. In a flash, a tremendous amount of water elemental particles gathered around him and formed a 30-meter-long water dragon, which rushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying might. The berserk water dragon bit down and instantly swallowed the storm of fire around Yang Feng. At the same time, it swallowed Yang Feng in one gulp. In the belly of the water dragon, countless streams of water formed drill-like whirlpools that mercilessly stabbed Yang Feng. Yang Feng's tyrannical fleshly body, which was comparable to that of a level 3 extraordinary life form, was torn apart inch by the drill-like whirlpools, and copious amounts of blood dyed the terrifying water dragon red. Barrow's eyes flashed with regret, and he gave a long sigh. What a pity. Once the level 4 spell Water Dragon bit an enemy, even a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse would be easily torn to pieces. Apart from wizards, very few people could escape from the level 4 spell Water Dragon. Cassius' eyes flashed with a complicated glint. He clenched the sword in his hand, and then put it down. He could sense that the 4 sacred swordsmen guarding Morinth's 2867th on the dais were eyeing him covetously. Once he did something irrational, a shocking blow would be waiting for him. Sacred swordsman rank powerhouses were strong in offense and weak in defense. When 4 sacred swordsmen besieged a sacred swordsman, the outcome would be decided by 1 or 2 sword strikes. Cassius had no chance of winning. Garka's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Elena's face was pale as she looked at young Feng struggling inside the water dragon, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Becky also looked at young Feng struggling in pain within the water dragon. She clenched her fists and bit her lips, causing them to bleed. Sitting on a dais, Morinth's 2867th looked at young Feng, who was struggling in pain inside the water dragon, and his eyes flashed with ridicule. At this time, he had completely forgotten the great sense of accomplishment young Feng brought him when he chose to join the Morinth's empire. On the other hand, Porter and the other 2 princes revealed a delighted smile. Suddenly, an azure water curtain rose inside the berserk water dragon. The azure water curtain firmly protected young Feng and continuously intertwined with the water dragon. When young Feng broke out of the water dragon, he was covered in blood, looking like a man made of blood. After breaking free from the water dragon, young Feng was covered in blood and bruises. Exuding a ruthless and ferocious aura, as if a wounded peerless beast, he madly rushed towards Carol. Legend rank spell Skyflower Water Curtain. Ian, a legend rank secret treasure, is this what you have to challenge me with? Unfortunately, you'll never be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Carol smiled coldly and spat out the magic sentence representing blink. At that moment, young Feng waved his hand, and 4 black discs suddenly flew out and landed around Carol. Magic radiance suddenly lit up and formed a formidable spatial interference boundary. Carol had just uttered the magic sentence representing blink, when he felt the surrounding space become chaotic. His body swayed slightly, and he was unable to fully launch blink. What's going on? Carol's complexion suddenly changed dramatically and he panicked. He saw a huge sword descend from the sky and mercilessly slash at him. Morinth's 2867th's complexion changed slightly, his eyes flashed with anger, and he barked, "Stop, Ian." The 4 sacred swordsmen next to Morinth's 2867th locked on young Feng with their aura, waiting for his order. Young Feng's eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and without hesitation, he slashed at Carol with his sword. Carol's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, he unleashed the level 3 spell Mighty Fire Arrow, and a flame arrow shrouded in endless flames, capable of killing human sacred swordsmen, shot towards young Feng like a meteor. As long as young Feng dodged a little, Carol would get a chance to survive. Once Carol caught his breath, he would be able to use all kinds of exquisite spells to kill young Feng. Young Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. At the most critical moment, he unleashed his innate spell Black Dragon Scales in a flash. Countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body, as if he was covered in a black scale armor, and then he slashed at Carol. Under the blessing of young Feng's dragon force, the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel slashed through Carol's magic shield and instantly chopped him in 2. Carol's severed upper body had an incredulous expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe that a legend wizard like him had died to young Feng's sword. At the same time, the flame arrow slammed into young Feng and blasted him away, sending him flying in the direction of the suspended dais. A large amount of blood flowed out of young Feng's body, and then was incinerated. Morinth's 2867th gave young Feng a look of disgust, then waved his hand and ordered indifferently, "This bastard, how dare he kill a wizard by my side? Go and kill him." "Yes, Your Majesty." A sacred swordsman guarding Morinth's 2867th responded respectfully, then blurred into motion and shot towards young Feng. Just as the sword saint moved, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared in front of him. His head suddenly flew high into the air, and blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 283. On the floating dais, young Feng had already ambushed 200 completely invisible phantom hunters. The 200 ghost hunters were completely invisible. Without moving, they were like stones, not attracting any attention. Now that they received Yang Feng's order, the 200 phantom hunters suddenly moved, brandished their scimitars mixed with divine bloodsteel, and slashed at Morin's 2867th's guard suspended above the dais. Almost in the blink of an eye, the defenseless guards were slaughtered by the ghost hunters without the ability to resist. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen with astonishing battle prowess were cut into pieces. A copious amount of blood dyed the floating dais red. 3 phantom hunters arrived in front of Morin's 2867th in an instant and mercilessly brandished their scimitars mixed with divine blood steel at Morin's 2867th. A sacred, radiant, and magnificent white shield enveloped Morin's 2867th. When the 3 scimitars mercilessly slashed at Morin's 2867th's shield, they were immediately ricocheted. The imperial robe worn by Morin's 2867th was a triggered legend rank treasure with the legend rank spell Radiant Rampart. Even if besieged by legend wizards and sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, he wouldn't be instackled. Guards! Guards! Come and protect me. Whoever saves me, I'll promote him by 3 ranks. He'll enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. No longer indifferent and noble, Morin's 2867th scrambled out of his seat. A pool of yellow liquid flowed out from under his imperial robe, tears flowed from his swollen eyes, and he screamed miserably. Seeing what suddenly happened on the dais, the greater aristocrats screamed, got up, and fled in all directions. Under the protection of their guards, most of the bigwigs quickly fled outside the magic college. Garka and the other princes and princesses looked at each other, their faces pale, as if they were frozen. No one escaped, and no one stepped forward to rescue them. They didn't want to be killed in vain for Morin's 2867th's sake, but they were also worried that once Morin's 2867th escaped, they would be held accountable for desertion. Therefore, they were caught in a dilemma. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. In addition to the 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morin's 2867th still had 500 Sky Knight rank personal guards and a brigade of court wizards. The personal guards and court wizards rushed madly towards Morin's 2867th. Once Morin's 2867th died here, his 500 personal guards and the team of court wizards would be beheaded according to the law of the Empire. At the same time, his family members would be implicated and reduced to slaves. For the sake of their families, glory, splendor, and wealth, the 500 personal guards had no choice but to rush towards Morin's 2867th despite the danger. Protect His Majesty. With me, Ian, here, no one will be allowed to harm a hair on His Majesty's head. Only by stepping on my corpse can you assassins harm His Majesty. With a heroic roar, Yang Feng shot up from the ground like a bolt of lightning and frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867th. Good. Ian, come and protect me. As long as you save me, you'll be the dean of the Magic College. By the way, I have 215 daughters. Whichever one you like, I'll let you marry. In the future, I'll make you the Grand Marshal of the Empire. When Morin's 2867th saw Yang Feng, as if he saw his savior, he cried madly and promised. Snot and tears flowed down his face, looking extremely unsightly. How ugly. Even the emperors of 2 human empires are just licentious, lustful, and stupid old men. Yang Feng had an impassioned expression on his face, but killing intent and ridicule flashed past the abyss of his eyes. When he was about to reach Morin's 2867th, an invisible mage hand grabbed the legend rank dagger dusk and stabbed at Morin's 2867th. The legend rank dagger dusk, with the power to penetrate all magic barriers, was the nightmare of all spellcasters, and was one of the most popular legend rank daggers among assassins. The dusk easily pierced through Morin's 2867th's light rampart, stabbed into his abdomen, and frantically absorbed Morin's 2867th's life force. In just an instant, Morin's 2867th seemed to have aged several decades, and his eyes flashed with despair. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sent a voice transmission to Morince 2867th's ear. Damned old bastard, if you don't court death, you won't die. If you court death, you'll die. You lecherous fool, since you want to lay your hands on my magic college, then go to hell. Morince 2867th's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Feng. His aged and turbid eyes were filled with resentment, yet he couldn't say anything. A guard commander who was even more anxious than Yang Feng rushed to in front of Morince 2867th, picked him up, and said full of joy, "Your Majesty, I, Eddie, have come to the rescue." Morince 2867th's guards frantically rushed towards Morince 2867th and blocked in front of Yang Feng, not letting him snatch the credit. Under Yang Feng's order, the ghost hunters dispersed and disappeared. Although ghost hunters could be completely invisible, but as long as spells were cast, traces of them could still be found. Yang Feng had no other choice but to use ghost hunters to assassinate Morince 2867th. Now he had to eliminate the traces of their existence and not let them be discovered. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty, don't scare me. All of a sudden, Eddie's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. Morince 2867th's body had turned black, and he had lost all vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. He turned into a corpse and slumped in Eddie's arms. The guards looked at Morince 2867th's corpse with despair and fear in their eyes. Morince 2867th died tragically in front of the guards, and they all faced the fate of being beheaded. Eddie, you failed to protect His Majesty, so you should be implicated along with your entire family. Yang Feng took a step forward and barked sternly, "Now, there is only one way to avoid the fate of you and your colleagues being beheaded. That is, to assist His Highness 6th Prince Garka to ascend the throne. After His Highness Garka ascends the throne, you can be pardoned for your crimes." With that, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 300 fully armed knight-rank powerhouses sprang out from the side and stared at Porter's group of 3 as well as their guards with ice-cold killing intent in their eyes. Garka was very quick-witted. He quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Commander Eddie, I saw with my own eyes that you did your best to protect my imperial father. Although according to the laws of the Morince Empire, all of you will be beheaded. But as long as you are willing to assist me and help me ascend the throne, then I can use the privilege of His Majesty to pardon all of your crimes." The eyes of the 500 Sky Knight rank guards suddenly surged with a glimmer of hope. Eddie slowly got up and looked around. He saw that the 300 fully armed knight-rank powerhouses had surrounded Porter and the other 2 princes. Under Yang Feng's orders, the 2 sacred swordsmen recruited by Yang Feng, the Earth-sacred swordsman Magia and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero, surrounded the 3 princes and their guards. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius had already walked to Yang Feng's side, pulled out the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel, and was ready to go. Once Yang Feng gave the order, Cassius would be able to kill Eddie with a sword strike. Eddie, who had always been impartial to the recruitment of the many princes in the court, understood that he was now at a critical juncture. If he made a wrong choice, he and his family would be destroyed. Eddie is willing to serve His Highness like a dog. Eddie knelt on one knee in front of the 6th Prince Garka and said respectfully, "Willing to serve His Highness like a dog." With no other choice, the 500 Sky Knight rank guards knelt in front of Garka and said respectfully, "Willing to serve His Highness like a dog." The large group of wizards also bowed slightly towards Garka and said in salute. Yang Feng walked up to Porter and the other 2 princes and said with a gentle smile, "Your Highnesses, please have your guards hand over all their weapons. The Saint Tulan city may be very chaotic, but we will protect you." Suka gave Yang Feng an unruly look and said coldly, "Ian, who do you think you are? Do you want to put us under house arrest?" One of Suka's guards drew his sword and stood in front of Suka, glaring at Yang Feng. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him." The earth-sacred swordsman Magia took a step forward, a sword ray flickered, and Suka's guard was cut in half. Blood sputtered all over Suka, making the aloof prince issue a shrill scream. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Since you've started, then kill them all." An ominous glint flashed past the earth-sacred swordsman Magia's eyes. He took a step forward and, like a sword ray, shuttled through the crowd. In just a dozen breaths of time, Suka's guards were all killed. A copious amount of blood splashed on him, making him scream in fear. Chapter 284. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Shut up." As if he heard the voice of a fiend, Suka covered his mouth with his hand and stared at Yang Feng with a look of horror in his eyes. The raging wave sacred swordsman Lucero didn't say a word. With a sword in hand, he stared at the three princes with an indifferent expression and a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. The two princes Porter and Sanel looked at Yang Feng with the same look of horror in the abyss of their eyes. Only now did they remember that Yang Feng had the nickname Fiend Ian in the Miracle City. An unknown number of people from the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps died tragically under Yang Feng's orders. He even dared to kill greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire. The fear that their lives were in the hands of others shrouded the hearts of Porter and the other two princes. Yang Feng smiled gently, and his words revealed frigid killing intent. "Your Highnesses, will you order the guards to lay down their weapons, or will I help you so that they never have to pick up their weapons?" As soon as he said that, the guards around Porter and Sanel tensed up, clenched their weapons, and waited for their master's order. Porter sighed slowly and said, "Neru, lay down your weapons." "Yes, Your Highness." Only then did Neru and a dozen of Porter's guards put down their weapons. Sanel was silent for a moment, and then ordered unhurriedly, "Avan, lay down your weapons." "Yes, Your Highness." Awan and the other guards of Sanel also put down their weapons. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, dozens of heavily armed warriors immediately pounced on Neru and the other dozens of guards with extraordinary strength, binding them tightly. Yang Feng strode to in front of Garka and said with a dignified expression, "Your Highness, our next target is the Imperial Palace. As long as we control the Imperial Palace, we'll be halfway there." At this time, Morince 2867th was dead, the great Prince Andre was in the Southern Army, and the three princes who had the right to inherit the throne were under Yang Feng's control. Now, only the two empresses and four consorts in the Imperial Palace had the ability to interfere with state affairs. As long as he controlled the two empresses and the four imperial concubines in the palace, Sanel could ascend the throne. Garka's eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His eyes flashed with endless heat, and he said word by word, "Yes, the next step is the Imperial Palace. I'll definitely fulfill my promise after I ascend the throne, Ian." Garka's mood surged and he loudly promised. "At the same time, I will also grant you a wish. Tell me, what do you want? Prime Minister of the Empire? Or the Imperial Grand Marshal? As long as you say it, I will agree to it." Garka was very smart. He knew that the biggest key to his ascension to the throne was to win Yang Feng's support. Otherwise, once Yang Feng switches sides, his ascension to the throne will come to nothing, and he may even become a prisoner. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a smile, "If Your Highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to enter the royal treasury of the Morince Empire and pick a few treasures I want." Garka made a prompt decision and said, "Okay. I promise you." Yang Feng said solemnly, "Now is a critical time. If Your Highness still has any power, then use them all. This is our best chance, and also our only chance." As the sixth prince of the empire, Garka had a tremendous hidden force. Even Yang Feng didn't know how much power Garka was hiding, or how many aristocrats had already sided with him. Garka's eyes flashed with graveness. He nodded, took out a communications crystal, and said grimly, "The time has come, do it at once." A fearful yet firm voice came from the other side of the communications crystal. "Yes, Your Highness." Garka took out communications crystals one after another and issued a series of orders to the other side of the communications crystal. Porter and the other two princes could only watch helplessly as Garka issued a series of orders, yet did nothing. Porter and the other two princes also had tremendous hidden forces that infiltrated countless departments. A large number of aristocrats sided with them. But now that they were under semi-house arrest, they couldn't contact those forces to take action. The St. Toulon city had 4 city gates, east, west, south, and north. There was a corps stationed inside and outside each city gate. The 4 corps stationed outside the city belonged to the city guard system. The 4 corps stationed inside the city belonged to the Imperial Guard system. The South Gate, within the barracks of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Catalau, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, strode into the command center of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. In the center of the command center sat a person. It was Chepeko, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, he was leisurely reading a book. The work of the Imperial Guards had always been leisurely. After all, apart from palace coups, no one dared to cause trouble in the Saint Toulon city. Even demigod-rank powerhouses would be easily suppressed if they acted presumptuously in the Saint Toulon city. When Chepeko saw Catalau, his eyes lit up. He fished out a chessboard from under his desk and said with a smile, "Catalau, you came at the right time. Play a game of chess with me." "Okay." When Catalau walked up to Chepeko, a complicated glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted with Star Knight rank chi, drew his sword, and stabbed Chepeko in the heart lightning fast. Chepeko's eyes widened. Unable to believe his eyes, he reluctantly uttered, "Why?" Catalau's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and he gave a long sigh and pulled out his sword. "I'm a man of His Highness the 6th Prince. His Majesty is dead." "Chepeko, I'm sorry." Blood spurted out of Chepeko's chest. His eyes dimmed, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. In the barracks, the drums of assembly rang out. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately began to assemble. The high-ranking officers of the Corps quickly came to the command center. There was a faint smell of blood in the command center. At the same time, the command center was surrounded by Catalau's personal guards. As soon as the high-ranking officers entered the command center, they felt that something was amiss. The high-ranking officers focused their gazes on Catalau, who was sitting on the throne of the Corps commander, in the command center. Catalau said solemnly, "Everyone is here. I'm going to announce unfortunate news. His Majesty the Great Emperor has just been assassinated in the Saint Toulon city and is dead." "What? His Majesty the Emperor is dead? His Majesty, he is dead." The eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard Corps flickered with shock and they exclaimed. The death of His Majesty the Emperor of the Morince Empire was a major event that would shock the world and change the situation of the entire Morince Empire. Catalau said coldly, "Commander Chepeko was suspected of plotting to assassinate His Majesty. I killed him on the spot. His Highness the 6th Prince sent an envoy to have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps capture the assassins and eradicate the traitors in the court. Who is willing to go with me?" A confidant of Catalau immediately said loudly, "Since His Majesty is dead, His Highness the 6th Prince is the only heir to the throne of the Empire. We are willing to follow His Highness the 6th Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court. We are willing to be loyal to His Highness the 6th Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court with His Highness the 6th Prince." Voices of loyalty came from the command center. Almost 1/3 of the officers of the 3rd Corps swore allegiance to His Highness the 6th Prince at once. The rest of the officers looked at each other, and a sense of danger welled up in their hearts. They were soldiers who didn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of the power struggle. But the sudden change in the situation forced them to choose a side. Catalau's gaze turned cold, and he said frigidly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you in cahoots with the traitors who assassinated His Majesty?" Catalau's personal guards surrounding the command center drew their swords and surrounded the officers who didn't take a stand. If they said anything wrong, they would be hacked to death. An officer pointed at Catalau and barked, "Catalau, you're rebelling." Catalau waved his hand, and a dozen-plus personal guards with tyrannical fighting strength rushed forward in a flash and killed the officer with a flurry of swords. "Catalau, you're rebelling." One officer after another stepped forward and berated Catalau. As soon as the officers came out, they were quickly killed by Catalau's personal guards. The command center was suddenly enveloped in the smell of blood. After 7 officers were killed on the spot, the officers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps understood Catalau's determination. Catalau had gambled everything. If they didn't yield, then he would kill all of them. An officer was silent for a while, and then finally said loudly, I'm willing to follow, sir, and eradicate the assassins who assassinated His Majesty. One officer after another was finally forced to yield and stand forward. Catalao got up and barked, "Then let's set off at once. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Along the way, whoever dares to block us is our enemy." Under Catalao's leadership, the 20,000-strong troops of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately set out and quickly rushed towards the Imperial Palace. Drums also sounded in the barracks of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps at the East Gate. The officers of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly came to the command center of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. The entire command center was permeated with a somber and heavy atmosphere, pressuring the officers of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps somewhat out of breath. In the center of the command center sat a burly old man of about 56 or 57 years of age, with grizzled temples, yet still exuding a valiant aura. This burly old man was Buchak, the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Chapter 285. Buchak looked down and said solemnly, "His Majesty was assassinated and has passed away. By order of Her Highness Empress Susanna, I must immediately take troops to the palace to guard it. Are you willing to go with me?" "We are willing to serve, sir." The officers below were slightly taken aback. Many of Buchak's confidants immediately responded resolutely, "We are willing to serve, sir." The other officers hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said loudly. In the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, the prestige of Buchak, the commander of the corps, was much stronger than that of Catalao, the deputy commander of the 3rd Corps. Not many people dared to question or disobey his orders. Under Buchak's order, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly moved towards the palace without any supplies. Within the command center of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, a gloomy expression on his face, Ciceron, the commander of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, paced back and forth in the command center with a look of irritation, a communications crystal in his hand. A beautiful and charming face floated in his eyes. Finally, he gave a long sigh and made up his mind. The drums of assembly sounded in the barracks of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, and countless warriors poured out of the barracks to assemble. The upper echelon officers quickly came to the command center. Suddenly, sounds of fighting broke out in the command center. Before long, officers came out of the command center. The 2nd Imperial Guard Corps also rushed towards the royal palace of the Saint Toulon city. At this time, fighting broke out in the barracks of the 4th Imperial Guard Corps. For the sake of their respective masters, former comrades gathered their subordinates to fight. Rivers of blood flowed in the barracks, and sounds of fighting continued. Outside the city gate, the 4 City Guard Corps remained motionless. Only some small disturbances broke out in the barracks before being suppressed. On the other side, Yang Feng took 300 heavily armed personal guards, 2 squads of wizards, and 500 Sky Knight rank troops commanded by Eddie to escort Garca and Juliana towards the royal palace. "Your Highness Garca, where do you want to go?" With a cold voice, Desi led 300 confidants from the Sword of Justice secret police force to block in front of the large force and stared at Garca, who was surrounded and protected by everyone. A terrifying sacred swordsman rank aura erupted from Desi's body, and a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Garca, making Garca feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He found it hard to breathe, and fear flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness, His Majesty was assassinated in the Magic Academy. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, Master Ian is the biggest suspect. What you should do now is to return to your mansion. Otherwise, it will be a crime of treason. Even if you are a prince, you will still die here today." Desi's eyes widened, and he suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Through a mysterious secret method, he directly pierced into Garca's mind. At that moment, Garca felt a wave of fear in his heart. He actually had the thought of leaving immediately and going home to await his trial. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill him. Kill all those who stand in the way." Barrows uttered a magic incantation, and a ray of magic light shrouded him and the magicians behind him. A mysterious spiritual resonance linked their mental strength together. Spirit Resonance was the most powerful spell of wizard squads on the Feisuor plane. After casting the mental resonance spell, the mental energy of all the magicians would be linked together, forming an incomparably wonderful resonance wave, as if they were one person. Through the power of the weave, They could cast level 4 spells like legend wizards. Barrows quickly uttered a second magic sentence, and the level 4 spell Fire Dragon was unleashed in a flash. A copious amount of fire elemental particles gathered, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly took shape and lunged at Desi. Desi's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he retreated briskly. He erupted with pinnacle sacred swordsman rank chi, and his sword mercilessly slashed at the fearsome fire dragon. Thanks to the fearsome sacred swordsman rank chi, the fire dragon was nearly split in two. In the next moment, the berserk fire dragon that was split in two pounced at Desi and engulfed him. The sacred swordsman Desi turned into a terrifying flaming figure. He screamed and struggled, and then was burned to ashes by the flames. When he saw this, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius' pupils constricted slightly, and he sighed inwardly. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. Within that area, a sacred swordsman could insta-kill a legend wizard. If a legend wizard cast a level 4 spell, then if a sacred swordsman didn't have a defensive treasure to resist level 4 spells, they would also be instackled. Wizards were the most powerful existences on the Feisuor plane, and they had the most distinguished status. The status of an arch-wizard was much higher than that of a sacred swordsman. On the Tsangji plane, unless the Tsangji plane's body-tempering warlocks were peerless geniuses who cultivated the most profound, difficult, and powerful secret methods, they could only contend against other types of warlocks with the help of secret treasures. The archmage of the other mage squad also cast mental resonance, then silently chanted an incantation, pointed at the more than 300 Sword of Justice secret police, and launched the level 4 spell Winter Maiden's Breath. The projection of a beautiful and moving Winter Maiden, who seemed to be covered in a layer of silver, suddenly appeared, parted her cherry lips, and blew lightly. The Winter Maiden's cherry lips exhaled a white stream of cold air that swept towards the 300 Sword of Justice secret police. Crack, crack. With a series of crisp sounds, the 300 secret policemen of the Sword of Justice, who were above the night level, were all eroded by the terrifying cold air and turned into ice sculptures. Garka glanced at young Feng, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Dassault was one of the 5 bigwigs of the Sword of Justice secret police of the Morinth Empire's police system. In the Saint Toulon city, he was regarded as a bigwig. Even some greater aristocrats couldn't compare to him in status. Yet, Yang Feng killed such a bigwig without hesitation. This fierceness and decisiveness made Garka feel a chill inside. Fortunately, he's my man. Garka heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought welled up in his mind, lingering like a nightmare. What if he betrayed me? Who else can stop him? Yang Feng's gaze was indifferent, and he ordered frigidly, "Keep going. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Kill anyone who stands in our way." Under Yang Feng's order, the team advanced straight into the Imperial Palace. After passing a block, nearly 200+ assassins suddenly emerged from the street. The assassins, armed with military crossbows, frantically pulled the triggers at Garka. As if arrows leaving a bowstring, bolts shot towards Garka. As long as Garka was killed, any plot would turn into a bubble. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He raised a large shield forged from divine bloodsteel and swatted away the bolts shooting at Garka as if swatting mosquitoes. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and a wall on the side collapsed. A terrifying aura comparable to that of a sacred swordsman instantly erupted from the location of the wall, and an extremely fast swordlight pierced towards Garka's head. That was a fatal strike from a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng had just swatted away countless bolts with his large shield, so he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed towards Garka. Despair couldn't help but flash past the abyss of his eyes. The 3 sacred swordsmen, lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, earth sacred swordsman Magia, and raging sacred swordsman Lucero, were all swinging their swords at the military crossbows. They had no time to protect Garka. If Garka was assassinated, then no matter how strong Yang Feng was, it would already be amazing if he could escape from the Saint Toulon city. Everything he had built up during this period of time would be destroyed in a single day. At this moment, an ordinary guard next to Garka took a step forward, and the temperament of a lofty great grandmaster erupted from the ordinary guard. Frightening sacred swordsman rank chi erupted in a flash, and a sword ray suddenly erupted and stabbed at the startling sword strike. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the guard next to Garka retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. The assassin who stabbed with the startling sword strike only retreated 2 steps. An assassin wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed, appeared in front of everyone. Yang Feng barked, "Barrows, kill him." Before his words fell, Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and unleashed the level 3 spell Spirit Hammer in a flash, and a magic ray landed on the assassin wrapped in black cloth. The assassin radiated magic rays and resisted the attack of the level 3 spell Spirit Hammer. Clearly, he had a magic equipment on him. The assassin's figure flickered as he dashed towards a room at the side like a bolt of lightning after missing his target. With the 4 sacred swordsmen and 2 wizard squads guarding him, even if the assassin was far stronger than ordinary human sacred swordsmen, he still couldn't resist. Yang Feng ordered frigidly, "Fire dragon." Barrows instantly uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at the room, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly erupted and rushed towards the room. Boom! Countless flames suddenly enveloped the room and burned fiercely. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the flames. A hurricane suddenly blew the flames away and swept towards the house where the assassins were located. Chapter 286. The wind fanned the flames, which surged and instantly engulfed the rooms where the assassins were located and set them ablaze. Countless assassins howled mournfully amidst the flames and jumped down one by one. Eyes bloodshot, Garka roared somewhat crazily, "Kill them all! Kill these assassins!" If it wasn't for the sacred swordsman recruited by Garka who saved his life at the most critical time, he would have become a corpse by now. At the thought of the dangerous situation just now, Garka felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickled down his back, and killing intent filled his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the somewhat hysterical Garka, frowned slightly, and said, "Your Highness, the urgent matter now is not to kill these people, but the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the key. After you ascend the throne, you can kill these ants at will." Garka's eyes shimmered with madness. Losing his usual demeanor, he barked at Yang Feng, "They wanted to kill me. They were just 1 step away from killing me. I want them to die without a burial ground. I want these bastards to die now. Ian, kill them for me. Leave none alive." Yang Feng frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Garka was about to become the emperor, he sighed inside and waved his hand. 300 of his subordinates took out military crossbows in a flash and fired at the assassins. A dense rain of arrows shot the assassins to the ground, and then they screamed miserably and were swallowed by the flames. Eddie roared furiously, urged his Star Knight rank chi, and rushed towards the assassins together with the 500 personal guards of the Emperor. The fierce fight lasted for a full 10 minutes. The hundreds of assassins lying in ambush on both sides of the street were all killed by Eddie and them. Yang Feng and his party continued to advance towards the Imperial Palace. Fierce flames burned behind them, and at the same time, began to spread in other directions. "Stop. At the order of Her Highness the Empress, I have sealed off this block. No one is allowed to pass. Violators will be punished with treason and their whole families will be executed." On a street leading to the Imperial Palace, a team of 500 Imperial Guards blocked in front of Yang Feng and his party, and a burly commander barked. The 500 royal guards pointed at Yang Feng and his party with their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent. Among the 500 Imperial Guards, 200 archers had already taken out their bows and were ready to shoot. Garka hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and the entire team stopped. Garka stepped out from the crowd and sternly shouted, "I'm Garka, the 6th Prince. His Majesty has passed away, and I suspect that someone in the palace was involved in the assassination of His Majesty. Commander Dell, now that His Majesty is dead, I'm the only heir to the Morince Empire. If you side with me now, after I ascend the throne, you'll definitely enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. So it's Your Highness." Dell's eyes flashed with shock and hesitation. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed with greed and he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, if Your Highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to become a hereditary duke. He has a dukedom as his fief." Garka creased his eyebrows slightly and fell into hesitation. In the Morince Empire, Hereditary duke was a first-rate greater aristocrat second only to grand princes. Every hereditary duke had a high status and great influence in the court. The Morince Empire was very cautious about the enfeoffment of hereditary duke aristocrats. Otherwise, all the territories of the empire would have been enfeoffed long ago. As time passed, Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He knew very well that now was not the time to waste time. With every passing minute, their chances of success would drop by a fraction. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered to Garca, "Your Highness, we don't have much time left." Garca glanced at Yang Feng with some displeasure and said faintly, "I know what to do." Garca said in a clear voice, "Del, it's impossible to confer a hereditary duke. However, as long as you take everyone to side with me now, then after I ascend the throne, I can confer you the title of hereditary duke and let you enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth." Del's 500 imperial guards were also a considerable force. If Garca could recruit Del's 500 imperial guards, he could also improve his strength. At the same time, he could weaken Yang Feng's influence in the coup. Growing up in the Morince family, Garca's imperial schemes were no less than those of his brothers. Del had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said unhurriedly, "Confer a hereditary duke? Your Highness, if I side with you, I'll be putting the lives of everyone in my family on your shoulders. A hereditary duke is really not enough. A hereditary duke marquis. As long as you agree to confer me a hereditary duke marquis, I'll take my 500 brothers to side with you. I still have a lot of good friends in the imperial palace. After I side with you, I'll go and recruit them for you." Garca's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. If Del could recruit the royal guards in the imperial palace, then his hopes of capturing the Victory Palace would increase by a bit. There were 20,000 royal guards stationed in the Victory Palace, which were firmly under the control of Morince 2867th. Anyone who tried to meddle with the 20,000 royal guards would suffer a fierce counterattack from Morince 2867th. The great Prince Andre once roped in a deputy commander of the royal guards. After being discovered by Morince 2867th, the deputy commander's family was exterminated by Morince 2867th on an excuse. Andre lost a lot of his military power and was transferred to the Southern Army. Only during festivals would he be allowed to return to the Saint Toulon city. Empress Susanna, who was originally very favored by Morince 2867th, was slowly neglected because of this matter. Garca and the other two princes didn't dare to meddle with the royal guards for fear of touching Morince 2867th's reverse scale. Now that Del was willing to surrender to Garca and persuade others to surrender, Garca was very tempted. Garca hesitated for a while, then made a decision and said resolutely, "Okay, as long as you are willing to side with me, persuade others to surrender, and help me open the gate of the Victory Palace, then after I ascend the throne, I'll confer you the title of hereditary peer marquis." Del's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a beaming smile, "I want the Divine Bestow Plains marquisdom." Garca's complexion changed dramatically, and he refused resolutely, "Impossible." The Divine Bestow Plain was a plain blessed by the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of agriculture. On many fertile lands of the Feisuor Plain, 1 mu of wheat could only yield about 200 to 250 catties per mu. In the Divine Bestow Plain, 1 mu of wheat could yield up to 2,000 catties per mu, which was 10 times that of ordinary places. The Divine Bestow Plain was the territory of the Morince family and various divine descendant families. Except for a few founding heroes who followed Morince I and made great contributions, for more than 100,000 years, there had never been a precedent of a non-divine descendant family obtaining a fiefdom in the Divine Bestow Plain. Del said loudly, "An earldom is fine. An earldom in the Divine Bestow Plain is enough for me to enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. As long as your Highness agrees to grant me an earldom in the Divine Bestow Plain after you ascend the throne, then I'll immediately take 500 subordinates to side with you, your Highness, and serve you faithfully. In other places, there would be natural and man-made disasters, which would lead to a decrease in the production of wheat due to various reasons. But in the Divine Bestow Plain, such things would never happen. An earldom in the divine bestow plain was definitely the foundation for generations of glory, splendor, and wealth. With a gloomy face, Garka calculated in his mind. Naturally, such a fertile land like the divine bestow plain had been carved up by everyone. The Morince family occupied the largest part of the divine bestow plain, which was also their foundation. There had never been a precedent of a territory in the divine bestow plain being in theft. The Morince family was a huge family, and experts were as common as clouds in the family. The people of the Morince family wouldn't care if Garka competed with other princes for the throne. After all, it wasn't the first time that the Morince family's heirs fought each other for the throne for more than 100,000 years. Whichever prince won, the Morince family would support that prince. But once Garka infeft the divine bestow plain, the entire Morince family would rebel and oppose his succession to the throne. Garka shook his head and proposed, "No, I can grant you a fertile marquisdom. Even an earldom in the divine bestow plain won't do. It's the wealth that the mighty gods bestowed upon our Morince family, and no one else is allowed to encroach on it." Del sank into his thoughts and said unhurriedly, "Another marquisdom? Let me think about it and see which marquisdom is better." At this moment, the earth shook, and the sound of hooves came from the east. Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he said to Yang Feng, "Buchak, the commander of the 1st Royal Guard Corps in the east, favors the great Prince Endre. This is their cavalry." Yang Feng frowned slightly and looked at Del, only to see that Del was still hesitant and looked very embarrassed. Yang Feng suddenly pointed coldly at Del and said frigidly, "Barrows, fire dragon, kill them." "Yes." Barrows quickly silently recited an incantation and launched spirit resonance, then uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at Del and the 500 royal guards. Countless violent fire elemental particles gathered in a flash and suddenly formed a 30-meter-long fire dragon. When Del saw the 30-meter-long fire dragon, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed with a pale face, "I surrender. Your Highness, spare my life. I surrender, Your Highness." Chapter 287. In the next moment, the 30-meter-long fire dragon plunged into the midst of Del and his party. Wherever the flame dragon passed, all of the Imperial Guards were burned into flaming men, letting out waves of incomparably mournful screams. Most of the Imperial Guards were like ants in boiling water, scurrying in all directions. With Del's death, they could no longer organize themselves. "Why?" Garka's eyes shimmered with anger, and he barked at Yang Feng, "They have surrendered." Yang Feng's eyes widened, a fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he barked, "Your Highness, we don't have much time. The East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps is coming this way, and there are countless other forces ready to make a move. We must reach the Imperial Palace and take control of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die without a burial ground." Del was clearly stalling for time just now. Garka was both ashamed and angry when he was barked at by Yang Feng. His thoughts revolved, and he realized that Yang Feng was right. He could only clench his teeth and order loudly, "Keep going." The group quickly passed through the area shrouded in flames and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. The earth shook slightly, and the sound of hooves echoed. Behind Yang Feng and his party, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps were getting closer and closer. Garka frowned slightly and looked at Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng looking ahead indifferently, without the slightest intention of having his subordinates bring up the rear. At this time, they were only a few streets away from the Imperial Palace. It was of great significance to intercept the forces of the East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps here. Garka only hesitated for a moment before issuing an order, "Thanos, take some people and stay behind to bring up the rear. Don't let the 2,000 cavalrymen catch up." "Yes, Your Highness." The sacred swordsman rank powerhouse who was originally guarding Garka responded respectfully, and then quickly took 600 private troops directly under Garka's command to set up a defense in this block. Garka took the rest of his people and continued to rush towards the Imperial Palace. "Let's go." Shortly after Yang Feng and his party left the street, the 2,000 cavalrymen in the rear rushed over. Thanos' eyes were cold as he shouted sternly, "Fire!" The archers lying in ambush on both sides of the street quickly fired, and a rain of swords fell on the cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard Corps, shooting more than 100 cavalrymen down from their horses. Garca's 600 private troops were his lifeblood and the most powerful force he could publicly reveal. Among the 600 private troops, there were 300 archers. Each of the 300 archers had outstanding archery skills and were powerful archers who had cultivated chi. The arrows seemed to have a life of their own as they took the lives of the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps one by one, shooting them to the ground. That cavalry unit endured huge casualties and charged madly, attempting to rush through this street of death. The order they received was to catch up with Garca's main force at all costs, capture Garca alive, or delay Garca until the main force arrived. Even if they had to pay the price of a few hundred lives, the cavalry would definitely charge through this street and chase after them. This was a struggle for imperial power. If they failed, the losers' families would be ruined, and their families would be reduced to lowly slaves, living a life worse than death. As long as they participated in this game, there was no retreat. No matter how many sacrifices were made, they had to win. Just before the 2,000 cavalrymen were about to cross the street, Thanos pulled out a 2-meter-long magic sword and swung it hard. Streaks of incomparably blue swordlight revolved around Thanos. The charging cavalrymen had just come into contact with the blue sword rays when they were torn apart, blood splashed, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. The dazzling sword rays blossomed, making Thanos look like a terrifying meat grinder. When the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps collided with the huge meat grinder, they turned into countless fragments. No matter how the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps charged, they could not break through Thanos' line of defense. One man against 1,000 was a sacred swordsman with astonishing strength like Thanos. Blue sword rays flashed, and countless fragments and blood practically filled the street. Like a demon god, Thanos advanced instead of retreating and walked towards the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corporation. Every step he took seemed as heavy as a mountain and was accompanied by a copious amount of blood. When the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps saw the demon god-like Thanos, their morale plummeted, and their eyes flashed with fear. "Kill them all!" Following a roar, 300 fully armed warriors at the knight rank or above rushed out from a side street, brandished their swords, and slashed at the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, who could no longer charge and whose morale had plummeted. Under the desperate struggle of the 300 warriors, the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps finally collapsed and retreated in disorder. Watching the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps retreat, Thanos finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were slightly sore. He alone killed more than 700 cavalrymen and horses. Even though he was a sacred swordsman, he still consumed a great deal of physical strength. Less than 5 minutes after the retreat of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, countless warriors dressed in Imperial Guard uniforms rushed over from afar like a tide. Surrounded by countless experts of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, Buchak looked at Thanos, who was standing in a hell of blood and corpses, and sighed slowly with a complicated expression. "What a hero. Master Durini, give him a quick death." A middle-aged arch-wizard Julini nodded, uttered a magic sentence, conjured spirit resonance, and linked the spirit force of all the wizards of the wizard squad together. Then, he uttered a series of magic sentences, pointed at Thanos, and conjured the level 4 spell Fire Dragon. A copious amount of fire elemental particles surged, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly appeared and barreled towards Thanos. When he saw the wizard squad, Thanos' face changed dramatically. His figure fluttered, and he slammed into a room beside him and fled into the distance. In front of the level 4 spell Fire Dragon, any sacred swordsman who was hit by a sacred swordsman without a defensive magic item to protect themselves would definitely die. Even Thanos, who had just ridden against thousands, was no exception. The frightening Fire Dragon turned around, enveloped the room Thanos had jumped into, and turned the area into a sea of fire. A figure covered in fire rushed out of the sea of fire. After taking dozens of steps, the figure was finally swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. Buchak looked at Garca's private soldiers, who were still hiding in the corners of the streets and refusing to retreat, and ordered with a cold look in his eyes, "Decuro, kill them all." "Yes, sir." A burly officer with a bear-like physique roared and took 1,000 warriors of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps to kill Garca's private soldiers. Buchak just glanced at Decuro, and then took the 1st Imperial Guard Corps straight into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. The Victory Palace was the core of the Morince Empire's power and the focus of everyone's competition. Once Garca took control of the Victory Palace, then no matter how strong Buchak's 1st Imperial Guard Corps was, it would be in vain. Garca's private soldier hiding in a corner of the street suddenly came out of his hiding place, erupted with Earth Knight rank chi in a flash, and shot an arrow with crimson chi radiance towards Buchak. Buchak didn't even spare a glance at the arrow. A Star Knight rank officer next to him bellowed, swung his sword, and deflected the arrow. 50 warriors armed with military crossbows raised their crossbows and shot at Garca's private soldier. As if shooting stars, arrows enveloped the private soldier and turned him into a hedgehog. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere on the street, yet the 1st Imperial Guard Corps ignored them. They followed Buchak and marched quickly towards the Victory Palace. Barrow's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reported to Yang Feng, "Sir, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps has broken through Thanos' defensive line and is moving this way." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Garca's face also turned pale. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was the most powerful corps in the inner city of the Saint Toulan city. It had the magic power of 2 squads of court wizards and 20,000 warriors. The Saint Toulan city's city guard system was somewhat rotten and filled with aristocratic children and silk pants. However, due to the frequent coups d'état in the Morince Empire, the Imperial Guard system was the force the Empress relied on. Apart from the upper echelons of the Imperial Guards and the 4 Imperial Guard Corps in the inner city, the rest of the soldiers were elite warriors who were rotated back from the frontier army. Their fighting strength was amazing. The 4 Imperial Guard Corps were definitely the trump card of the Morince Empire. A single Imperial Guard Corps could easily defeat a formidable local corps like the Hunting Fang Corps. Once the 1st Imperial Guard Legion caught up to them, everyone present would definitely be crushed by them. Even the 3 Sword Saints would find it difficult to resist a powerful existence like the 1st Imperial Guard Legion. The reason why Thanos was able to block 2,000 cavalrymen and slay more than 700 cavalrymen was because he was able to ride against 1,000 cavalrymen on the street. In a narrow area, the 2,000 cavalrymen couldn't give full play to their advantages and could only charge from the front. If the 2,000 cavalrymen charged from all directions and besieged him in a wide area, Thanos would be able to slay more than 400 cavalrymen at most before he ran out of chi and was besieged by the remaining cavalrymen. The strength and energy consumed to deal with enemies from only one direction and enemies from all directions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Chapter 288. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. According to his idea, the best result was to kill his way into the Victory Palace before anyone could react. As long as he took control of the Victory Palace, then even if the 4 corps attacked together, Yang Feng wouldn't be afraid. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, "It seems that I acted too hastily." However, it wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity. Yang Feng didn't get any information about Morince 2867th's sudden visit to the unveiling of the Magic College. Moreover, he had no intention of assassinating Morince 2867 before this. However, Morince 2867th's attempt to seize the Magic College, which Yang Feng spent a lot of effort and money to establish, provoked Yang Feng's retaliation, and he took the opportunity to kill Morince 2867. If Morince 2867 was in the Imperial Palace, Yang Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Morince 2867 gave Yang Feng the opportunity to assassinate him. Although such a hasty assassination killed Morince 2867, but many things were also out of Yang Feng's control. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, and his eyes flashed with determination. "It seems that I can only protect Garca and kill my way out, go to Garca's territory, and raise my troops again." The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was inclined towards the great Prince Endre. Now, without the Emperor's order, it acted on its own. Obviously, it had obtained information about the death of Morince 2867 and had made a choice. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps definitely wouldn't choose Garca. If Yang Feng and his party didn't escape, only death would await them. As a prince, Garca might be able to escape death and be placed under house arrest, But Yang Feng and the others would definitely meet their end. Yang Feng shot Garka a somewhat unwilling look, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, only a pig-like teammate. What a scam. According to Yang Feng's original plan, he would head straight for the Victory Palace, kill anyone that stood in his way, and kill anyone that stood in his way. As long as he could kill his way into the Victory Palace, it would be a victory. However, Garka stubbornly insisted on killing all the assassins that tried to assassinate him, which delayed him a lot of time. Furthermore, he had been tricked by Dell to stall for time, wasting a lot of time. In the end, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps caught up from behind. If Garka had listened to Yang Feng, they would have killed their way to the Victory Palace by now, and might have even killed their way into the Victory Palace. Once the coup d'etat was launched, it had to be as fast as lightning, leaving no time for others to react. Once he failed to seize the Victory Palace, Garka, who had mobilized all his forces, would lose his momentum and could only escape from the Saint Toulan city. Right at this time, the sounds of horse hooves could be heard from the south, and the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Regiment came into view. When Yang Feng saw the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, his eyes shimmered with unwillingness and regret, and he gave a long sigh. It's over, we can only retreat. Garka, on the other hand, smiled and laughed wildly, revealing endless ecstasy. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, haha, they're finally here. Ian, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, Catalau, is my man. He now had complete control over the 3rd Praetorian Guard Corps. Those are our people. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The fact that Garka was able to rope in the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was beyond his expectations. The relationship between Garka and Catalau was deeply hidden, with only a few people knowing about it. Even Elena didn't know about the relationship between the two, let alone Yang Feng. Yang Feng said solemnly, Your Highness, please have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps block this street. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps is not allowed to cross this street. Garka nodded, took out a communications crystal, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, Catalau, it's me, it's Garka. Catalau's capable voice came from the communications crystal. Your Highness, what are your orders? Please speak. Garka's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Take the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and guard the Street of Glory. No one is allowed to cross the Street of Glory. In the Imperial capital, Garka went all out to barely control the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which was already his full strength. Although there were still many aristocrats in the Imperial capital who had defected to Garka's side, but in a short period of time, those aristocrats couldn't give him any support. From the other side of the communications crystal came Catalau's resolute voice. Yes, Your Highness, I'll guard this place firmly and won't let anyone pass. Yang Feng said solemnly, let the 2 wizard squads, Barrows and Macon stay. The Victory Palace was a palace blessed by the gods and possessed countless formidable divine spells. In the Victory Palace, the vigor of heaven and earth was completely controlled by various divine spells. If wizards wanted to cast large-scale spells in the Victory Palace, they could only do so with the Emperor's permission. Morinth's 2867th was dead, and the Morinth's Empire was without an emperor. Therefore, wizards couldn't cast powerful spells in the Victory Palace. Garka said very decisively, Catalau, I'll leave 2 wizard squads for you. You must guard this place. Catalau said in a straightforward and capable manner, Yes, Your Highness. Soon after, the huge 3rd Imperial Guard Corps turned and walked towards the Street of Glory. The 2 wizards of the court squads, Barrows and Macon, quickly walked towards the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Run forward. Garka's eyes flickered with a cold glint, he pointed at the Victory Palace with his sword and barked. At this time, Yang Feng and his party had no place to retreat. After being forced into a desperate situation, Garka erupted with a dauntless aura that was different from his usual cultured and refined demeanor. The whole team began to trot forward, moving towards the Victory Palace. After crossing 2 streets, sounds of explosions and fighting came from the rear. Clearly, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and the 1st Imperial Guard Corps had engaged in a fierce fight. Hearing the sounds of battle behind them, everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if they were being shrouded by a huge pressure. Once the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps defensive line was breached, the people present would end up very miserable before they could capture the Victory Palace. After passing through 2 streets, the majestic gate of the Victory Palace appeared in front of everyone. Andro led 200 soldiers and escorted a group of people over. He said respectfully, "My lord, I'm here to protect you. I've done what you asked me to do." Yang Feng swept the dense crowd with a glance, nodded slightly, and praised, "Well done. Next, it's up to him." Yang Feng swept the Victory Palace with a glance, and finally his gaze fell on Garka. A frightening might came from the Victory Palace, which was the majesty of a god. There were countless powerful divine spells in the Victory Palace. Even if a demigod entered the Victory Palace, they would be suppressed if they were careless. The Victory Palace was like a sleeping, frightening, fierce beast, quietly lying dormant on the ground, ready to erupt at any time and tear all enemies who dared to provoke it to pieces. Garka stepped out of the crowd, walked into the crowd, and shouted towards the Victory Palace, "I am Garka of the Morince family. Today, my imperial father, Morince 2867th, was assassinated. I suspect that the mastermind of the assassin is in the palace. Ancestor, please bless me." The huge Victory Palace seemed to wake up at once. A golden light shot out from the palace and enveloped Garka. As soon as the golden light touched Garka's body, it disappeared. The Victory Palace quietened down, as if it had become an ordinary city. The pressure that shrouded Yang Feng and the other powerhouses disappeared at once. It was very common for the Morince family to fight for power, kill each other, and carry out coups. As long as someone with the bloodline of the Morince family stood in front of the Victory Palace, the various divine spells that could even suppress demigods wouldn't be activated. A burly officer with short blonde hair stepped forward, looked down, and barked sternly, "Your Highness Garka, I am guarding this gate on the orders of the Empress. Please step back." Above the gate of glory of the Victory Palace, 4,000 fully armed royal guards appeared. Garka's complexion became very unsightly. Without any siege equipment, it would be extremely difficult to take down the Gate of Glory, which was guarded by 2,000 fully armed Imperial Guards. The Gate of Glory was 50 meters tall. Among the people present, only the sacred swordsman rank powerhouses could jump over the gate. Even if the 3 sacred swordsmen jumped over the city wall, they might not be a match for the 2,000 fully armed royal guards. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, the earth sacred swordsman Magia, and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero looked at the Gate of Glory's city wall with a dignified look in their eyes, and they prepared to fight to the death. "Commander Villa, look who this is." Right at this moment, Andro took a step forward and grabbed a young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair. He lifted her up and placed her in front of everyone. The young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair cried loudly and implored bitterly, "Darling, save me, I don't want to die." Above the city wall, the eyes of the commander of the royal guards flashed with a touch of blood, and he roared like a wild beast, "Elaine, you bastard, you captured my wife." Chapter 289. Andro smiled coldly and clapped his hands. "Not only did I capture your wife, but I also captured your parents, brothers, and your brothers' children." A white-haired old man, an old woman, and a dozen young men and women were dragged over by the warriors and thrown in front of Villa. Commander Villa let out a painful howl. "Father, mother, little brother. Commander Villa, you are loyal to this empire, to His Majesty the Emperor of this empire, to Morince 2867. Now that His Majesty has been assassinated, instead of avenging His Majesty, you block His Highness Garka from entering the palace. This is a crime of rebellion, a crime worthy of extermination. If you don't open the door, I'll give the order to execute your family on the spot. Furthermore, your Balu clan will be exterminated from today onward. I'll give you some time to think about it." Andro's words had just fallen when he clapped his hands, and a middle-aged woman and 3 children were dragged out and thrown in front of Villa's family. The face of a burly man standing next to Villa changed dramatically, and he said with a trace of alarm, "Weena, you bastards captured Weena. Deputy Commander Bell Tower, if Commander Villa doesn't want to surrender, then please put righteousness before family and kill him. Then you can inherit his position as commander. Otherwise, your wife and children, as well as the 56 members of your Balu family, will all die here. Think about it. Andro smiled coldly and clapped his hands, and dozens of men, women, old, and young were escorted over. They were thrown in front of the high-ranking royal guards as if they were garbage, and their names were announced, causing the high-ranking royal guards to reveal looks of alarm and pain. Andro smiled at Villa above the city wall and said cruelly, "Commander Villa, what do you think now? I want an answer from you. Open the gate, or not. If you don't, I'll send your family to the netherworld and wait for you." Villa's complexion was pale. He could vaguely feel the fierce and murderous gazes staring at him from behind. Once he chose not to open the city, his former colleagues and subordinates would definitely not mind chopping him into pieces and then opening the city gates to allow the killing gods outside to enter the city. Villa is willing to serve His Highness Garca and fight against the rebels who tried to assassinate His Majesty. Open up. Villa looked at his beloved wife's pleading gaze. When he thought that the Moritz family would resort to such means in a power struggle, he became disheartened and shouted. The door of the Gate of Glory finally opened slowly. Garca looked at the slowly opening Gate of Glory, his heart filled with excitement. He glanced at Andro and said with a smile of admiration, "Ian, you have a good subordinate." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness." Goyina, who was standing next to Garca, gave Yang Feng a peculiar look. Eddie also gave Yang Feng a somewhat fearful look, his heart brimming with apprehension. Garca pointed at the Gate of Glory in high spirits and shouted, "Enter the city." When Villa arrived in front of Garca, he knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I was deceived by the traitors. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Garca smiled gently and said in a graceful manner, "Commander Villa, you were just dutifully performing your duty and were deceived by the traitors. I forgive you." Villa had 4,000 Imperial Guards under his command. In the Victory Palace, he was definitely a force that played a decisive role. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, time is of the essence." Now was not the time for Garca to put on an act and win over the hearts of the people. Every minute and every second was very precious. Garca raised his eyebrows, then stepped forward, drew his sword, pointed at the Victory Palace, and barked, "Everyone, follow me into the palace to eradicate the traitors who tried to assassinate my imperial father." After he finished speaking, he left 300 Imperial Guards to guard the Gate of Glory, and the huge army madly advanced into the depths of the Imperial Palace. Along the way, the sounds of fighting continued. Seeing that the situation was far from reassuring, some Imperial Guards immediately surrendered. Other Imperial Guards, however, fought to the death. However, the scattered Imperial Guards could not withstand a single blow from the nearly 4,000-strong army. Their resistance was easily crushed to smithereens. For generations, the courtmasters were loyal only to the emperor. After the news of the death of Moritz 2867 came, they hid in the White Tower and didn't make any movements. No matter who won the fight for the throne, as long as they had no mental issues, they wouldn't treat the courtmasters shabbily. However, once they got involved in the fight for the throne, even the aloof wizards would be killed directly, and even their families would be exterminated. The Myriad Flowers Palace was the harem of the Victory Palace. It covered an extremely vast area and had 3,000 palaces. The 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines lived in the Myriad Flowers Palace and commanded the numerous imperial concubines. At the time, Moritz I, the founder of the Moritz Empire, went on expeditions and conquered numerous states. At the same time, he collected the beauties of countless states and raised them in the Myriad Flowers Palace, enjoying them day and night. Since Moritz I, except for some emperors who weren't fond of women, the Myriad Flowers Palace was extremely prosperous and raised countless beauties. Your Highness Garca, this is the Myriad Flowers Palace. Except for His Majesty, no one else is allowed to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace without His Majesty's decree. Otherwise, they will be regarded as rebels. You, please go back. In front of the Myriad Flowers Palace, there were more than 5,000 Imperial Guards gathered. A middle-aged man with short blue hair, a burly figure, and a somewhat ugly appearance barked at Garca with a sword in hand. Garca's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, "Sina, I suspect that there are traitors in the Myriad Flowers Palace who participated in the plot to assassinate my imperial father. Get out of the way, or you'll be in cahoots with the rebels. Sina barked, Your Highness Garka, the Theron family is loyal to the Morince family. Otherwise, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't have appointed me as the guard commander of the Myriad Flowers Palace. Without an order from His Majesty the Emperor, anyone who wants to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace must step over my dead body. Garka's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed at Sina with a sword in hand and barked, Then go to hell. Kill them. Kill the rebels. Goyina roared, and his Star Knight rank chi burst forth. He took the lead and led his men directly towards Sina and the others. Eddie and Villa also led the Imperial Guards to engage in a frenzied slaughter with their former comrades. Blood dyed the ground in front of the Myriad Flowers Palace red. Soldiers died tragically at every moment. Seeing that the two armies were entangled, Yang Feng waved his hand and pointed at the crowd. The figures of the two Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero blurred into motion and rushed into the crowd. Sword rays flickered, and a copious amount of blood and fragments splashed about. Like two gods of death, the two Sacred Swordsmen urged their Sacred Swordsman rank chi. In just a dozen breaths of time, they appeared in front of Sina. Surrounded by lightning, Cassius unleashed the lightning sword art. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, his sword stabbed towards Sina like a bolt of lightning. Sina's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He urged his Star Knight rank chi, raised his sword horizontally, and blocked in front of him. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, Sina's sword was broken. With a flash of a resplendent sword ray, he was cut in half from the middle, and a copious amount of blood sprayed about. Yang Feng barked, Commander Sina is dead. Why don't you surrender? Do you want to become a rebel and have your whole family wiped out? When the Imperial Guards saw Sina killed, their low morale collapsed, and they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Garka glanced at the sword in the hand of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, smiled slightly, and praised, Good sword, what a sharp sword. The sword in the hand of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius was forged from divine blood steel and was extremely sharp. With this sword, it was able to break the sword in Sina's hand. Otherwise, even if Cassius was a Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouse, he still wouldn't be able to kill the Star Knight rank Sina in the midst of chaos with a single sword strike. In high spirits, Garka led his people forward and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. Yang Feng followed beside Garka and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. How extravagant! As soon as Yang Feng entered the Myriad Flowers Palace, his eyes lit up slightly and flickered with a peculiar glint, and he mused. In the center of the 10,000 flower palace, there was a precious golden tree of the elves. The golden tree was dozens of meters tall and had luxuriant foliage. Every leaf emitted a golden radiance. Countless life auras were attracted from all directions and gathered on the golden leaves. It was incomparably beautiful. The gold tree was a treasure of the elves. It was extremely difficult for a gold tree to be born. It took 10,000 years for a gold tree to bear a gold seed and give birth to another gold tree. The leaves of the gold tree had mystical powers and were one of the most precious raw materials for many potions. Moreover, the leaves of the gold tree had various mystical powers such as dispelling curses, healing injuries, and so on. They were extremely rare on the market. If all the leaves of the gold tree in the Myriad Flowers Palace were plucked, they could be sold for tens of millions of gold coins. In addition to the gold tree, the Myriad Flowers Palace also had the rare plant Dragon Blood Orchid from the Country of Dragons, the rare plant 10,000 Beast Spirit Fruit from the Beastman Empire, the large energy absorption ancient tree from Warlock College Antalya from Turandot subcontinent, and other precious extraordinary plants full of mystical abilities. The life magic energy in the Myriad Flowers Palace was very rich. It was a holy land for cultivation that didn't lose out to Warlock College Antalya in the slightest. If one practiced Warlock secret methods here, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 290. The entire Myriad Flower Palace was filled with a very pleasant fragrance of flowers. Rare flowers bloomed everywhere, and it was extremely beautiful. Garka, what do you want to do here? Under the protection of dozens of beautiful palace maids, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, a mixture of sexiness and innocence, youth and maturity, and all kinds of opposite charms, as if she was changing all the time, walked over slowly. She had a noble and cold temperament. After young Feng saw the peerless beauty, he secretly praised in his heart. This gorgeous woman was definitely one of the most feminine beauties he had ever seen. Garka watched the gorgeous woman exuding a different kind of charm walk over, and his eyes flashed with greed. He said with a smile, "Empress Susanna, I suspect that someone in the Myriad Flowers Palace is suspected of assassinating my imperial father and plotting a rebellion. Worried about your safety, Your Highness, I brought troops to protect Your Highness." The gorgeous woman, who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old and exuded a different kind of charm and temperament, was Susanna, one of the two empresses of the Morince Empire. Susanna should be in her 50s, but she maintained herself very well. At the same time, under the effect of the court potion, she was still full of vitality, looking like a beautiful woman of 25 or 26 years old. Morince 2867 lived a licentious life and never practiced cultivation. Even with the support of the court potion, his vitality still flowed away very quickly. After all, potions weren't omnipotent. Garka immediately barked, "Guards, protect Her Highness. Don't let anything happen to her." "Yes, Your Highness." Goyina responded promptly. He took 100 soldiers to surround Susanna, and then began to drive away the maids around Susanna. Susanna watched coldly as the 100 soldiers drove her maids to the side, and then surrounded her and put her under house arrest. After Garka caught Susanna, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately led his troops into the Myriad Flowers Palace. Countless soldiers quickly dispersed and rushed into each of the palaces of the Myriad Flower Palace, capturing the beautiful concubines and maids inside. Seeing the beautiful concubines and maids, some soldiers couldn't control their desires and pounced on them. The entire Myriad Flowers Palace was filled with the cries and wails of women. When Susanna saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. After learning that the Myriad Flowers Palace was breached, she immediately came out to see Garka. Otherwise, with her beauty, she might really be insulted by the soldiers. As if he didn't hear her, Garka led his troops into the depths of the Myriad Flowers Palace. "Garka, it's me." Accompanied by a pleasantly surprised cry, a tall and slender woman with long blue hair walked over. She had a voluptuous figure and a slender waist. Every step she took seemed to sway in the wind. She looked like a ripe peach. When Garka saw the beautiful woman, his eyes flashed with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Mother." This woman with long blue hair that looked like a ripe peach was Katerina, the southern imperial concubine, and also Garka's biological mother. Under the effect of the potion, she looked just a few years older than Garka, just like his elder sister. Behind Katerina were three top-notch beauties. One of them was tall and had wavy blonde hair. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and there was a charming aura between her brows. She was the third Prince Porter's mother, Sophia. The beautiful woman with a perfect and harmonious figure and exquisite facial features exuding a heroic aura was the mother of the ninth Prince Sanel, Yulina. The last beautiful woman with a petite figure that looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, a child's complexion, big breasts, and a delicate beauty that gave people a feeling of tenderness at first sight was the mother of Suka, Alva. The three beauties following behind Katerina looked at Garka with complicated emotions in their eyes. They knew very well that since Garka had led his troops here in the struggle for the throne, it meant that Garka had already won half the battle. Katerina and Garka talked for a while, then looked at young Feng and revealed a beautiful and gentle smile. "You're Ian? Very good. Serve Garka well, and the Orthox family won't treat you unfairly." The gazes of Susanna, Sophia, Yulina, and Alva focused on young Feng. Garka's forces in the St. Toulan city weren't stronger than those of the other princes. The reason why it was Garka standing here and not the other princes was because young Feng was helping Garka from behind the scenes. Young Feng smiled slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Serving His Highness is what I should do." On the Street of Glory, the sounds of fighting and explosions lingered incessantly. Sword in hand, Catalao was covered in blood as he charged into the crowd, constantly killing the incoming Imperial Guard soldiers. He was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. A high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps came to Katalau and cried, "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat. Leave some seeds for the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps." The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was much weaker than the 1st Imperial Guard Corps in terms of strength. With the support of the 2 magic brigades left behind by Yang Feng, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps barely managed to suppress the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, under the leadership of Commander Ciceron, the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps launched an attack on the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps from the flank. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps also launched a desperate attack. Under the desperate attack of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps finally began to collapse. The commander of the corps, Katalau, had to personally go forward to fight the enemy in an attempt to stabilize the front line. Katalau shouted sternly, "No, hold on for me. Even if I die, I have to die here. We have no way out. Once His Highness fails, we'll all be turned into rebels, and there won't be any 3rd Imperial Guard Corps left. You, go take command of the army at once. If you die, I'll take your place." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps gritted his teeth and roared. His figure flickered, and he rushed to the front line. When the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps with a Sky Knight rank cultivation base rushed to the front line and killed 5 or 6 enemies, a meteor-like greatsword slashed at the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and cut him in 2. Countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Legions, whose eyes were bloodshot, surged over like a tidal wave. "Shit! Retreat!" When the wizard squad led by Barrows saw the warriors rushing over like a tide, his complexion changed slightly, and he said solemnly. Rays of magic light shrouded Barrows and the other mags, making them disappear. "Retreat!" Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Macon immediately took his men to cast magic and quickly disappeared. Magicians were powerful and respected existences. Even if the coup failed, the wizards could flee the St. Toulan city and go into exile, becoming guests of other forces. No wizard was willing to fight to the death for Garca. The wizards of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps didn't organize their peers to escape. If they desperately cast spells, they might be able to keep the other side. However, the other side's counterattack would also put their lives at risk. "Retreat!" Katalau looked around. When he saw that there were only more than 100 of his personal guards left, he gave a long sigh and issued the order to retreat. The more than 100 personal guards immediately escorted Katalau and fled into the distance. The Imperial Guard soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps rushed through Street of Glory, converged, and advanced in the direction of the Victory Palace. Surrounded by countless Imperial Guard soldiers, Buchak didn't have the slightest joy on his face. He looked into the distance, his eyes full of worry. Ciceron spurred his horse and walked together with Buchak. Gazing at the tall imperial city of the Victory Palace from afar, his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Buchak said lightly, "Ciceron, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." Ciceron came back to his senses and said faintly, "Buchak, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." With a complicated look in his eyes, Buchak sighed slowly, "I just think that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei is the most suitable to be the master of this empire." The Great Prince Andrei was wise and valiant, and possessed great military talent. He was the target of support from many bigwigs in the military of the Morince Empire. Ciceron suddenly gave a long sigh, and his eyes flashed with a gloomy look. "I also hope that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei can become the master of this empire. Unfortunately, we're too late." The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps finally arrived in front of the Victory Palace. However, the Gate of Glory of the Victory Palace was locked, with no traces of fighting. At the same time, above the city wall, more than 50 giant catapults and more than 100 magic crossbows, which could even injure or severely injure dragons, were in place. Above the Gate of Glory, 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard were standing in neat rows, looking down at the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps like tigers watching their prey. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps went into battle lightly, not carrying any siege equipment. Moreover, the magic of wizards was practically ineffective against the Victory Palace. Except for a few Star Knights and Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses, they had no means to open the Gate of Glory. At this moment, surrounded by countless people, Garka walked to the top of the Gate of Glory and looked down at the countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps. His eyes flashed with a touch of pleasure, and he said in a cold and dignified voice, "Buchak, Ciceron, you two brought troops to Victory Palace without a summons. Are you trying to rebel?"